Welcome, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the challenge from our audience to convince us that a god or a goddess or multiple deities exist. We're very happy that you've tuned in today, and we're hoping for another wonderful stream. What we have are a number of people on the panel, mostly atheists, with us today. There are some others who will be showing up perhaps later, if not right away. TJump will be here. He's an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality. TJump's YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/TJump. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has a particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. He's particularly known for analyzing a lot of Darth Dawkins debates and conversations, or interrogations, as some people call it. His channel on YouTube is included in the YouTube video description. It's too long to describe here. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His channel is at youtube.com/JLWarren. That's WARREN. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists. I'm also an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking, with concerns that oppression anywhere is a threat to freedom everywhere, which is similar to something that another famous person said, MLK, he's known as. You can find out more about the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. My YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. The IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticisms, etc. Jack Burton, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker, also known as Gonna Go For It, is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Iron Raws, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills to the atheists all around the world. Peter de Tucker's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. Taco, the organizer of this entire setup, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you again to everybody for tuning in, and we have some people who are already, I believe, interested in talking with us. I saw one earlier. Taco, are you handling this, or did anybody else have anything they wanted to interject before we begin?
All right, so if y'all have any questions, I'm sorry, it sounded like we're good. If y'all have any questions or feel like y'all could convince us a God exists, which is the idea, or goddess exists, which is the idea here, feel free to queue up here. I did invite up Crux, who I was talking with in DMs. He's actually got a pretty cool position. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Quick question. Did you just say y'all?
Yeah, I lived in Texas for a long time.
Hello, Crux. Welcome.
Texas thing.
What's up, Crux? What do you got for us today?
Yeah, so Taco kind of asked me to join here. I don't know if it's necessarily entirely fitting to the topic of deities. Obviously, I'm an agnostic, right? So I don't really use the word God at all. It has no meaning for me. But I have been accused of being a pantheist, as well as being an as an atheist. So yeah.
Okay, so this is pretty simple to figure out. Do you believe in any goddesses or gods?
That question bears no meaning to me.
Well, why did Taco ask you to come up? Taco, what was the
I think he wants me to expound a little bit on a particular view of necessitarianism that I hold.
Well, the thing is, if that question has no meaning to you, then how can we have a conversation about whether deities exist or not?
Well,
Or
I'd say let him have a chance. Since Taco invited him up, let's let him go into what he means by necessitarianism, because that could be analogous to a god. So go ahead.
Yeah, but I just
if you think that my view fits your definition of God, then
well, I just asked a question and I did not get a satisfactory answer though. So, but go ahead, Crux.
So I hold to the position of necessitarianism, and I think this is a view that offers a nice contrast with more conventional views of accounts for how the world exists and such, right? So I often bring it up in relation to for example, like creationist positions, right, where you have some transcendental being that is the cause of some secondary world, right? So my position is that simply that there is only one world that is possible, and that therefore this world is necessarily existent and does not require an explanation whatsoever.
So this world, planet Earth, is obviously not the only planet in our solar system or in our galaxy or in the entire universe. So there's a problem right there with saying this is the only world and it is necessary. It's necessary for human
I'm using
life
it in the modal sense.
Yeah. So world in philosophy means the entire universe or multiverse, the entire one set of all existing things that we are a part of. So world.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
But I would kind of agree with Randolph's point here, is that I don't understand why you would think there's only one possible world. I can imagine a world with no puppies. That is a possible world. Why would that one be impossible?
So, so I've never really formalized this in a syllogism, and I just did like half an hour ago for the very first time. So there's probably going to be lots of issues with it.
I think the question comes down to like how you've why did you feel it? Why did you feel it necessary to eliminate all other possibilities? Like what drove you to that? What drove you to that conclusion?
Ultimately, I think it's the most. Like I said, I just formulated a syllogism. So if you'd like to hear it,
go ahead.
I can
Go.
Yeah. So I would say there's no contradiction in the proposition only one world is possible, which would mean that only one world is possible. There are states of affairs in this world that are necessary, since they would be true in this world and it would be the only world.
Wait, what do you mean by necessary there?
That they're true in all possible worlds. Okay. And under this proposition, there's only one possible world.
Right.
There's a problem with premise one though, is because it's not logically contradictory for there to be many worlds.
My claim is not that there is a contradiction in that. My claim is that there is no contradiction in the proposition only one world is possible.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see. Go ahead. Feel free. Continue.
So these necessary facts in this possible world under S5 in modal logic would reduce to. So these possibly necessary propositions would reduce down to necessary facts, since under S5 of modal logic, I think that's fairly uncontroversial. And so the proposition this only possible world exists would be a conjunctive proposition that contains only necessary fact, and therefore this conjunctive proposition would also be a necessary fact. So only one world is possible is a necessary fact.
Well, that's begging the question. You're saying if you're correct that this is the only world, and that means that all the facts in them would be necessary because they're in all possible worlds. But it doesn't seem that that's the case. Like modal ontic realism could be true and all possible worlds could actually exist. So
none
of the premises that you presented exclude the possibility of other possible worlds existing. You just said
the conclusion would.
Well, but that's begging the question. So you're saying if my model is true, then my model is true.
Yes, that is true. As would be a tautologous statement.
Well, it wouldn't be a tautology. It would be circular. It would be if you put one of the premises in the conclusion, you can literally do that with anything. So I could take the opposite view. I could take the view that modal ontic realism, where all possible worlds exist, and take the exact same structure of your argument, and it would work equally as well on their view as it would for yours. Therefore, it doesn't justify your view or their view any more than one another.
No, but my worldview would exclude the possibility of any other worldviews.
Right, and theirs would exclude yours.
I would say that there's a contradiction. Well, then they would have to show that there's a contradiction in the proposition, only one world is possible.
No, because they can just show that it's many worlds are possible.
Yeah, that's the crux. That's what I brought up at the beginning.
They would have to assert that.
Well, there's no logical contradiction in many worlds, so.
Again, my claim is not that there's no contradiction in that. I mean, ultimately, that is going to be my claim, right? Based on this conclusion, right? Since if there's only one possible world and it's a necessary one, any world that is distinct from this world would be impossible, right?
So that's not the point. Jail's making the point. So Jail's making the point. Let's wait one second. So there's two people here. There's a you and modal ontic realist, and you're both talking. You write your first premise down, which is there's no logical contradiction with there being one possible world. And the modal ontic realist, he writes his first premise down. There's no logical contradiction with all possible worlds existing. Now, you're both on equal grounds here. Neither one of you has any more justified support than the other. So why would we? What can we add to this situation to make it go more reasonable to believe you rather than the guy who holds the opposite view to you?
Well, I'm saying if you follow my argument, then it would entail that only one world is possible.
Great. So he has the exact same argument. Wait. So he has the exact same argument. He's just changed the nouns. That's the only thing that's happened here. He's changed the nouns. So the structure is exactly the same. It's equally as valid necessarily because it's using the exact same structure yours is.
No, but
just change the nouns.
No, but the thing is, he can never point to anything being necessary, whereas I can.
I don't know what you mean there. So yes, he can.
But the thing is, none of his statements would be like a person who says that there's multiple possible worlds would have to say that there are in fact facts that are contingent, right?
Sure.
That are not necessary, right?
Sure, not all facts are necessary facts, correct.
Well, under my view, all facts would be necessary, and this is why I get to the conclusion that my view must be necessarily true.
Well,
right?
then TJump was correct.
Because there's no possibility of a counterexample, whereas the other person would have to say that there's a possibility of some counter, right? So, and the counter would be my first premise. There is no contradiction in the proposition. Only one world is possible. And then everything from that follows, and they would have to accept
wait. So I think you're conflating. One sec.
I would not have to accept their view.
One sec. So I think you're conflating the fact that it's possible that some facts are contingent with a contradiction. So that there's the fact accepting that some facts are contingent.
It would be a contradiction under my view.
Right. So there's no contradiction in your argument there that would lead to that whatsoever. So saying that it's possible that there's only one world doesn't indicate that it's necessarily the case that there's only one world. So that premise does not in any way indicate your conclusion. One bit.
I know. This is why I have other premises.
None of them do. That's the point.
Okay. How does so in this view where only one world is possible, right? There would be fact, right? And those facts would be by definition necessary facts since they're true in all possible worlds.
Right.
Okay. So there's necessary facts in my worldview. Can you agree?
Yes.
In fact, all fact would be necessary facts in this worldview.
Yes.
Right? Including the fact there's only one possible world.
If your worldview is true, then that fact would be a necessary fact.
No, it's not. It's if you accept the first premise, that would follow.
No, because the first premise does not entail that it's the only necessary world. So if it's
No, it does. It only entails that it's possible.
Right. So if it's possible that there is only one necessary world is a necessary fact. That's possible. It's also possible it's not a necessary fact. It's a contingent fact.
I don't agree with that, right?
Well, nothing in
From
your
my
argument
perspective, I
nothing in your argument eliminates that possibility.
Yes, it
Since
does. The
nothing in your
conclusion
argument-
does.
Well, the conclusion can't eliminate the possibility. No, it can't. Not how it
Yes,
works.
if this world exists, if only one world is possible is a necessary fact, then that would exclude the possibility of any other world.
But that goes back to the if, and TJump already pointed out that that's begging the question.
But I'm not saying if this world is true. I'm saying if there is no contradiction in this proposition. I'm not presupposing the existence of my worldview as true.
I don't think you understand how S5 works. I don't think you understand how S5 modal logic works. Like what you're saying literally does not follow.
Do you think possible necessities do not boil down to necessary facts?
That doesn't make sense. So possible and necessary as being conjunctions in that way don't work in the way that sentence was set. That's literally made no sense what you just said. So like when theists say God, it's possible that God exists, and God is a necessary being. A necessary being is one that exists in all possible worlds. What they're doing is they're taking the definition of the word.
Argument.
Wait, so but they're using it correctly. So they are using S5 correctly. You are using it incorrectly.
Why there would be things that are under this view necessary fact, right?
Right, and that's fine. All worldviews have that for the most part.
Okay. So these facts, since you agree that only one world is possible, entails no contradiction. These facts are necessary facts that are possible.
In your worldview, if your worldview is true.
No, if you accept the premises.
No. I can accept premise 1 and reject the conclusion because the conclusion does not follow from the premises.
I'm not seeing how it doesn't follow.
So I can accept it's possible there is a bunny in the box. And
that's
if
not
the
what
bunny
no.
So it's possible there's a bunny in the box. If a bunny in the box is a necessary fact because there's only one possible world, then it's necessarily the case that there's a bunny in the box. But it may not be. So you understand that if you say it's possible there's a bunny in the box, no contradictions.
This is a distinct claim from what I'm claiming, right?
No, it's not. It's the exact same. The structure of the argument is the exact same.
No, because under this view, you're still allowing for the possibility of contingent facts, right? Which, under my argument, they would be excluded since there's only one possible world, and all facts.
Stop! I already addressed this. No, I said no. I'm saying it's possible there's a bunny in the box. Second premise: if there's only one world and every fact is a necessary fact, it is necessarily the case there is a bunny in the box. So do you see the first premise is it's possible there's a bunny in the box. Second premise, there's only one world. All facts in the world are necessary facts. Does it follow that there is a bunny in the box?
It's different because my view is
answer the question. Does it follow? Does it follow there's a bunny in the box?
The answer you're looking for is no.
Yeah. But again, this is not analogous to what I'm claiming here.
Okay, so explain to me how your first premise is
because my claim is about possible worlds. It's not about some fact in within possible worlds, right? It's about the possible world themselves.
Doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter if the fact is about the possible worlds or about the bunny. The aboutness of the fact does not in any way change the structure of the argument. So how is the structure of your argument any different?
It would entail that if it is
saying
possible,
it would entail doesn't address the argument. So walk me through the steps. You said it's possible that there is only one possible world. And I said it's possible there's a bunny in the box or only one bunny in the box. How are those different?
Because the bunny in the box doesn't get you to a necessary fact.
Right? Neither does the possibility that there's only one possible world.
You don't think that if only one world is possible entails that if there is a fact in that world, that would be a necessary fact?
If there is any necessary fact, it would follow from any possible world. So if there's a bunny in the box, if it's possible there's a bunny in the box, that would also entail a necessary fact.
No, I'm asking you, if only one world is possible and there's a fact in this world, right? Then
so I'm saying
fact, right? That fact would be a necessary fact since it is true in all possible worlds.
Yes, and that doesn't matter.
So I can come to necessary facts under this premise, whereas you cannot do that with the bunny. You can only
yes, you can, but again, that doesn't matter.
I don't see how you can.
Because you don't come to necessary facts, you assert something could possibly be a necessary fact. It could be a necessary fact that there is a bunny in the box. It might be a necessary fact, but it might not be a necessary fact. So it's possible the one world is the only world, in which case any fact you pick is a necessary fact.
But, under this view, and yes, exactly. So that would
but
be.
They might not be.
Facts.
They would not be. The fact that they could be does not imply that they are facts, necessary facts. They could not be. They may all be contingent facts. But the thing you think is a necessary fact.
So then you don't think that the first premise is possible?
No, you can grant the first premise, and it doesn't lead to the conclusion. I've literally just showed you how you can do that.
What's the
You don't. Again, I don't need to show a contradiction. I can grant the first premise, so no contradiction, and it doesn't lead to the conclusion.
Yeah, I don't see how you get from necessary facts to them being contingent.
I didn't say it. You don't have to do any of that.
So if you agree that there are necessary facts under this argument, then the conclusions
Your
would
conclusion
be
doesn't follow.
True.
Your conclusion does not follow from that. That's what I've been trying to explain to you the whole time. Literally, what you're saying, no, it does not follow. I can
Possible
grant
necessary facts reduced down to necessary facts.
No, again, that's wrong. Saying it's possible there is one possible world gets you zero necessary facts. You get no necessary facts from the first premise whatsoever.
Again, I believe this is just S5. I don't see how we can reject that.
No, it's not.
Possible necessities are necessities.
Again, you're not using S5. You're misusing the argument.
I think at this point, we might want to leave it at that. That Crux, you may need to write this down, take a look at it, actually put it to paper, and analyze it. It's just a recommendation, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere beyond this point. So obviously there's some issues that need to be sorted out. So I'm just recommending that you put it down, put it to paper.
I think the issue is that TJump is rejecting S5.
No, I'm not rejecting S5. You're not using S5. I've actually talked with this with experts in S5 on the ontological argument. You're literally not using the correct structure of the argument. That's why I tried to explain it to you from the Christian argument perspective.
Okay, I don't accept the Christian argument, but my argument is different.
No, the structure, they're using S5 correctly. If you're not accepting their argument, then you're not using S5. You're not using S5 correctly, but you should probably move on.
I think we should
just for time's sake, so we can give another person an opportunity to get some people up here. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Crux. Appreciate it.
Very interesting.
Thank you for coming up. Taco, I think our next one should be Akira, but I noticed Owens was blinking rapidly. If Owens had something to just respond to that, I think that'd be okay to bring them on for a moment.
I'm pulling up Owens and check the message that I sent you, because there's, yeah. But hello, Owens. What's going on?
So who believes God exists?
We're wondering if you do.
Oh, no, doesn't.
Oh.
Okay. Question asked and answered.
All right. Okay.
All right. That was quick and easy. So I guess we'll move on to the next one, which should probably be Akira.
That's one down.
We're going to go ahead and pull up NikO for now. Please check your message, Randolph. NikO, how's it going?
What you got for us today?
I think I'm gonna have to come back with my laptop because I can't hear you guys on my phone. So if I can go back to the audience and come back, that'd be great.
Okay, that sounds good.
You're knocking them down today.
Right? Oh, Will Smith post-Oscar joke. That sounds like an interesting one.
I don't agree.
Falling like flies today.
How's it going today?
Hi, it's going well.
Awesome. So you're here to convince us a God exists?
Yes, I am.
Which, if I may ask, which religion do you adhere to, and if Christianity, which denomination?
Christianity, and it will be non-denominational, most likely.
Non-denom? Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Okay, well, this is an argument that I have made myself. It's a very simple argument. The first premise is that, actually, I think maybe it would be better if I just go more freelance rather than with premises. So, basically, all physical things have at the quantum realm are like constantly like moving. You often hear about particles in the quantum realm moving about, blinking in and out of existence. But yeah, basically, physical things are constantly like changing through time, and I think I feel that like this is a necessary fact for physical things that they're constantly changing. Would you agree with that?
There's some interference coming in the background there for you, but
like I said, this is Aquinas' argument from
that's King Xerxes.
Xerxes,
King Xerxes
you got like some good voice modulator going on.
He smoked some strong weed.
That's just running a different speed than we are. Will, this sounds very much like Aquinas.
Well, the difference between this and Aquinas' argument is Aquinas was an unmoved mover. This is more about change rather than movement.
Changer.
So
yeah,
change exists,
so,
therefore
yeah.
what? Change exists, therefore what?
Okay, so physical things are constantly changing. Something that brought about all of physical reality. Given that physical reality would also include time, because obviously space-time is like a linked. It's almost like one entity. It would be something that does not change, because if it was something that changed, so the same way physical things change at the macro and micro level, then it would need to be something within time for time measures to change.
So no, like physical things can exist without change, and physical things can exist without time.
Okay, so in what way can a physical thing exist without changing? I mean, it seems like every single physical thing has a quantum level, and at the quantum level, things are vibrating, things are, there's quantum entanglement and all these different kinds of things. So there's for something to actually be completely stationary at the quantum level, it would need to be like at like minus 200 and something degrees.
So like
it would need to be absolute zero, which is impossible.
Don't change. The fields themselves don't change. The things in the fields change. The fields don't change. The fields are there. They don't change.
Okay. What would these fields be made of?
I don't know how to answer that question in physics. We don't know what they're made of. Strings are a possibility.
Yeah, string theory is definitely a decent possibility, but string theory would be the building blocks of all things. Remember, these are vibrating strings.
No, not necessarily. So you can have the building blocks of all reality be a thing which was unchanging, and it created the universe was changed, and that's perfectly possible. Physical, you don't need a god for that.
The only problem is that
instead of diving down this rabbit hole of higher order physics, perhaps
City, what else here in it?
Explain to us why. Why should
King Xerxes, your audio is really distorted. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's coming through as an extremely deep voice that's difficult to understand.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like I'm actually talking to God himself. Maybe that's evidence.
Yeah, I think it's
That was
slowed
really
down. It sounds like
really funny.
because to me, it sounds like it's slowed down really, and then
Me
the slowing
too.
it down causes it to increase or decrease the decibel level.
I think our guest here, Will Smith, had the best response. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, my argument is
Obviously, I am.
It's Peter.
Oh
Was that
no,
Peter
now it's
did that?
Peter too.
yeah, my argument was that pretty simple. The only way for a physical thing to be completely stationary is for it to lack any sort of like energy, whether kinetic, whether it's like heat energy and or any other kind of energy, and for that it would need to be at absolute zero in terms of temperature. I think it's like minus 270 something.
Not all
Celsius.
physical things can be described in the ways that are interactions in our universe. So there could be another kind of physical thing that's completely stationary, no problem.
Yeah, but to the best of our
They're not
knowledge, these physical things cannot get to absolute zero. It almost brings about
So
contradiction.
absolute zero doesn't matter here. There can be physical things that have no temperature that exist just fine, irrelevant to absolute zero. So like if you want to assert that you need a god to be the first change, we can assert a new kind of physical thing that does that. And so just saying that none of the one sec, none of the known physical stuff can do that. I agree. But God isn't known either. You're just making up a God and asserting he can do it. We can make up a physical thing and assert it can do it too.
Yeah, but the only thing is that it seems that all physical things have energy. I mean,
well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Will, is that it's a hypothesis, is what it is. You're hypothesizing that basically your hypothesis is built off an observation of what we currently have, and then looking at what could potentially be the entailment. But essentially, you're hypothesizing about something that we currently have no data about. So going like beyond, like where this all started, where this all came, it's still a hypothesis. And unfortunately, at this current state in time, with our current level of knowledge about reality and stuff, it's unfalsifiable. So the question now becomes is like, sure, you could hypothesize anything as to why things are the way they are, or why things move the way they move, or why things change. And where did that change come from? What initiated that change? So you can start with that, of course. But any question you ask, we're not going to be able to prove or disprove. It's pretty much going to be a hypothesis. And I'm curious as to why, and because of this, I'm curious as to why you think, or why you think you're justified in saying it's God when it could be anything else. Because we can't eliminate the possibility of like what TJump said. We can't eliminate the possibility that it's some natural phenomena that we don't yet currently understand. Because we can just take God out of the equation and just make it X, and X could equal anything, you know? And so, why God?
Well, I think what I would have done is, if you would have accepted something, I mean, to me, it seems obvious. It seems something that you'd even find in textbooks, that physical things at the quantum level are constantly changing. Physical things must have energy. I mean, I'm pretty sure it violates one of the laws of thermodynamics for something to be a physical thing to be at absolute zero. And if it's not absolute zero, it has energy and is therefore changing.
Okay, then what about when the universe hits thermal equilibrium?
Well, it still wouldn't be absolute zero, but
there'd be no thermal change. I mean, everything.
No, so it's impossible to get to absolute zero in physics because of quantum fluctuations. Will Smith is correct.
That's exactly my point.
But so the argument here is that it's an argument from ignorance. It's saying here is something we know about. It can't explain the phenomenon. The UFO example. So, oh look, a UFO. It's an unidentified flying object. It must be aliens. Well, no. If it's unidentified, you can't then label it as aliens. So the fact that there is we don't know what would this unchanging thing would be. You can't then conclude it must be God. That's an argument from ignorance. It could be an unknown physical thing. We don't have any reason to believe that physical things can do it, but we also don't have any reason to believe anything else can do it either. So simply saying
we do because of quantum fluctuations. Because of quantum fluctuations, you can't get to absolute zero with a physical thing. Like it can't happen. Law of thermodynamics.
Listen again to what I said. So we don't know what can do it. We don't. So we have a thing that can't do it. We don't know the known stuff can't do it. Does that mean it's God? No. You can't say because this doesn't explain it, therefore it's God. That's an argument from ignorance.
And that's why I was asking. That's why I was asking, like, why do you feel justified in saying that it is God, because that will help us to understand why you believe in this thing, like why you feel compelled to say it's God. Because what TJump's posited out there is that it's the answer that you're choosing out of a world of possibilities to put in that hypothetical slot.
I suppose the reason why I believe in that this argument does eventually lead you to a God is because since physical things are constantly changing, that's my perspective. Maybe you disagree, but I believe that's because of the laws of thermodynamics. Since these physical things are always changing, then they are contingent, because contingent things rely on other things for their existence. At any point in time, my current state of all the particles, even down to the quantum level, is explained by the previous instant and whatever forces were enacting on them. So it's clear that this entire physical realm, since at the very smallest building blocks, the fundamental particles are made up of physical tiny things that are dependent upon the previous instant for their current place.
So what
and
you said there
momentum.
is the problem. It's not the entire physical realm. It's the known physical realm. There could be more physical stuff we don't know about yet. So the known physical stuff can't reach absolute zero. Sure. Does that mean no physical thing can? No, you can't conclude that. So you cannot say that all physical stuff is impossible to explain absolute zero. I don't know why you keep bringing that up. It's completely irrelevant. But so we can say that the unchanging necessary thing could be an unknown kind of physical thing. You can't say because it's not like the known stuff, therefore it must be God. That's like saying, oh, look, a UFO, it must be aliens. Like if I say, oh, look, what knocked the cup over? Well, it wasn't a pineapple. Therefore, it must have been God. Well, no, it could have, been the wind.
Actually, Will, this is really interesting, and because essentially what you've argued for and the way, like how you've postulated it, really only gets you to deism. So what's really interesting is that if you would just came up and just posited deism, like a non-specific, sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence, that's complete. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis that is entirely that could very well be the case. We just don't know. And that is that you could logically conclude, you could rationally conclude that without any logical contradiction. But you say the Christian God because you're a Christian and you're non-denominational. You think it's the Christian God. So why do you think it's the Christian God and not just deism?
Well, I mean, you are right. It would get you to deism, and that's about as far as you can get, going by strong facts of science and logic. But the thing is, deism is a form of theism. It's just the form of theism in which God does, brings about the universe, and just or something that seems quite similar to God brings about the universe and just does nothing else and leaves no evidence.
Right. So why the Christian God and not say Brahma? Brahman, because arguably, as far as like text and like books and like people that talk about it and the nature of such a thing, Brahman would be far superior to the Christian God when it comes to just basic moral stuff. So why the Christian God?
Well, it would seem that is the question of in the title, does a deity exist? And I've seemed to giving you good reason to believe in deism, which is a form of theism. So surely my work here is done.
Well, no. So Dev, he's granting that, JL is granting that for the sake of the argument to try and move on the conversation.
Oh, okay.
I reject deism purely that I don't accept supernatural explanations for things. I simply say we don't know. That's it. But and I don't. When we know, we'll know, but we don't currently know, so I'm not positing anything there.
Okay. Well, then. The reason why I would think it's specifically a Christian God, I mean, obviously it's impossible for me to, or it's very hard for me to go and find out every single God that's ever existed, and where these massive list of mythological creatures.
That's why I was bringing up on a purely moral level, just going by the books. Okay. Take the Bhagavad, take if you want to go with the Vedas or whatever, but just Brahman in and of itself, and then comparing it to like the Christian God, triune God, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it. If you compare the two, one obviously has a better history than the other, especially in the eyes of its followers and believers. So just on that standpoint, you could be justified in going and looking at Brahman. So, but you chose Christianity. Is that because you were raised in it, or is it because for some other reason that?
Naturally, it's because of where I was born, the time I was born. If I was born in like 300 BC, maybe I'd be more into the Stoics than it's heavily to do with where I was born and my upbringing. But it isn't like I've just taken this and not giving it that much thought. When it comes to the weighing up ethically which gods are ethically better or not, there doesn't seem. I actually don't believe in objective morality, and I'm still Christian. As contradictory as that may seem, I do
it's
think that
intellectually honest. So I mean, you're being intellectually honest there. I gotta agree.
Yeah, I think that naturally, even if God would say that you ought to, for example, follow like the Ten Commandments, He is a subject fundamentally. He is an unembodied mind, even to the most intellectual Christians. So He would still be a subject, but I think that His decisions ethically would be superior to ours because His like whenever I make an ethical decision, I look at the world around me and my perceived future. And when He would make a decision, He would theoretically be outside of time and therefore eternal, and He'll be making a decision based upon what effect it will have on the entirety of reality. So I mean, think about it. Like if you was to ask someone, how come you're doing all these exercises, and you say to them, and the person says to you, oh, I'm putting myself through all this pain so that in about a year or two, I'm going to look much better and be healthier. But someone who only lives about 30 days, for example, let's say you'll die after 30 days, will look at people exercising and think that it's asceticism or like self-torture and that it's crazy.
It sounds kind of like an appeal to emotion.
No. It is subjective ultimately, but I just think that God has more of reality to look at, so He would know how His decisions would play out in the entirety of reality. Basically, like the butterfly effect.
Well, it's unique. I won't disagree with you. It's a unique perspective in looking at the Christian God, and there are obviously lots of Christians that would disagree with you on that. And you haven't given the Christian God any specific attributes, which could be logically contradictory to themselves, like the omni properties and such. So I think like I said, but like before, you can reason yourself to deism, and why you accept that deism is wholly dependent upon you, like your philosophy or your ideology. I don't do it because I don't accept supernatural explanations. Jack himself is a deist, so yeah. So ultimately, it is subjective, but I just don't see a reason to put baggage where baggage doesn't need to go, because whether especially depending upon which God you're believing in, especially if we start giving it attributes and stuff, and you start adhering to one, I think you get way too much baggage to go along with it. So
yeah, it just seems like the only thing that actually could have brought reality into existence could be something that is, and this isn't strictly to do with the argument I gave. It must be something that is capable of not changing the same way a rock would just lie around if there aren't any forces acting upon it, and then I don't know, conditionally make some sort of change or bring something about conditionally. Because if it was something that was physical things just they move or they get hotter or they get colder based upon external things. So if you had this one thing in existence, like the first thing, if you were to believe in that, it would, if it was a physical thing or something that wasn't that couldn't conditionally cause things to come to existence, like a rock, then nothing would ever exist, and it would just be on its own. But it seems that the only things that can conditionally bring things into existence are minds. I can choose to get up, I can choose to stay seated. It seems that this is the only way you actually get contingent things coming from a necessary start.
I see again, why how you can come to that conclusion. I still think it's unfalsifiable. So it's like I said, if it serves a psychological or physiological utility for you, I can understand that. I don't think if you can justify it personally to you, but I wouldn't agree that it's like a justifiable reason to believe in these things just because it serves some purpose or answers a question for you that can't currently be answered. But hey,
no, not necessarily. Kant had the same conclusion. You know, he had his analogy of the ball resting eternally upon a pillow. You know, something that is unconscious, something that just that acts in a way that is not conditional, would just have its effects. Would also be necessary. You know, the ball resting upon the cushion creates an indent upon the cushion eternally, as it lays on the cushion eternally. But if it was my hand on the cushion and I was eternal, I can willfully create a change by lifting my hand up, or I can willfully maintain the state of affairs by keeping my hand upon the cushion. This is something that even Kant used as an argument.
Yeah, but the problem is that there's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress of change.
There's also Kant didn't know anything about the modern progress in wills or quantum mechanics. So there's absolutely no evidence that wills or decisions can exist outside of physics. It's like saying a pineapple can exist outside of physics. Like, nope, all pineapples we know of are a result of physics. So there's absolutely no evidence that a will could do anything outside of space or time or matter, because there's no evidence of any such thing. The best explanation is that quantum fields and quantum fluctuations are the only best explanation of what could cause the initial motion or the initial change. Everything else is like wills aren't even an option. It's like saying a pineapple did it. It's completely incoherent.
That was a good point, but the thing is, yes, there's no. I mean, even if it was a grant, there's no evidence for a will existing outside of physics. There's no evidence against it, so it's still a possibility. And then from the possibilities that we have, we then weigh up the best. No, not necessarily, because then we can use evidence, logical evidence, or scientific, to weigh up the possibilities, and whichever one's the most likely.
That still only gets you to deism rationally.
Well, I keep disagreeing with. I don't know why you like. Yeah, so it doesn't get you to deism. It literally does not get you to deism. So I don't know. Like saying there's nothing's proven it wrong doesn't matter. Like nothing has proven magical pixie leprechauns wrong. It's still rational to think they don't exist because no positive evidence has been presented for it. So saying that it doesn't disprove God is irrelevant. You hold the burden of proof to provide evidence, and what you provided isn't evidence.
I mean, I wouldn't say so, because it's obvious that things that change are contingent. Their existence is contingent upon something else. My existence is contingent upon my parents.
I agree.
So
none of that
physical
doesn't
things.
indicate God.
Okay, physical things are either quantum, like I don't know, like quarks, for example.
Well, no. So anytime you say physical things are either, you're equivocating our known knowledge to all knowledge. So again, you can't say wills have anything.
We shouldn't use science then.
No, you can use science just fine.
Well, I just use science. I'm using basic science of splitting reality into the quantum realm and into the macro realm of planets and people.
Science, but so
that
again,
is science. That's physics.
No, physics doesn't do that. But if you want to say that whatever caused the beginning of the universe isn't of the known physics, that's perfectly reasonable. Wrong based off of all the evidence in physics. But if you wanted to say that, that's fine. But you could never conclude it was God, ever. Based off of that. That's an argument from ignorance. Saying it's not X will never be it is Y. So it doesn't matter how many times you say it's not the physics that we know about. That will never indicate God. Ever.
Yeah.
For it to indicate God, you need positive evidence.
Yeah, if I was to say that merely because it's not X, then it must be Y, that doesn't follow. But if X and Y are the only two options, and X isn't the case, then it follows necessarily that Y is.
Which is why I proved that they're not the only two cases. So if I can give one example that shows they're not the only two cases, that means your argument is an argument from ignorance. And guess what? There is another case. Unknown physical stuff.
There is a Z. It's not just X and Y. There is a Z, or whatever other letter you want to choose. There's something else. The possibility of something else. If the possibility of something else exists and has not been eliminated, you can't just jump to the other one just because the X has been disproven.
Yeah, unknown physical things isn't I mean, it doesn't seem like an actual option. It just seems that there could be other things
There's
that we
no
know about, which
logical
is
contradiction,
perfectly.
therefore it's possible. So possible just means no logical contradiction. There's no logical contradiction with unknown physical stuff. In fact, it's pretty much guaranteed there's unknown physical stuff. So that's actually a better explanation here.
That's not well. It isn't totally guaranteed. It is extremely likely, obviously, but
no, it's guaranteed.
you
Like
can-
dark matter and dark energy, we know for a fact there are things about the physical world we don't understand. So it's a guarantee.
Okay, well, if we're doing this scientifically, then we also just go off the evidence that we have. The best supported theory should be the one that that we champion. So
Right.
any sort of theory or any sort of existent thing that we don't know of, we can't yet use until we actually know of it.
Yes,
Right.
like God. That's why God isn't an
God
option.
idea.
Yeah, God
So-
wouldn't work because God provides no mechanistic explanation for why. It simply says God did it. It doesn't actually. There's no explanation as to the like how God has done it. So
Yeah, but
asserting God just doesn't
I'm
get
sort of
us
working
anywhere.
backwards.
God's just stopgap. You know, it's just like God did it, and that's it. No further. And well, how did God do it? Did God
Yeah,
utilize energy outside of it? Did he utilize the energy that it's composed of? Do I like how did it? Where did it pull something from nothing out of it? There's no mechanistic explanation there, so we would never use that.
Well,
I don't know
yeah,
if the
main
mechanistic
that would make a lot of
features
sense.
One of the main
I-
features of a
I literally
scientific
can't hear what you're
idea,
So
in order
I
for it
don't
to
know
be
what's going on with this
grounded,
mic.
King Xerxes, you're going to need to fix your audio.
You sound like you hit previously 4 times, my man. Sound like a whole god
Do you
to me, man.
smoke cigarettes or eat them?
But I mean, I Will Smith, I agree with what you said when you said you're not allowed to posit things that haven't been shown to exist yet. Like, you're right, you're not. And one of those things is God. God is not a thing that's been shown to exist, just like unknown physics isn't a thing that's been shown to exist. But unknown physics is a lot more reasonable than an entirely new ontology that has no basis in reality. Saying that there's something of the same known stuff is more reasonable than saying there's a completely new thing that we have no evidence for. So of those two, the better theory here is unknown physical stuff. That's why God isn't accepted anywhere in physics as an origin of the universe.
Yeah.
But strings are.
But the thing is, we know that that I mean, as I said before, this isn't like I don't even have to provide direct evidence for God. I'm just saying that there are two. Like, you can split this up in 2 ways. Sure, there are things that we may find down the line, but as of right now, we know that there are things that we can see in the macro realm, and there are things that we can't see directly, at least certainly not with the naked eye, that are tiny, like fundamental particles.
But again, none of that. That's again just saying, oh, look, it's not X. That isn't evidence of Y. And there's not just 2 things here. There's lots of different, there's infinitely many things. It's X, Y, Z, A, B, X1, X2. There's infinitely many things it could be here. God has no evidence.
I think necessarily that actually isn't the case. Like, necessarily that's not the case. But let's not get into infinities. We'll just stick to this. All I'm saying is that the physical realm
basic
is
possible worlds
contingent.
philosophy.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. That is true. I'm just saying
so
that
the physical world is not contingent. There's no evidence that the physical world is contingent. There's evidence that some physical things are contingent.
there isn't a single physical thing that isn't contingent according to our knowledge
that
in
isn't
science.
evidence that all physical things are contingent.
That's literally the same statement.
No.
All
I'm
better.
going purely according to our knowledge.
All
Like-
swans are white. All swans I know of are white. Are those the 2 statements? Are those 2 statements the same statement?
No, they're not. That is the black swan fallacy. Yeah, I understand
Correct.
my error. I'm like, when doing science, you have to go off what you know. From all that we
Yes.
know,
Yes,
physical
I agree.
things
You
are
keep saying
contingent.
that, and I keep agreeing, but you keep missing the part of there is no we know of God. We do not know of God. If I say,
Yeah, but following from that,
what caused,
there's more
let's
evidence.
say what caused dark matter. We know it wasn't protons and neutrons because those reflect light and it's not reflecting light. Does that mean it's leprechauns? No, because there's no evidence of leprechauns. There's no
That's
evidence
not
of
really
God.
my line
Just
of
like there's no
argument.
evidence of leprechauns.
It's more of a step by step thing.
He's being hyperbolic. It's
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess I just have a terrible sense of humor. But I guess if he has said already that from what we know, physical things are contingent.
The
From what we know
known physical
specifically,
things are contingent,
yes, okay.
and the
So-
known supernatural things are also contingent.
well, we don't really know of any supernatural things yet.
100% of all known supernatural things are contingent. There are no examples of a non-contingent supernatural thing ever.
That's not the case, because you could also then say that they're all necessary, because we don't know of any of them, and yet they can't all be contingent and necessary. It would just be neither, because it's like dealing with zero.
Correct. Since we have no examples of them, we're just making stuff up. But we do have examples of physical stuff. Saying it's physical, a new kind of physical thing, is reasonable. And since we don't have any evidence of supernatural things at all, the only rational conclusion is that all supernatural things are things people have made up in their head, which are contingent and don't exist.
If we're dealing with absolute knowledge, we don't know of anything supernatural, but there's certainly genuinely good evidence for it.
That would be a good part to start. We should start with that one. What is the good evidence for supernatural things before you start to invoke supernatural things?
Yeah, we do this not by investigating any supernatural thing you may believe in, but by investigating the natural world. We investigate the natural world and see that based upon our knowledge, things are contingent, and then we say contingent things cannot bring themselves into existence. Generally,
necessary thing does not mean supernatural. Necessary can be a physical thing we don't know about. So again, how do we get to a supernatural thing?
Not to our knowledge. To our knowledge, all physical things are contingent.
I don't care about physical things. You cannot reference physical things here at all. How do you get to a supernatural thing?
You could have brute contingencies. That's an option.
Yes, it is.
Brute contingencies are it's a little bit of a it's a little bit of a cheat. I mean, obviously it's possible, but that is definitely non-falsifiable.
It's not any more of a cheat than just defining God with certain characteristics or properties that you think makes it to the case that he must exist. But the whole God is necessary idea doesn't really track, because if there was ever a state of affairs wherein God was the only thing that existed, saying that he existed necessarily is incoherent. And necessity implies a relation to something else, right? If the universe exists, then you can say God exists necessarily because we exist and we had to be created by a God for whatever XYZ bullshit reasons. Therefore, God must exist. It's a modus ponens. But if God is the only thing that exists in some state of affairs, then in that state of affairs, he wasn't necessary. He was random. No different than any other brute fact.
No, like things aren't necessary based upon their relation to other things. Things are necessary if and only if they exist in all possible worlds. It can be the only thing in existence, but as long as it exists in all possible worlds,
God could randomly exist in all possible worlds. It doesn't have to be the case that he exists in all possible worlds. Like, he doesn't have to exist in all possible worlds. He just does, or maybe he doesn't. We don't know, because we don't know all possible worlds.
Will Smith is correct here in possible world semantics. If there's any like variable, like a randomness thing or whatever, then the possible worlds would necessarily take up all of the possible randomnesses. So there couldn't be like, it couldn't just happen like all dices roll sixes, because in possible worlds it means every possible option did in fact happen. And so if there's a randomness variable, all of the things that could randomly occur must have always occurred, or must have occurred at least in one possible world. So his definition of God as a thing that exists in all possible worlds couldn't be random in that context. But again, he's presented no positive evidence of God. He's just said, known physical stuff can't do X. Okay, why should we think a God exists and can do X?
I'll explain, because wherever this X is, it must be something that doesn't change. For if it did change, it would be within time. For time measures change.
I agree with that. None of that indicates a God. There's no positive evidence a God cannot change.
And there's no logical contradiction in the infinite regress of things that change.
I would disagree. Many people would as well.
None of the consensus in physics, but get to the positive evidence that God must necessarily exist.
Yeah, I mean, from this point, it's pretty much inductive. It's pretty much these people from like however many millennia ago, living in the sand, just so happen to bring up qualities of a entity, and specifically a mental being, the kind of thing that could conditionally bring about change, even though it's necessary, and happen to be unchanging, even though they had no knowledge of like modal logic and basically like something that they believed in back when they didn't have the tools to investigate.
Will,
now
don't. Well, I mean, when you're asking questions about what that the lines of thinking of people of antiquity. Put yourself in their sandals. Okay, when you look at it, the conclusions you have to draw are only from what you can observe, right?
Yeah, of course.
So they're trying to explain things and trying to understand things given the level of technology, the level of understanding about reality. I mean, we're talking about groups of people that weren't even aware that there was any more land on the planet than the areas that they currently occupied. So we have to look at the limitation of what they had and what they were working. So look at that framework and look at how many conclusions you can draw from within that very, very tiny ignorant framework. So there are things going on. There's phenomena going on. There's volcanoes, and there's earthquakes, and lightning, and then there's tsunamis, and then like children die in childbirth, or evil people never get punished, and you're trying to find explanations that make these things rational and make them line up and be like, these occur. What's the purpose of this? It seems to have no purpose, but there must be a purpose because it happened. And so you try to come up with things in your very, very tiny little worldview about why these things happen. So, and then, God, coming up with gods is not so impossible, or coming up with something extraneous to human beings that in some way comports with what is observed about reality. You're talking about like 2,000 years ago, 25, 3,000, even 100,000 years ago when it was just anima. When it was just animism, like human beings looking at each other, and animals, like what animates them, what makes them get up and go, what makes them move, what gives them feelings. Then you're going to ask questions like, well, it's nothing I can see, it's nothing I can touch, and apparently it goes away when I die, and for some reason it just pops up and it's there when I'm alive. So where does it come from? And you posit questions because you have no knowledge of anatomy, you have no knowledge of physics, you have no knowledge of chemistry. So you come up with whatever you can, and for depending upon your culture, it was wildly different depending upon where those people were. We know now that there is not a dragon that exists underneath Mount Fuji that makes it rumble when it is angry. So
this is a bit of a problem. I mean, I like these arguments take steps. A lot of arguments, because existence take a lot more steps than mine do, or the mind does. It's only about 2 steps or 3. You brought up a lot of moral criticisms of God. Yeah, I also believe that God's actions, to my perspective, is seriously messed up. Like I see death, despair, Ukraine and like Russia, and many sort of like wars even before my existence, and I can't possibly justify, from my own perspective, based on what I know, that this is okay. But
really quickly, because you just said that God is an acting, thinking agent. He can't be the unmoved mover. He's in motion as well. He experiences change.
He experiences what?
He experiences change. And thus he's temporal. He's an acting, thinking agent. If he's conscious,
exactly, yeah. He thinks.
So your initial argument doesn't even get us to your God, because your God wouldn't fulfill the conclusion of your argument.
That isn't exactly the case, because this is known as simultaneous causation. If you've seen some of William Lane Craig, which is almost inevitable, he does talk about this a little bit. So what happens is you have God existing timelessly. God makes a decision to bring the universe into existence, and therefore time as well. The instant
so God exists in a changeless state, and then he just suddenly changes for no apparent reason.
Yeah, as in the state is changeless because God has yet to make a change. It isn't like there's something confining him. It's just defined as changes because no change is taking place. So then God will
God
the universe
wasn't thinking.
No. He
wasn't even conscious.
He was, but the thing is,
consciousness is non-quiescent. It can't be changeless.
Not exactly. God's first.
Consciousness is literally defined as the ongoing interactions of a mind, thought processes.
I understand.
Sequence.
Yeah.
So if you're going to posit to me that a God exists who possesses a mind, but not in any way that's comparable to any mind that we've ever observed or experienced, then I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You might as well be trying to talk to me about a triangle that doesn't have 3 corners.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. But the thing is, it doesn't make logical sense, and here's why. As I said before, time and state, God wills the universe to come into existence with his mind, because that's all there is.
Transitions from the state of affairs, where he didn't create the universe, to where he did create the universe, so he changed.
Yeah, exactly. The reason why that state was changed just is because God didn't change anything. We can think about it this way. His first thought was to will the universe into existence. Because God willed
So then
the
he
universe
wasn't
into
thinking.
existence. No. He look.
So how could you even
At time
identify his
T0,
existence?
look, I understand how this is difficult to understand, but you have to let me at least finish, all right? So at time T0, God exists changelessly. At time T1,
What
he
sense
will
does it make to say that something exists for no amount of time?
something to exist for no amount of time. No. God would have existed probably for an infinite
What does it
amount
mean
of
to
time.
exist?
For something to exist is for something to obtain.
To obtain, what is he obtaining?
He himself obtains. It's an ontological state of existence. He is real, rather than something that
You just
isn't
said the
in the
same
actual
thing
world.
twice. He exists
Okay,
because he exists. I'm asking what it means.
he's in the
What are you
actual world.
describing about something when you say that it exists?
It obtains in the actual world. That's a modal definition of it.
Well, what's the
So
actual
anyway.
world? Because in our apparent physical reality, he doesn't appear to exist.
Yeah,
and even
but
per your own argument, he exists outside of that, whatever the fuck that means, prepositionally speaking.
Well, a great response to that would be one that Kant would give. He would say that your perception of the world and reality is not the complete set of things that actually exists. You perceive.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. But the point is that your argument is relying on definitions that don't corroborate our experiences. So you're just changing the meanings of a particular word. Whenever I say something else exists, like a rock or a planet or a sun or whatever, those things exist. That means they're made of something, they take up some amount of space, and they move through a temporal realm. They change. Right? They have the capacity to alter states or to be affected.
Like I said before,
there's a relationship there. With your God, there's none of that. Your God shares nothing in common with anything else that exists.
His mental state
it's completely
changed.
dissimilar.
No. His mental state did change.
Okay, but the point is that he didn't even have a mental state prior to his willing the universe into existence. There's no state of mentality because he's non-conscious. He was
conscious, but his first thought.
That doesn't make any sense to say that he was conscious, and he didn't have any thoughts prior to creating the universe.
No, look, everyone has.
Effectively, you're saying that God came into existence at the same time the universe did.
No. I'm saying there is no point in time
rules
God
out
came
that he
into
has
existence.
a plan. Which also rules out that he has a plan. If he didn't think about creating the universe before creating the universe, he can't have a plan for the universe that he is about to create.
Not necessarily, because God first didn't come in.
Yes, necessarily.
Okay, well, let me actually give a reply rather than just talking between yourselves. Okay, so God never came into existence. He would exist constantly, the same way numbers exist constantly.
That's not what I said.
They don't exist.
That is not what I said. You said he didn't have thoughts. You said he didn't have thoughts before he created the universe. That means, by definition, that he didn't have a plan for the universe that he was going to create.
God wouldn't need to construct a plan because he would be all-knowing. He would know exactly what he would need to do.
He couldn't create a plan, and he couldn't be all-knowing if he didn't have thoughts. So he knew nothing until he created the universe.
No. Well, that's legit. That's legitimately what you just said is you're contradicting yourself. Like consciousness in and of itself, the possession of knowledge, the possession of thoughts, like Xerxes was saying, consciousness is not quiescent. Okay. So that's the point. What you're essentially doing is you're redefining, or you're special pleading God out of the circumstances that we understand. You're basically saying that a completely different set of circumstances apply to God that don't apply to us. And you can special plead that all you want, but that you're legitimately saying that God had knowledge, and then God had knowledge, God had omniscient knowledge, infallible omniscient knowledge, before it ever had a thought. And that doesn't make any sense, because with the first thought, in your way you're saying, in its first thought, everything was created, but it did not think anything, yet possessed all knowledge.
Okay,
so that couldn't be, because you can't have knowledge without thought processes.
Even if Will, you could come up with some weird argument to try and make this work. All you're going to do is wind up using two different definitions of the word exist. So when you say that we exist, or that the universe exists, or that other objects exist, you're describing something differently about them than you are when you say God exists, and the word doesn't have the same meaning.
Well,
but when we say does a God exist, we're using the same definition for the word existence as we would be if we asked, do minotaurs exist, or is there a planet with life out there that exists, another planet out there that exists with intelligent life? We mean the same thing when we say exist.
Yeah,
we have a comparable reference.
Yeah, there is only one definition of existence, which is that
Apparently not,
obtains
because
in
the way in which your God exists does not possess a referent to the way in which we perceive anything else existing.
Well, okay, how exactly?
Well, because your God is simultaneously changeless and he can change. He's simultaneously present and non-present. He simultaneously occupies space and doesn't. These are all just logical contradictions that don't make any sense. I mean, you're arguing that your God is a stick that only has one end.
Okay, so
and he's a thinking agent without having thoughts.
He is okay. So you didn't actually let me finish my explanation. It is very brief. All it is that at time t0, God is existing changelessly, and then at time t1 is his first thought. His first thought is within time, for it's in time t1. That's how you can have a changeless being make a change.
Your argument is that God is literally just a mind, that he's not made of any kind of physical material. So his only real definable characteristic is his mind, which doesn't exist if he's not thinking. You can't argue that a mind is there if it doesn't think. Like, the definition of a mind is a conscious will,
meditation,
which he didn't possess prior to his simultaneous decision to create the universe at the moment the universe was created, which at that point, all you're really arguing is that the universe came into existence and that God was there, but you can't really argue for any sort of facilitating relationship between the two.
I can is that this unembodied mind.
No, there's no chronological priority.
State. Yeah, because chronology started with the effect.
What was God affecting?
Not the cause.
What was God affecting?
No, it isn't. Like, I'm not saying God affected something. I'm saying God willed the universe into existence, and the universe obtained. The universe obtaining was the effect. God willing the universe into existence was the cause. God.
Yeah, but you have a changeless quiescent state, devoid of any potential, and then God just suddenly thinks for some random reason, and that somehow facilitates the existence of all physical reality.
Here's the crux of it, Will, and what it's going to come down to is, like, even if you said like God is a mind that didn't have any thoughts but possessed all knowledge, and then all of a sudden it thought, and then everything was created. Okay, that's a change that it made.
Yeah,
the changeless thing made a change. Why did it decide to do that change?
Because that was its desire.
Okay, it would have to recognize its own desire in order to enact that change, which would be a thought. But that posits a thought before the first thought.
No,
he couldn't have desired anything if he didn't think.
You desire something and then you do it.
Okay. So to answer that, from time t0, God desired to do nothing. That was his his state of mind. He desired to do nothing. And then at time t1,
basically what you're saying is that you're positing a God, and every single time someone comes up and has an objection to your definition of God, you're changing the definition. I don't think that's entirely honest.
And ultimately,
reasonable, because whenever you have a theory and someone brings up evidence, you ought to change it to make sure that it withstands it.
Yeah, but so ultimately,
no. You have to come up with a theory.
Ultimately, this is where we're really, Peter. Ultimately, we're really just going around in circles. It keeps going around to the contradiction that you have, and then you keep trying to push God around the logical entailments of what that is. Either you're special pleading it or trying to do that. But we are just going around in circles. Ultimately, this comes down to it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis, which still only gets you to deism and doesn't get you to a particular God. So, and I think we've addressed this as much as we can for the sake of the other people that we have in the audience. We do need to have to move on to somebody else, because at this point, you haven't. At this point, Will hasn't presented any evidence to support why this thing exists or even why it's necessary. So,
this is logical.
What I was trying to point out, Will, is that you're constantly moving the goalpost, and there's no way of having an honest conversation if that is what you're doing. If every single time we point out that there's a flaw in your hypothesis because it's far from being a theory, every time we point that out, you change things around. That's not how this works. Come up with a working model and then present it without having to change everything every single time we come up with a flaw in your model.
The thing is, I had my understanding of how God would have brought the universe into existence before this conversation. You brought up some very good points. Each time you brought up a point, I changed my theory so that it would maintain its, what I believe, which is that some unembodied mind brought things into existence. And then, okay, so if you're not exactly satisfied with the fact that I keep changing things, you should go off my most recent modification, the same way someone who makes code and has to sort out bugs, the best version.
Yeah, that's
of
what
the
your
software
worldview has
most
is bugs.
Yeah. And
your worldview has bugs, and
I
it's
changed
constantly
it.
collapsing in on itself.
Okay, then this is what you should believe. An unembodied mind had the desire to do nothing, the same way a Buddhist monk meditates and desires to do nothing.
Why should I
Desires
believe
to
that
have
an
no
unembodied mind is possible?
An unembodied mind, well, because there isn't any logical contradiction in it.
I have one serious question.
Define a mind.
How do you know? How do you know
brain?
God's
Hang on a second.
mind?
Hey, guy,
Wait. If I defined a mind, as the emergent property of a physical brain, then it would be a logical contradiction.
Okay, well,
and all the evidence I have available to me presently defines a mind. Leads me to the logical conclusion that a mind is that which is the emergent property of a physical brain.
There are immaterial aspects to the mind. There's qualia, which is sense data. We have no way of actually showing that as a physical thing. We have memories.
I'm still curious. How do you know God's mind? How do you know what he did or did not think? Where did you get this knowledge from?
I get this knowledge from rubbing a crystal ball. In fact, no, I'm kidding. I literally just look at all of the options, and then any option that is fails logically or because of science, I just cut away. So far, the only thing that is remaining is that a mind from eternity chose to do nothing, the same way millions of Buddhists meditate and choose to do nothing.
We can cut that away as well, because every single mind we're aware of is reliant on a brain and is reliant on a body. We don't know any disembodied minds.
You also run into the logical contradiction. Will, you also run into the logical contradiction of omniscience. Because the problem with omniscience is that if you're saying that God is a mind and God is conscious, God is a mind, and God can make choices after it made its first thought, which is the point of creation, then God can make choices after that, or God can have thoughts after that. The problem is that if God is omniscient, God can't change its mind, because changing one's mind when there's a mind, changing one's mind entails changing one's position on a thing, or changing, one's outlook based upon new information. So you have your set amount of information, you receive new information, and then you change your position on it, just like we've been doing in this conversation. The problem is God can't do that. God can't change its mind, because God possesses all knowledge. So if God infallibly knows everything via omniscience, then God would never change its mind. God is just this static mind card traveling down a track that doesn't ever do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
So then that God can't do anything, that God doesn't make choices, that God doesn't it's all.
He does make choices. It's just that his choices are based upon total knowledge.
But it can't make choices because it already knows what the next thing is already going to be, truthfully. And of all the possibility of all true propositions, including the actions of God, it knows what to, because if I have 10 possible choices to make and all of them are true propositions, 9 of them are false, because I already know infallibly what the one I'm going to choose is.
Yeah.
So that means that the other 9 are not true propositions; they're false propositions. They're logically consistent, but they're false because they're not the one I'm going to choose. Which means if God omnisciently knows what true propositions are, it has no choice but to follow through with what it already knows is true.
No, okay, so God.
A way of explaining that is just to say that God is following a script.
That God's following a script.
The thing is, like, a proposition isn't true or false until it comes into the actual world or does not come into the actual world. God would know what he would do. For example, assuming
then God is not omniscient.
No, how?
You just said God. Then God wouldn't know.
God would know what? I mean, I
no,
don't.
You said God wouldn't know, but God does know because God knows omnisciently.
No, okay. I'm saying this. God knows all possibilities, and He knows what He would do in that situation. The same way you would know what you would do in a hypothetical situation. And then once He gets to isn't it even that once He gets to that, He just knows what He would do, so He just does it. The same way.
No, it's not that He knows what I would. He knows what I would do, which entails that He knows my actions before I do them.
No. I mean, He knows what He would do. So if I was God, I know that.
No, if God is omniscient, He knows all possibilities, but He also knows every single final outcome.
Yeah.
So there's no way of changing anything.
So if God knows all possible final outcomes.
Yes.
Okay, so of all the realm of all true propositions, and of all choices that are logically logical, then any choice that is made becomes the true proposition. All the other ones become false because they didn't happen. So if God knows all true propositions, then God knows the outcomes of all actions, including God's own actions. And if God knows the outcomes of all actions, then everything becomes irrelevant because it only matters because God already knows the ending. Which means everything is predetermined. It's all running off a script, and God can't change anything.
And a script that God Himself wouldn't be responsible for because He's merely just aware of it, and therefore everything that happens is necessary.
It wouldn't be necessary because God's choices are based upon.
God doesn't have choices. This is the problem, Will. Your God can't have choices by virtue of His own characteristics.
Look.
The logical entailment of its attributes defeat it.
Not exactly.
And maybe I can help. I can help and put up an analogy that helps you, Will. To God, reality is a movie that He has already seen. He can watch it over and over again. It will still be the same movie. There's nothing that can be changed because in His knowledge, it already happened. So we're in this movie. We don't have free will. God doesn't have free will. Everything just happens, and no one can make a change in order to make things different.
Yeah.
Because if it could, it would not be omniscient.
It also defeats the necessity of prayer because it also defeats prayer because you wouldn't need to pray to this thing because it's already all set.
Okay, well, it's more like a versus battle, but it's a versus battle between all conscious entities, and God knows exactly what would happen between all of them. Like, for example, God would know what I would choose in any given situation. So He knows what I will do.
You get that wrong. God knows what will happen. You get that wrong. God knows what will happen, not what would happen. To Him, it already happened.
He knows all the things. He omnisciently knows all the things that could happen, and He also knows what will happen.
So kind of borders into deep period of time wherein all things just exist simultaneously. So then there's no even in this what's the word I'm looking for? This there's a word I can't think of off the top of my head, but in this system where you have an omniscient God, a God that's capable of knowing all things simultaneously, all true propositions simultaneously, these propositions would also all have to be true simultaneously in order for God to know them all at the same time. And if God knows them all at the same time, then this universe is running off of some predetermined program that God isn't in control of because it just happens to be the case that He exists within this reality and that He knows these things, and He never made the choice to know these things, and He never made the choice to exist. He just does. And everything that happens consequently to that just does happen. And God isn't responsible for administering or otherwise initiating those outcomes. He's just kind of a bystander watching it all happen simultaneously.
Okay, so here's the error in that. If I have two options, A or B, let's say God knows that I will do A, and I'm looking at what should I do, A or B? There is no logical contradiction in me choosing B, because if I would choose B, then God's knowledge would have been that I would choose B. And
that made no sense. If God knows that you're going to choose A, if the proposition is that God knows you will choose A, then you can't do anything but choose A.
You can't choose B. B is no longer an option.
One second.
It isn't even it's the illusion of a possibility. It's not a real possibility.
It is a logical contradiction. So if God knows you will choose A, and knowledge is a justified
and then I choose
true
B
belief.
is a contradiction. I understand, but the thing is, God's knowledge doesn't confine what I do. What I do.
If God is omniscient, it does. If God is omniscient,
it does confine what you. It does what confine what you do, because it takes away your possibility to choose anything else than the final outcome that God already knows. You have no choice.
But it's the other way around. It's the other way around. What I would do. No, look. If I
it's
would
the other way around, then God is not omniscient. Then God has to respond to your choices, which makes you more powerful than God, because now God has no control over what you are going to do.
Okay.
But like, that's my exact point. Like, if I would choose A, then God's knowledge would be that in the situation I would choose A. If I would choose B, God's knowledge would be that in the situation He would choose B. Whatever I would choose, He would know.
That can't be if God knows the final outcome. If God knows the final outcome of what you are going to choose, you have no choice.
And God's knowledge is based upon my choice.
No. God's knowledge is not based upon your choice. If God is omniscient, He knows the final outcome.
And the final outcome is my choice.
Your choice.
We need to move on to our next audience member pretty soon. So let's keep this down to about 30 seconds to a minute and get this wrapped up.
Whatever you do is going to be the consequence of some predetermined script that God is just merely aware of. It's not that He's personally influencing your behaviors, but the fact that He has the capacity to know what everything is, or what everything's going to be, it means that all those propositions are already true. That there's some extant force that has already dictated every course of the universe. You have an illusion of choice. That doesn't mean you actually did anything there. You are just following a script the same way God is, and it appears to be the case that you're making the choice in the moment.
No,
just
but
because your knowledge is limited on the fact.
Are literally the storyline. My choices are the storyline, and God knows the script.
Does God know what you will choose?
Yes, He knows what I will choose, but His knowledge of what I will choose is based upon me.
So God knows all the choices you will make.
Yes,
before you make them.
Yes, but that doesn't confine me. It's purely based on what I choose. Whatever I choose is
that's not the way that works.
No.
That's will. That is contradictory. Will, that is contradictory. If God knows what you're going to choose, that's the choice that you're going to make. You cannot make another choice.
Yeah, but
you can't have a last-minute change of mind and choose something differently.
If I have an apple and an orange, and I have a choice between the two, and God knows infallibly that I will choose apple, that is the same as saying I cannot choose orange.
Yeah, but the thing is, God's foreknowledge could have been different, because my choice could have been different.
And you shift the goalposts again.
That isn't shifting the goalposts.
Been different.
That is
moving. Everything that happens is a matter of necessity at that point.
No, it's called the evolution of a theory. If you make an objection to what I've said, and it's a good objection,
called the evolution of a theory. It's called moving the goalposts.
It's not fallacious.
It's moving the goalposts. It's not the evolution of a theory.
We can move on.
Look, Darwin's original theory of evolution. I know this is a poor choice of words, but Darwin's original theory
has nothing to do with your capacity to make choices.
Okay, 30 seconds have passed. We appreciate you coming up. You have an awesome day. We're going to go ahead and pull up the next guest. Thank you for coming up here and talking with us. NikO has been waiting for a really, really long time, so I just invited you up. Feel free to begin.
Oh yeah. Hey, so this is. I see the title, but I don't.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, NikO. Can you turn up your volume or speak closer to your mic? It's your voice is very faint.
Oh, can you guys hear me better now?
A little bit, yes.
Oh, okay, so I don't think I can convince you guys, but I'm just here to discuss. So,
well, start off with what do you believe? Are you a Christian, Muslim? Are you particular denomination?
Oh no! I used to be atheist. Now I'm just confused, I guess. So.
Okay, so we need to get some clarity here. Do you believe in a god, a goddess, or a bunch of them, or do you not believe in any?
I think a god is more likely.
Okay, so you lean toward the possibility of a god existing. And can you tell us a bit about this god?
Okay, so
Yeah, or maybe more precise, can you express what caused your doubt?
Actually, we're going to go with the first question. Peter, he was just about to explain about his deity. We'll just listen to that first.
Okay, so basically, I think in reality, consciousness is a thing we can be certain of. And
did you say non-duality? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying like things beside consciousness can't exist. I just think like. So let me just explain. So I think consciousness is the only thing in reality we can be absolutely certain of existing, and I think that would require something like necessarily conscious holding up the thing that we call external world. For example, us being conscious beings, right? So when we don't look at something, for example, let's say a candle. Let's say we light up a candle and go somewhere else, and we come back. Like we're not consciously perceiving that candle, but when we come back, we see it still burning. So like something is controlling that thing. So I think that
God
thing
exists
is
because object permanence.
in a sense, I don't know what that means, but if it's like what I said, but like,
NikO, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If consciousness, like this sounds somewhat like a monistic idea wherein everything is just the product of the consciousness. Like we exist purely as conscious agents, and everything else is just a manifestation of that consciousness. So there is no real physical reality.
Yeah.
What experiment could you conduct to determine whether or not that's the case?
I mean, do we need experiences since like we all know we are conscious?
No. My question is, what experiment can you use to determine that physical reality doesn't exist and it's just merely the product of consciousness?
I mean, I can't do that, right? Because
so what you're faced with here is a principle of underdeterminism, wherein you have no way of determining whether or not physical reality actually exists versus just everything being a product of consciousness.
Wouldn't that be an assumption, thinking like something external to consciousness exists? Like how would you prove something external?
Not any more than it's an assumption that consciousness exists. I mean, if you really want to back this all the way into like hard solipsism, then you could just pretend in your own mind that you're the only thing that exists and everything else is just a figment of your imagination. But you're going to run into some predictive problems with that. We can predict outcomes of our physical reality based on observations and experiences, and oftentimes we can be wrong about those things, which would incline us to assume that physical reality does exist independently of our minds, given the fact that we have been wrong about things in the past and we learn new information about our reality as time moves on. It's not static. So if consciousness was truly responsible for our perception of everything around us, and that those things didn't actually exist independent of our ability to observe them, you wouldn't expect them to change, but they do. They change. Our ability to know things about them changes. So like if I have a box and I don't know what's in the box, right? That doesn't make sense. If everything exists as a product of my consciousness, I should know what's in the box prior to me opening it. But I don't. I have to open it to find out.
That's what I'm saying, that we are not the conscious beings that is controlling the thing we perceive as the external world. It's something more fundamentally conscious, like the necessary.
But why would we even make that assumption to begin with?
Because something has to run the things we see, since our consciousness doesn't affect it.
So why should we assume it's consciousness at all then? If our only observable experience with consciousness, if the only consciousnesses that we can actually interact with and predict don't possess this ability, why should we assume that it's the product of consciousness at all? That just seems like anthropocentrism.
Because we can't be sure about anything else except consciousness. Like, do you think the TV...
I can't be sure about anything else except my own consciousness, right? That's the only thing I can know for certain exists. My own self-awareness, me, I, whatever that is. But the things that I experience extant to that, the fact that I can not know certain things about the properties of those extant objects, that doesn't seem to compute within. If I were to take a compare and contrast list, what would I expect in a world where everything is the product of my consciousness, and what would I expect in a world where there's a physical reality that exists essence of me, and I'm just perceiving that? The particular reality that I'm existing in now tends to have more in common with that latter list.
Okay, so I think like as reality is now, I think if consciousness was the only thing that existed, you see as it is, right? But if things existed external to consciousness, I don't know how you do that because we can't never know things external to consciousness.
Because I can be unaware of facts about my reality.
And I do have a question for you. You mentioned that something has to be running reality. I'm wondering how you come to determine that that's the case, that reality must be run by something, and it's not just a matter of natural processes.
I mean, okay, it could be something natural, but it has to run by something. Like something needs to be like the first cause, in my opinion.
Why?
Because I mean, you guys did say that infinite regress is possible. I don't see how, because if things are
Well, there's no internal contradiction in infinite regress. It's just that things happen in a sequence that's not exactly harmonious to our prescriptive way of thinking about things. But it doesn't necessarily violate any of the conventional laws of logic.
how so? Because like as I'm seeing it now, right? So I think like if there was infinite regress of causes, we wouldn't come to this cause because the causes before us goes infinitely back.
Wait, so in an infinite regress of, let's say, an infinite regress of numbers, does that mean you'd never arrive at 4? Or 5, or 6, or 7, or 8?
I say yes because there's like infinite numbers, like negative numbers before that.
But you would never arrive at 4.
Yeah, in a sense.
So how would you know what 5 was? So
I can count from 1 to 2, despite there being an infinite number of variables in between 1 and 2.
Right.
But the other thing to consider here is that even if we were to operate based on your idea, you wouldn't get out of this infinite trap, because then you would have a conscious agent who exists infinitely and never arrives at the point where it decides to create things extant to itself.
But doesn't the first cause have to be timeless? Since like we know time started to exist.
No, we know we have
time
an
is just the
observable
measurement
point.
of change.
We have an observable point, but we don't know anything beyond that. So essentially, what you're doing is you're doing the same thing that the previous person did. Is that you're applying an answer to something we have no data about. So we have the beginning of observability for our universe. Observability meaning measurability, and and anything beyond that, anything before it, we have scant information. We have enough information to create some really, really strong working hypotheses as to what could possibly be there, but it doesn't indicate any one particular thing, definitely. That's why we have no theories. It's like a lot of hypotheses. So eventually, you're saying, so okay, it looks like this, and you're taking what we have to work with, which is everything that we can currently observe, and you're applying what we know about this to something beyond what we currently know, which is the best that we can do. Yeah, but it's still hypothetical, and it doesn't, and there's no necessity to say it must be a god.
In short, we don't know that time had a beginning because there's stuff, as J.L. Warren is saying, we don't have access to. And I think that there's a common mistake people make, largely because of the way it gets presented in science fiction, is that somehow time can be traversed bidirectionally, just like each of our X, Y, Z in our three-dimensional space. I don't see time that way myself. To me, time is just something that we observe the passage of by noticing change. And so I don't see that time is something that starts and stops and begins and ends. It's just an emergent property of reality.
I would disagree with most of what you guys said there. Time had a beginning at the Big Bang. Time is a specific field. Space-time field. It's one kind of a field, and that specific field had a beginning at the Big Bang. But there could be other fields that facilitate change that aren't time. Time is just one kind of a field.
But it also
Space-time,
asks the
maybe,
question.
but if I was just to use the word time in a colloquial sense, I would literally just be referring to the measurement of change. So if there's any sequence or progress or transition from states of affairs, then that would be time.
That's how I'm looking at it too. Yeah.
It's also it also asks the question: if God knew all this, if God existed and God knew all this and knew it like mechanistically and all the finer nuances of it, why couldn't it convey this information to human beings? Right from the get-go, so there wasn't all these problematic explanations that try to go into it, and we didn't have to rely on breaking reality to try and justify these things.
Okay, I don't think like God necessarily has to be omniscient. I just think
No, I'm just saying if God exists and if this thing exists and it conveys information to us, why can't it do it in a coherent way?
What? I don't think that had anything to do with his argument. So his argument
No,
was
I'm going one step further, TJump. That's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm taking it one step further. It's all I'm doing. So what I'm basically saying is that if we're looking at the entailments that this thing exists and this thing has just basic knowledge, not omniscient, I didn't even say omniscient, I just said basic knowledge, then it should be able to communicate in a particular way and communicate information effectively and efficiently, but it doesn't do that. So I still, we keep pushing back on this whole the whole God concept.
I never said that it has to do that. I mean, it's not. I never said it's good. I think doing that would be good, I guess. So I didn't say this God has to be good. It's just a conscious fundamental thing.
Then it pushes it to deism, and then it pushes it to deism. It's unfalsifiable. It doesn't get you to any particular God, just a sufficiently powerful enough one.
I never said that, bro.
If they show deism, they win. That's the whole point. I don't know why you keep saying it shows deism. That's just admitting that they're right, essentially. His argument was that consciousness, there needs to be some fundamental consciousness. I don't see any reason why that's the case. So yes, our consciousness exists. So consciousness is the most fundamental thing we can know exists, but we don't know what creates it. We have no reason to believe consciousness is itself a fundamental essence that isn't created by other things. Could it be? Sure. Might it not be? Yes. So why should we think that there's consciousness is fundamental in any way?
Just by the first statement, that's the only thing we can be certain of. Anything else you propose,
we know it exists. We know consciousness exists, but it could be made of other stuff.
It could be, but what is the other stuff?
Don't know, but there's no evidence it's not, so you can't assume it isn't.
I mean, inductively, I know this thing exists, right? I don't know if some other thing exists. So inductively, the most fundamental thing would be something I know exists for sure.
No. I know an apple exists. I don't know what apples are made of. Therefore, apples are fundamental. No.
No. I didn't say I don't know what apples are made of. If apples were the only. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, if apples are the only thing I can be certain of existing, I shouldn't assume something other than apples are going to be fundamental.
Sure you can. You don't have any reason to believe the apple is fundamental. No reason has been presented to say the apple is fundamental just because you know it exists. So we know consciousness exists. Great. Is that evidence that consciousness is fundamental? No.
I mean, I think you do have a point there. I'm not going to argue against that. But it was, I don't have a point against that. It was a nice conversation. You guys, I guess, win. And yeah, thank you for this. I'll go back to the audience.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming up. I see Aquila in the audience. Aquila, I'm sure, is going to convince all of us that a God exists. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm a Catholic and I have to be true to my paradigm, so I can't actually convince you that God exists, but I can question your beliefs, if that's acceptable.
You can try. I don't are you talking about beliefs in deities? Because I don't have any in this department.
Everyone has beliefs, not necessarily in deities.
Sure, but we're talking about trying to convince us that a goddess or a god exists, a deity exists. So if you want to talk about other beliefs, we're going to have to understand how they're relevant to the conversation.
Okay, well, it seems, I mean, to me, there's at least three choices of what could be classified as necessary or, believable being. and that would be a collection of necessary beings, which you would call the universe, the world, or multiverses, or whatever it is. The self in some sort of solipsistic belief system, or an non-finite or infinite being that's outside of time and it isn't in place. It's not finite in any particular sense. At least three, there's maybe more. And believing that you're the only thing that exists, as solipsists do, it's not very appealing. The universe one's more tangible and acceptable in many ways, and the one in God is more appealing if it's true. That's my perspective. And so I'd question, what is your belief? Do you believe that you exist and nothing else, or the universe is and you're part of it and that exists necessarily, or that God exists?
I wanted to pick up on something you said there. You said the God belief is more compelling if it's true. Well, no, it's more compelling for most people, even if it's false, because the fact that people believe something doesn't make it true. The fact that it's true doesn't make it compelling. Compellingness has nothing to do with truth. So why should we think that it's true?
Well, the thing is, like, in making this choice, and I think in some way, people are free to make this choice, like, believe they're the only thing, the universe is the only thing, God is the most important thing, and all the other things are true, yourself and the universe included. Those choices come with certain consequences and biases to the choice. Like, if you were to believe in God, and on top of just God existing, that he became incarnate and revealed himself and established a church and established a means to accessing him, and stated there's consequences for not reaching him. Like, what's tied up with taking that belief, there's costs. And as a Catholic, I can tell you.
Can you clarify one thing for me? Did you say make a choice to believe that God exists, because you cannot choose what you believe?
I think I can. I mean, like, I've certainly at times in my life when I was
Can you choose this very moment, for instance, to believe in the great Juju on the mountain as the creator of all things? Can you be convinced that that is the case? Can you believe that right now?
I could, but it would come at a cost, and it would come at a mental cost. It would come at a sense of.
How could you do that?
I could literally adopt the belief, but what I would be sacrificing is my current beliefs, as well as some semblance of mental dignity. It's like I'm just going to arbitrarily believe in some nonsense on top of a mountain. I could choose to do that.
Maybe it's just me, but I couldn't believe something that I'm not convinced of is real.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I really care about the choices thing. Like, why should we choose to believe God is real? Like, I usually choose to believe things that have evidence. Do we have any evidence?
Well, I mean, if you're asking evidence is only really, I guess, in terms of the senses. Like, to me anyway, like, what I would accept as what I would term evidence would be things that I can either see, touch, taste, or put under a microscope, or see through a telescope, or that kind of thing, because my background is scientific. And for the option of an infinite being, that's not subject to the senses. And so I'm not going to argue evidence for God. You can say, like, some sort of deductive or inductive or abductive kind of arguments, but ultimately they're not going to arrive to the kind of evidence which we have of, say, the moons of Jupiter and the number of them.
Okay, so I want to know, why should we believe this thing is more than just a figment of people's imagination? Do we have any reason to believe God is more than just something people made up in their imagination?
And does your God interact with the real world, yes or no? Because if that's the case, then that changes things.
No. Okay, so no, my God is what's the term for it? It's unchanging. That means that
immutable?
he doesn't even watch the world. He just causes the world. So his omniscience is of the type as cause, not passive knowledge, where he's learning anything from it.
Okay, so go back to my question. Why should we think that your God is anything more than a figment of your imagination?
Well, it's an option that's on the table. And why should you? I guess that's something which, true to my paradigm, I can only make the proposition that he exists, that he became incarnate, that he's Trinity, that he's offering to actually give you a participation in his type of existence and his type of knowledge. For you to actually hold that as a true proposition, in my paradigm, God has to give that to you.
When you say he's Trinity, are you
let him finish.
Let him finish. God?
Yeah, in my paradigm, my paradigm, it's nothing that comes out of the senses. It's nothing that comes out of our logical constructions.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious because you said he's Trinity.
Peter, I asked him a question. I wanted to let him finish the answer to the question.
It's a being so different
it?
to us that the only way that we actually get to certainty about him is from his self-communication. That is, to impart something of his knowledge, his love, or his will to you. And so, like I said, I can give you the proposition, and I don't see any reason why you would hold that as true, unless he moved you to hold it as true, which I would call grace. But there are obstacles to grace.
So the reason we should think this isn't just a figment of your imagination is because you had a feeling in your imagination.
No, but then I would ask you, why would you believe the universe is true and it's not just a figment of your imagination?
Novel testable
Why do you think I exist?
Novel testable predictions.
Pardon?
Novel testable predictions.
Oh, well, it just means I could just counter your subconscious is very, very ordered, obsessive, and consistent, and your memory is faulty, so that what you would perceive as predictable outcomes and consistency may just be a fault in your memory.
Right, that we could be mistaken, so it doesn't give us 100% certainty, but we need some way to differentiate imagination from reality. The ability to predict the future is something that our imagination is very bad at, and so if we have a model that can predict the future, that's a good reason to think it's more than our imagination. Novel prediction gives us that. Your model seems to be, you got a feeling, and your powerful feeling is the way to confirm that it wasn't just a feeling.
Well, this is why I say the universe being the necessary reality is more tangible and in many ways more acceptable. But this is why I want to question.
A completely different question? Can I ask you a completely different question?
I did want, yes, but I want to get around to questioning why you believe what you believe. Go ahead.
Well, it's not really the purpose of the stage, to be honest.
You're proposing a God that doesn't interact with this world, and you want to convince us that God exists, which to me is the equivalent of you saying there's a blue rock with a white dot on Venus. Can you please believe that exists? How is that going to impact my life? It's not going to help anything. It doesn't do anything. So why would I even choose to believe that your God exists if there are no benefits, doesn't interact, can't change anything, doesn't listen to prayer? What does your God do for you?
Okay, well, in terms of interaction, it's I wouldn't say no. He doesn't gain anything from it. He has a unchanging perfection, and there's nothing he can learn from it because he's actually causing it. So whatever exists is because he already knows it.
What he got out of it.
Yeah.
I didn't ask what he got out of it. I asked what you got out of it. If it doesn't interact with you, doesn't do anything.
What I get out of it is that the pursuits of something like being the center of my universe is kind of appealing in a narcissistic kind of way, but ultimately dissatisfying. And it relies heavily on self-deception, not self-knowledge. And so practices like meditation, practices like self-reflection, to actually hold that I am the center would require me to have complete disinterest in myself, because the more you reflect on yourself, the more dissatisfying you are. You realize that you are to yourself. And the world itself, yes, it's very appealing. I have gone through, in my youth, hedonistic phases, and these reach a point of exhaustion as well. It's only so many times you can do something, and it's ultimately dissatisfying as well. But
Moderation
what I
is
find
key.
appealing in God is that He's not finite, and it's not subject to the exhaustion of the senses, but rather an infinite being. So infinitely satisfying.
But he doesn't. He doesn't do anything for you. So what's the appeal?
Well, He does. He offers to share His own type of life and knowledge and love with me.
But you said it
and
didn't.
that's something.
He didn't interact.
How does he do that?
Sorry, how does he do that? The same way. Yeah, He doesn't interact. So, like my praying to Him, He doesn't. In a very in a certain sense, He doesn't hear my prayers. Only metaphorically, He hears my prayers. God doesn't. He doesn't hear my prayers. It's like He's impassible.
And He doesn't care.
Perfect and eternal. So why do I pray to Him?
He doesn't care.
Yeah. Oh, He does care, because I wouldn't exist if He didn't care.
Yeah. If He cared,
I couldn't exist unless He was willing me. Yeah. But the reason I pray.
No, if he cared, He would listen to your prayer, and you just said He doesn't.
Yeah, metaphorically He does, but in reality He doesn't. But why do I pray then?
He doesn't.
Why do I pray then?
If in reality He doesn't, then
I would love to finish.
He doesn't care.
I would love to finish what I'm saying.
Peter, you gotta let him finish his deal. Go ahead, Aquila.
The reason I pray is not to change God. He's unchangeable. It's to change myself. And the belief system is centered around God being a good God who wants to bestow something greater than a pile of money, greater than a pile of mountains, greater than a pile of kingdoms, a pile of huge dick and endless sex. It's to impart the greatest possible thing, Himself. But the biggest obstacle to that is me, myself. So when I actually pray, I'm praying to receive this thing, which is disposing myself to actually receive it, because for whatever reason, the way He willed us to be as sentient beings is that we actually get a choice, not a free will choice in the absolute free will sense, but in that every action we take, we have a sense of agency about it, and a sense of our own growth about things is very much tied up to what we want and what we don't want. We don't want to know about ourselves. We remain ignorant of ourselves. We don't want to esteem other people, or we don't want to have regard for people suffering. We don't have compassion. We just don't have it because we don't want it. If we don't want to know God, we don't end up knowing Him.
Okay, good. Do any of those things exist in a world where God doesn't exist?
What things? Like compassion and pity and of course.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, self-reflection, yes, they do, but it's like
what I'm pointing out is you don't need a God for all of that, and you don't even more when that God doesn't care about you in reality, as you pointed out.
He does care. He does care.
No. You said metaphorically. In reality, He doesn't. And all I care about is what someone does or something does in reality.
I think you've mixed up my saying He doesn't hear and equated that with He doesn't care.
You use the word in reality.
Yeah, in reality, he doesn't hear. He's impassible. I mean, He doesn't change.
Exactly.
What He does do is He wills.
In his reality, He doesn't care.
You are equivocating. You are equivocating between hearing and caring.
No. If He cared, He would hear. Because He would make sure that He would hear.
Things. That's true of humans, because if I don't listen to you, I don't know you. And if I don't know you, I can't care about you, or I don't want to know you, or I don't want to care about you. So for us, it's true. If I don't listen to you, it shows I don't care. But the thing with God, he doesn't need to listen to care. In fact, he knows you better than you know yourself. And in this sense of like, if you were a full narcissist and you actually wanted to probe the full depth of what you are to admire it, it's practices like this classical meditation, which is the same in Catholicism, the same in Hinduism, the same in Buddhism, the same in atheism. If you practice meditation, which is you still your body, you're aware of it. Okay, you can feel your pulse going through your legs.
Let me try.
You can feel your leg.
Hang on, guys. Yeah, Peter, hang on a sec. Aquila, let me see if I get this straight. Because you've been going on about this. Are you basically saying that God, are you basically saying that the belief in God is justified because of the physiological and psychological utility of it?
No.
Because that's what I keep getting from this appeal to meditation and prayer. And
No, the meditation. It's like with meditation. I was just going to make a point.
Peter, let him respond, man.
Yeah, the point I was just going to make with meditation is that when you get to that point where you're not trying to think anything, you're just passively observing your thoughts. You can be thinking randomly, like some sort of sensual thing, some boring, mundane thing, and you're just observing your thoughts with a stilled body. What becomes so apparent is that you are not identical to your thoughts. And you have to conclude from that, whatever you think about yourself, that is not identical to yourself. And for a Catholic, this has some sort of import because my concept of myself and my holiness or lack thereof, that concept is not what has to go to heaven. It has to be the actual being myself.
Okay.
When I reflect upon the reality of myself,
Aquila, all of this is predicated on the existence of this being, right?
Well, no. I mean, this is the thing. It's like I can be skeptical whether I even exist because if the holographic universe is real, then whatever I'm experiencing is just a projection of some, 2D surface. And what I feel to be a subjective, I think, therefore I am, is just an illusion. It's not a real being.
But then why believe in God?
Okay, because that's one option. The other option is that universe is real as it appears. Other option is I'm the Descartesian cogito ergo sum, or that God exists. In terms of propositions that are along the way, the reason I believe in God, I can only attribute to God having moved me to accept this proposition as being true. And so it's belief, it's not Gnosticism. It's like I don't know for a fact.
It's an emotional appeal.
No, it isn't. It's
you
an
said
option.
God moved
in terms
you.
Of,
That's an emotional appeal. God moved you to believe in the thing. It's an emotional appeal that provides a psychological or a physiological utility for you, and therefore it's true for you. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true for the world, because just because a feeling or engaging in a physical or engaging in a behavior provides a utility to you doesn't mean that the thing you're appealing to actually exists.
It actually comes at a very great cost to me. So I wouldn't say it's like, and I wouldn't describe it to a feeling either. It's just this sense, which is a feeling, I guess, of certainty.
And also you contradicted yourself. Let me get this out. You contradicted yourself. You're proposing a God that doesn't do anything in reality, that doesn't care in reality. Yet you go to heaven.
I've already corrected this equivocation.
Yet he
couldn't exist unless he cared.
Heaven in reality. That doesn't follow.
But we can exist even if there is no God.
That's one proposition, and I presume that's one that you hold as true.
Well, because there's no evidence to support that that our existence is necessitated by, or requires God to necessitate it. So no. So there's no evidence to support it, to draw this conclusion. And it essentially falls into that realm of hypotheses.
Okay, I understand. I completely understand it. And it's like your position is that you will accept only as true those things which are evidently true to yourself, in some way sensible. And I mean sensible through instrumentation or directly to your own body, like through your own senses, right? Or intermediary through telescopes or microscopes or whatever it is you're doing. But you've made the choice. That's your position. You're not a solipsist. You haven't made that choice by the sounds of it. So I'm going to question your beliefs. Why do you choose the position you hold?
But that's okay. Predominantly based upon the tools that I have to work with, which is the evidence that we have at hand, logical, argumentation, whatever comes along to it. The point is the point of the stage is to express why you believe and why should we believe, which you haven't presented anything. I mean, you've presented something, but it's not sufficient enough to say that this thing actually exists and it warrants belief in it, other than an appeal to emotion, and that it provides some sort of psychological or physiological utility for you, which is fine. It's fine. You can. That's good for you, but it's not a reason. It doesn't justify that this thing. It doesn't say that this thing actually exists. It works for you in a way, and that's fine. But that's as far as we can go.
Yeah, but hold up. But this is why, right from the outset, right from the outset, I came in and I said, I want to ultimately end up questioning what you believe, because everything you said of me,
I said that's not the purpose of the stage.
Okay, so you say like for some emotional reasons, some utility, some psychological, some neurotransmitter, dopamine, whatever. That's why I choose why I'm believing in God and not rejecting that belief in God.
That's all I've gotten from what you've said.
I know, but in terms of me, if I became an atheist, and if I'm a scientist by my background, chemistry. I didn't have the math to become a physicist. Otherwise, I would become a physicist or astrophysicist. So limitation there. But if I chose that, it would also be for emotional reasons, for neurotransmitter satisfaction reasons.
But it's not. But it's not. That's not true, because I'm an atheist because no sufficient evidence or argumentation has been provided to justify the claim. I am an atheist in response to the claim. It's not like I ran around saying there is no God, and then someone said, but there is. No, the claim was made first. There is a God, and then someone said, okay, how do you know this? And it said, well, here's my evidence. It was like, that's not sufficient. I don't accept it. Ipso facto, I'm an atheist.
So your claim now is that you hold only evidentiary things as true, and you choose to only hold evidentiary things as true, even rejecting solipsism, which is also quite reasonable in some way, for reasons which are not just physical reasons, like in terms of your biological systems and your needs. You're saying
I'm saying I have no reason to accept unfalsifiable hypotheses.
Other than
the psychological reasons.
No, Peter, stop. I work with the tools that I have available to me.
Yeah, and you're saying they're not derived out of your psychology whatsoever.
They're derived out of a number of things. Notably, like TJump often posits novel testable predictions, which go a long way. My own reasoning, my reasoning compared to other people's reasonings, and logical expression. And there's a number of things that go into it, none of which get you to a God.
Yeah, I know. But the paradigm you've chosen is just out of emotional reasons: dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, all of that. And if you claim that your choice to accept your paradigm instead of a God paradigm or a solipsist paradigm is for a completely different reason, I'm very interested to know why you think your choice.
Because it's intellectually honest. That's why.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Saying, then God, prove to me.
Peter, hang on. Let Aquila speak. Go ahead, Aquila.
Because you're trying to assert, and you're just asserting as a raving, believer who's just so convinced that the Bible says this, therefore you're going to hell. It's just arbitrary belief. That the evidentiary paradigm you've chosen is in itself absolutely true, and that solipsism is absolutely false, and that deism or belief in God is absolutely false. But you're not stating why your belief system is any different to the other two belief systems I'm talking about.
Which I can point out with the question that I wanted to ask. What other than a God can you point to is real, but we have no evidence for?
Solipsism. Because, see, the paradigm is like, because you're saying evidence, that is through the senses. Evidence
solipsism,
through the senses.
Solipsism isn't a thing, it is a concept.
Yeah.
Which
may actually be true.
Which may actually be
God
true.
exists.
What thing, I'll refine my question. What thing that isn't just a concept, but is an actual thing in reality, can you point to which we have no evidence, but still know that it's real?
Again, you're coming to your paradigm is your standard of what's true is what is accessible to the senses.
Not an answer
And
to
that
my
is
question.
like having someone, this is like if I was an atheist and a Christian, like a Protestant came to me and said, and I made an assertion about the earth being 6 billion years old, and they said, where's that in the Bible? You're saying to me, where's that in the sensory evidence? Or if I was speaking to a solipsist, where is that in my mind?
It's not an answer to my question, because you're still talking about concepts.
Okay, so
what thing that is actually real can you point to for which there is no evidence? And don't go to another concept. Go to an act. So God is something other than God, which you can point to that is real, for which there is no evidence. So God is something other than God.
Sorry, I misheard you.
I'm completely confused.
I misheard you. So what other thing besides God is real for which there is no evidence?
Exactly. And we're not talking about concepts.
Angels.
Well, so I wanted to answer your question earlier where you asked, like, you believe based off of feelings and we believe based off of feelings. Like, technically, yeah. So all of our things that we believe in our brains are a result of chemical interactions. And so, yeah, also feelings. But the difference is that feelings on their own are incredibly unreliable. So we accept feelings plus this other thing. That's feelings that have been filtered out with this methodology that can differentiate imagination from reality. So the feelings that we accept are true, because we don't accept all of our feelings are true. We reject many of our feelings, are the feelings that have been differentiated between imagination and reality. And that's why ours are reasonable feelings and yours are unreasonable feelings, because your method can't differentiate imagination from reality and ours can.
Well, I'd say like the feelings part, if it is feelings or whatever it is that's moving our choices, like to adopt the worldview of solipsism, only the physicalism or materialism, whatever it is, or deism, whatever worldview which you choose, you can get very simplistic people. So you have like these dumb atheists, you have dumb solipsists, and you have dumb Christians.
Sure.
But they're not closed to the scope of being reasonable. And so as a Catholic, I find Protestants extremely distasteful because all they say is like, here in the Bible, and there's one user, I won't name him, he's elderly, he's got a whistly, toothy kind of way of speaking. He just goes on these big rants about the earth only being 6,000 years old. I think you can do the scientific inquiry and integrate it into, I believe God exists. I believe he's the creator of the universe. The universe in itself is very interesting. And the fact that it's so ordered, the Aquinas proofs, I don't consider them proofs. I just consider them as descriptive in some way. Yeah, whatever. The absolute absence of chaos, of true randomness.
Well, that would go against physics.
I know, but I mean,
I'm curious. You just said you have a problem with Protestants pointing things out in the Bible, and you think that is silly, whereas you earlier on pointed something out in the Bible and said that the thing in the Bible was extremely silly. And then you came up with another thing that is pointed out in the Bible, which is angels, and that seems
very
to
generic.
Be true.
You get that specific.
So I'm not really convinced here.
What I'm getting to is that according to the Bible, God interacts with this world. According to you, he doesn't. He doesn't even care in reality.
He does care.
No. According to you, he can't perform a miracle, for instance, because that would be him interacting in real time with reality. That's the part of the Bible that you reject. You reject the fact that God listens to prayer and acts upon it because he cares. You dismissed that. You're dismissing an awful lot in the Bible, and then come up with angels who exist only in the Bible, and you say
stream of accusations. So may as well you're talking to a Protestant.
Yeah, so that wasn't his point.
I'm just pointing out what I've heard.
I've already rejected what your straw man is of me. It's like, so I don't know. You want to repeat it for whatever reason? There's some psychological reason you feel the need to repeat it. I don't know.
So you do not.
One sec. Let me
reject the fact that God interacts with the real world.
Let me clarify his point. So his point is that a Protestant person is unreasonable for accepting something just because they said it was true in the Bible. That, as a reason of justification, is bad, because it doesn't matter whether he accepts certain things in the Bible or not. It's just saying that
what I dislike about Protestants is that they'll take the Bible, some of them, not all of them, some of them will take it so literally that they will take that to the exclusion of any other type of knowledge. And for instance,
like when the Bible says angels exist and then have no evidence for it, but they still claim they exist. Something like that.
Like in the Bible, they add up a chronology and they say the Earth can only be 6,000 years old, and then they come into this ridiculous thing about finding carbon-14 in diamonds.
I agree with you. On that piece. Yeah. But what I'm curious about is, you earlier said that angels exist. The only reason that you know about angels is because they are mentioned in the Bible. There's no other way you could have heard about angels other than from the Bible. So you're doing exactly what the Protestant does, just with different verses. So how are you different from a Protestant?
Okay, so I'm sorry, Aquila.
So can I answer a question instead of just a stream of accusations?
No, I say, Aquila, we got to jump in here for the sake of the individuals we have with their hands up. We have a bunch of people that want to talk. We've been going on this for a minute. We really are just going in circles. So ultimately, I think we've come to an impasse in this, in that we pointed out that there are these personal appeals that you're making, which are fine for you. They don't convince us that that there's a reason to believe that any of these things exist outside of what we currently have. So possibly, if we have more, and we could possibly bring you back up a little bit later, we can try and get around to you. But we got some other people got their hands up.
Could I have a quick sum up, like less than 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead. Take 30 seconds. Say your piece.
Okay, so the motivation to choose one world over another is obviously for some psychological or subjective benefits. The reason not to choose some worldviews is because they do come at greater and greater costs. And I think the one that comes with the greatest costs is to believe in God. And that comes at the cost of so many things like sleeping around, lying for convenience. And these things, I just tell you subjectively, are very unpleasant. And it's also in failing, in wanting to adopt that, and failing and ending up at confession, that's also very unpleasant. So I can fully understand someone who just knows implicitly, if you start believing in God, it comes at an unpleasant cost. But I think in ultimate, it's like love doesn't count costs, and love comes with those. Love actually enjoys those costs because they're expressions of true love. That was my sum up.
Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Aquila.
See ya.
I think what's interesting is Aquila's presenting some values that seem to be consistent with Catholicism, discouraging promiscuity, like sleeping around and things like that. And the issue I have with that is you're saying that those are not enjoyable things, if I understood you correctly. But there are a lot of people who clearly enjoy those things. Otherwise, a lot of people wouldn't be doing them. So if you have one last thing you want to respond to that's fine. I'll give you that.
It's just sometimes the costs that things come at is worth it. And like as an atheist, it's like the amount of work and argumentation and having to justify your position. I imagine that there's a sense of like, if there's a God or if there's a heaven and hell, it's like I'm pretty much tying my ticket to this position, and I can understand it. But for everyone, whatever their belief system is, it does come at a cost. Some out of more love, some out of more of a sense of like being able to look yourself in the mirror. So I think the atheist position is like where you can look at yourself in the mirror better. As a Catholic, I look in the mirror and I say a hypocrite and a sinner. So I don't know. I'm not going to criticize an atheist for being an atheist.
Cool. Appreciate it, bud.
Thank you. Look forward to talking with you again.
Cheers. Take care.
All right. So thank you for coming up, Aquila. We've got Otangelo in the audience. He's had his hand raised a little while. We'll be pulling up Jason next as well. But I saw Otangelo, and so we talked with them, and they were cool with it. So we got Otangelo up. How are you doing today, Otangelo?
I'm fine, thanks. How about you guys?
Pretty good. Hi,
Doing great.
Otangelo. What have you got for us that convinces us that God
I'm
or
blocked by you, Otangelo, so I'm great.
What you got for us today, bud?
I think one of the prime reasons why a creator is a better explanation for our existence rather than not is the fact that besides biology, where there is supposedly a selection mechanism, which is natural selection, there is no natural selection for energies, the fundamental for energies required in the universe to have stable atoms, and neither there is a selection mechanisms for the four fundamental building blocks for life. So if you don't have that selection mechanism, then there is basically an infinite range of possible forces in regards of the four fundamental forces which could be there. And in regards of the four basic molecules, it's the same. You have basically an infinite range of possible molecules which would not be life permitting. But in both cases,
there is a selection mechanism for that, which is called chemistry.
Peter, you got to let him finish, dude. Go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah, so in order to have stable atoms, you need the right four fundamental forces. In order to have the four fundamental building blocks for life, you need also a selection mechanism. So if there is no selection, then the odds to have the right forces in regards of these fundamental forces and the right building blocks in order to have those which are needed in life, they are infinite. So it is very unlikely that no selection mechanism would hit the jackpot to have the right forces and the right building blocks.
How did you how did you calculate that possibility? Or I think you probably meant probability.
Yeah, because the range is infinite. There is no constraint, neither in physics, in regards of the fundamental forces, nor in regards of the possible composition of these building blocks, which are specified and complex. They could be any kind and sort of different.
Okay, so Otangelo,
you're looking at this the wrong way around. What you're basically saying is that we can build something out of Lego for which there are no Lego blocks, and therefore this can't happen. But what we see in this analogy is things that are built out of Lego blocks. So yes,
so
Otangelo,
when you're talking about odds, the odds of a thing happening, we only have a sample size of one. We have one universe, one world in which life that we know, that we understand it, like carbon-based life exists on this earth. So as far as we know, we're only working with a sample size of one. So calculating odds off that, we don't have sufficient information or I said mathematical functions in order to derive odds from a sample size of one. We do know that it happened, and it looks like this. Now, given what we know about reality, we can draw a conclusion that for life to appear on this planet as it looks right now requires a certain circumstance requires like certain parameters be met. But we do not know that if these things were we do know that if things were shifted off differently, life as we currently know it on this planet could not exist. But this does not preclude life existing by some other means. Or some other, because in this infinite realm of possibilities, you can't say that this set of parameters is the only one that could produce life. It's the only one that could produce life that we see, like human life on this planet existing the way it does, carbon-based in the current circuit. But it doesn't say that if the circumstances were different from the onset, that it could exist in some other form. Because once you start changing the fundamental properties of the universe, you're not only funking with, or you're not only screwing around with like gravity or the weak and strong nuclear forces, when you mess with the fundamentals, you change the fundamental structure of chemistry, and human beings are the result of chemistry. Okay, so if you mess with chemistry, then everything functions differently. But that just because it functions differently, because the fundamental forces are different, doesn't mean life wouldn't appear in a wildly different manner. You can't eliminate that possibility. So you're basically looking at what we have and saying this is the only way it could be. In the infinite realm of possibility, this is the only way it could be. So something must have chosen to make it this way. When you haven't eliminated the possibility that it could appear somewhere else and look completely different if the circumstances were different, because you can't say that because we only have a sample size of 1.
Yeah, I could
and also people have come up with pretty good models that describe silicon-based life. So the life that we see isn't necessarily the only possible form of life, because we can already come up with it with another model.
So go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah, I mean, I can go even further back and say that even in order to have a universe, you need the right expansion rate of the universe. And that expansion rate depends on 8 different factors, which need to be finely adjusted. And if you sum up all these fine-tuned parameters, then you come to the order of 1 to 10 to the 400th power. So
yeah, but the problem, Otangelo, is that we only have one universe to work with. So, like I said, if the parameters of this universe are not met, we know that the universe as we currently observe it would not exist as we observe it. It doesn't mean the universe wouldn't exist in another state that we currently we are not aware that that doesn't exist or not. So we know the setup. We know we got the pitch, we've got the swing, we've got the hit, we got all this set up, and that's the way it is. But assuming that it can't be another way, out of the infinite possibilities that it could have been, that doesn't track, because we only have one sample to work with, and that is what we currently have: life on Earth in this universe, of which there is one. So you can't derive these odds from this, especially if there's an infinite number of ways it could have potentially spun out. You're basically saying, out of the infinite number of ways it could have potentially spun out, this is the only way it could have spun out. And you can't say that. You can't derive that conclusion, because in an infinite number of opportunities, anything could technically be possible, which means life could arrive in some other form that is vastly different than what we have, in a way that we don't understand, or in a way that we can't predict. It also makes illusions that before observability, that which existed before everything is consistent in a way. So you have to presuppose things about this agent that kicks everything off in order for everything to look this way it is. So it still goes back to the existence of this being, and it goes back to presupposing things about this being and its intentions in how everything popped out, which you can't justify because you can't demonstrate it to be true. You follow?
Yes, I follow. I
Okay.
disagree. I disagree because there would be no universe, for example, if we would have a too fast expansion rate or a too slow expansion rate.
No, we wouldn't have this universe. We wouldn't have this universe.
No. What would happen is that, for example, if these parameters would be different, it would be probably then just go back to a singularity. You wouldn't have a universe whatsoever. And if the expansion rate would be too fast, then you would probably have just a void universe without atoms whatsoever. It would
that's entirely possible. And there's no way. Yes,
just space. Okay,
Otangelo, you're right. You're right. Otangelo, you're right. That is possible. But that doesn't preclude the possibility that this is one that popped up out of an infinite line, because there's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress. And this just happens to be the one that popped up now.
And also, between those two extremes, you have infinite amount of possibilities of other universes that could exist, that could sustain life. Maybe in a shorter amount of time, it still would be able to exist. So you still haven't made a single coherent point.
question also is why are there even possibilities at all, and why is there?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit, Otangelo. Go ahead. Try again.
Yeah, the question also, even going deeper, is why are there possibilities at all? There could also be a state of affairs where there are no possibilities and where there is no movement at all. And that of course, that leads to the question.
In that particular state, your God couldn't even exist.
Peter, you got to let him finish, man. Go ahead, dude.
I mean, I can come back to Aquila's first way. You need a prime mover, something that starts everything. And if you don't have that prime mover, then probably you would be in a state of affairs where there would be no movement at all.
I wanted to pick up on the fine tuning a little bit.
Go ahead, T.
JL was correct that even if the expansion rate completely changed, and so all of the particles we know about were expand away from each other and can never combine or are collapsed into a singularity, there could be just other laws that are orders of magnitude weaker or orders of magnitude stronger, that if our expansion rate was significantly faster, those other laws would then be able to take effect and form new kinds of particles based off those laws and not our laws. So even if we changed all of the expansion rate things to a drastic amount, there could still be life. There could still be particles. But even so the fact that the way they are now doesn't indicate a God, because it could be explained by just the other forces. But more importantly, the probability you listed, the 1 in 410 to the 400 power or whatever, that's wrong, because that assumes that there's no constraints. There could be constraints. The laws could be interdetermined, and if you change one, the others will proportionally change necessarily because they're interdetermined, in which case the probability is significantly more likely, not less likely. And so the fact JL was also correct when he said you can't assume the probabilities are whatever you assume them to be, because we only have a sample size of 1. And so we don't know if they are or are not connected. And so the probability could actually be significantly higher than what you assume it is, based off of your conclusion that you can imagine the laws are differently. Therefore, you include the imagined differences as one of the cases that increases the probability. So none of that indicates a God. And even if you wanted to say there was a God, God must be equally as fine-tuned as the universe, because God's nature, maybe he wants a universe of only puppies or only black holes. So all of the possible ways the universe could be, there is a possible God that could want it to be that way. And so of all the possible kinds of gods, there is a one-to-one correlation to all the possible kinds of universes. And so God must necessarily be as fine-tuned as the universe. And if your argument holds, that means who fine-tuned God?
Yeah, my answer to that, TJump, is that if it comes to the laws of physics, there is also the question, why are the fundamental laws constant and intelligible? And the forces for fundamental forces, rather than being stable as we observe, they could be also oscillating. And the question is, of course, why are these laws stable? What secures them? Because that is not something obvious. And also the equations which are used, there are 3 parameters which are fundamental, and that means they are not grounded in anything deeper. You need to experimentally to find them, and once you have them, then you don't know why these numbers are the way they are and which make the universe work. You could put in these equations any different number, and you wouldn't have any life-permitting universe.
So you're bringing in an assumption that these laws need to be secured by something. They're just an emergent property of nature by the looks of it. This doesn't necessarily mean there's something holding them in place from varying to different values. And that's where we're kind of running into a problem here with your arguments.
Well, Randolph, nature
and we've already pointed out that if the laws are different, then we could have a different universe in which life is still possible. So it's a non-argument.
What was that?
Well, Randolph, to answer what you said, the existence of nature is precisely what we try to explain. So you cannot invoke nature to explain nature.
Sure, you can. Why wouldn't? That's literally what we're doing in science all the time. Like, why are there earthquakes? Well, because of tectonic plates. We're literally invoking nature to explain nature. That's what you have to do.
Oh, what
And
I'm
isn't that
saying is that
ostensibly what you're doing with God? That you invoke God to explain God?
Exactly.
no, God, I believe in God based on two facts, and that is that we exist, and secondly, because He revealed Himself to us through the Bible.
So are you using nature to explain God?
Nature is the evidence, and it requires an explanation. And I think that God is the best explanation for the existence of nature.
They're asking, like, who created God?
What reasons do you have to know that the Bible is true?
There are many reasons, Peter. I think there is internal consistency. You can Google, for example, in regards of the New Testament of the Gospels, undesigned coincidences. There are extra biblical confirmations, archaeology, confirmed prophecies.
I can accept all of those. And I can point out that in the books of Harry Potter there is internal consistency. There is extra Harry Potter evidence for let's say the existence of London. It's exactly the same. My point is, how do you know that any of it is true? Because people can come up with consistent stories, and people can come up with stories that would include evidence that is not found in the book, that we can verify in different means. So it still doesn't get us to the fact whether or not the Bible is entirely fictional or not.
Well, you did say prophecy. If prophecy was true, that would be a difference between Harry Potter.
That there is prophecy in Harry Potter.
I also would like to. I mean, if it's going to go into the Bible, if it's going to go into the Bible, I think we should slide it to Xerxes, because Xerxes is an authority on the subject. If Xerxes is still there, so he could answer this, I think, pretty succinctly, because it's his field of expertise.
Yeah, but let me quick answer to Peter. I think it's preposterous to compare the Bible with Harry Potter, because in 2000
I didn't compare it, and it wasn't meant as an insult. It was meant as an example that people can come up with pretty consistent books that would include things that are verifiable outside of the book. I'm not trying to insult you, that although that maybe come across like that. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm also not making a comparison. I'm just pointing out that people are capable of writing such a book based entirely on fiction.
He's just saying, so he's saying that your analogy to Harry Potter isn't analogous. Here's the difference. That's all he's saying.
I just wanted to point out that it's not used in a way to be insulting or demeaning. That's what I wanted to point out.
So ultimately, Tangelo, you said your belief derives from what you interpret to be evidence and the Bible in itself. And I think you understand that. I think we could agree that you'd have to presuppose that the Bible, to say that the Bible is true, because it's that reasoning is circular. So I think we can agree on that, right?
Yeah. In the end, it is circular, and I think it is a warranted circular, because somewhere you have to end, you have to start. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean by warranted circular? Like warranted circularity? What do you mean by that?
Well, somewhere reality, the explanation of reality, somewhere it ends, and there where it ends, you cannot go and explain deeper. Like, for example, God reveals himself as eternal. So why is he eternal? I have no clue. Why does he exist? I have no clue. What I know is that I believe that he revealed himself in the Bible, and that through that revelation, we can understand why we exist. Now, deeper than that, I cannot go. So there it becomes circular.
Well, you can't have, well, like,
and
exactly.
I can accept the fact that you say we have to end somewhere. My question was still, why are you choosing the Bible? Because there are other books that make the same predictions, that make the same claims. So why this book specifically?
I would say that the Bible is unique amongst all world religions, Peter. So I disagree with you that you will find any other religious book which even comes close to the Bible in regards of what it represents and what it communicates and what it
but
says.
that is your claim, Otangelo. With all due respect, that is your claim, and that is exactly what a Muslim told me 2 days ago. Exactly the same. So why is he wrong and why are you right?
I mean, the dialogue between Muslims and Christians, it is a big one. There are many reasons which we could come up with, which we disagree with, and I don't think it is the scope of this stage here to go into details in regards of that. But I had recently some interaction.
No, and that's not what I'm asking. That's
Peter,
not what I'm asking.
Peter.
What I'm asking is what reasons do you have specifically to choose the Bible over the Quran, for instance?
For example, a prime reason for me, which is the quest of justice. When you compare the justice system in the Bible with the justice system of the Quran, then it seems to me that the justice system of the Quran, it is not just and it is incoherent, because forgiveness and salvation and going to heaven, basically it is something arbitrary by Allah. So, for example, they say that Muhammad be peace upon him. Why do they say that? Because they don't even know if their main prophet is accepted by Allah and is in heaven. So it is completely arbitrary. And in the Bible, it is different. The Bible is very clear. The Bible says that the consequence of sin is death. And there is no forgiveness unless blood is shredded.
Yeah, but Otangelo, there's no way to determine if that is true. And talking about justice is just an appeal to an emotion, is how you emotionally feel about their version of justice versus the Bible's version of justice. The problem is that assuming that the Bible is true, hang on, Peter, hang on. Assuming the Bible is true, you have to assume that God exists. Okay, so that whole reason is circular. It's not just it. I mean, it doesn't work. Okay. So appealing to the Bible to prove God, the Bible is the claim in and of itself. So no, that doesn't work. So you have to go. So
I was answering to Peter why I prefer the Bible over.
I get that. It's an emotional appeal. I get that.
It wasn't an argument in the sense that you are trying.
I get that. It's an emotional appeal. It is. It's an emotional appeal why you prefer the Bible over the Quran. I understand that.
It has nothing to do with emotional. It has to do with justice, where I understand that wrongdoing requires punishment, and the Bible has a coherent system of punishment, while Islam and the Quran does not. It is
coherent. Otangelo,
arbitrary decision of Allah. He can
Otangelo,
simply say,
that is an emotional.
Otangelo, it's coherent to you. It makes more sense to you. It makes more sense to them that the Quran is an emotional appeal, Otangelo, because you don't feel that their level of justice or how they mete out justice in their faith is coherent. But they would say the opposite of you. So yes, it is an emotional appeal.
I would say the opposite. I would say the opposite. If I look at the Bible, where it says that if a woman is raped, both the raped woman and the rapist should be stoned to death. To me, that's not justice. So that only that alone would dismiss the Bible as being just.
So we've established that you can't appeal to the Bible as a reason why God exists.
Or that was not the point, Jill Warren. And I don't either think that it has something to do with emotion. The quest is what is just. And in my understanding, justice can only be established if there is a punishment for wrongdoing.
Sure, we can. Humans can establish it. We can establish what justice is.
Okay, so I see that the Bible establishes that the result of sin and wrongdoing is death. There is a consequence which you cannot avoid.
Yes,
While
but
in
Otangelo, all human beings die. So the consequence of life is death. All right, doesn't matter if you're sinful or not. You can be the most pious person on the planet, you're still going to die.
Well,
all
that's
living
according
things
to
die.
Adam and Eve
Animals
in the
die,
Garden
bugs
of
die,
Eden.
plants die, trees die, the grass dies. Death being a punishment for sin is kind of stupid when you think about it, because literally everything else dies. Why would we expect ourselves to be any different? As far as the justice system in the Bible is concerned, it's devoid of one. Anything that you do can be forgiven so long as you just follow certain steps within particular soteriologies. For example, just accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. So there is no system of justice. It's believe in me and you'll be rewarded. Don't and you'll be punished. It has nothing to do with moral character or behavior.
There is someone which has paid for the sins of the world. So there is a punishment which is Jesus paid for it on the cross. And in Islam, you don't have that. Basically, you can do there.
Yeah, in Islam, you're
whatever
responsible
you
for your own
want.
actions. Go figure. I would consider that a more coherent system of justice. But doing bad things does not get you punished according to Christian soteriology. Whether or not you believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior is what determines your destination in the afterlife. You go to hell for not believing, you go to heaven for believing. It does not matter what your moral character on earth was, what you were guilty of, what sins you committed. All of it can be forgiven with the exception of one, and only one. Disbelief. That's the only one that doesn't get you into heaven.
Well, you decide if you accept that Christ paid for you or not. And if he didn't, so you pay for yourself. That's the essence of
I'm
the gospel.
unconvinced in the proposition. So it doesn't matter, like you just admitted it, it doesn't matter how good of a person I am, what my moral character is. If I'm fucking Ted Bundy, right, and after a final meal of fried chicken on death row, I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I'm going to heaven. It doesn't matter what heinous
Jeffrey Dahmer,
malfeasance I was up to in my life.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
you don't
can...
have a system of justice. You don't at all. You have a system of extortion.
Well, the thing is, if you see Jeffrey Dahmer, he was a serial killer, a cannibal, and he in prison he received Christ as Lord and Savior, and he probably now is in heaven, so he was forgiven. But
Yeah,
why
great.
was
So
he
my
forgiven?
reward for accepting Jesus Christ is getting to live my eternal existence with somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah,
Sounds like a great system of justice to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Otangelo, you basically just stated that Jeffrey Dahmer, a serial killer who committed the atrocities that he committed, was in prison, accepted Christ, and then was beaten to death by another inmate. And then now he's in heaven. And yet me, who has used every ounce of his critical faculties and his reasoning, and has come to the conclusion, intellectually, honestly, that there is no God, will go to hell. That's what you're positing here.
And you've killed less people.
Well, if you read Romans 3, it is very clear. And
why would I appeal to the Bible? You cannot demonstrate that the Bible is true. Why would I appeal to the Bible?
Well, I do because my soteriology and my faith system is based on the Bible. So I tell you the things from my perspective of how I see it.
Great.
Okay?
Why would I? Great. This is great. This is great. Why would I ever use faith?
No. So answering to what you just said, why can you be a much, in your terms, better person than Jeffrey Dahmer, and he goes to heaven and I go to hell? Well, the Bible is very clear in Romans 3:11. It says, there is no one righteous, not even one. There is no one who understands. There is no one who seeks God. All have turned away. They have together become worthless. There is no one who does good, not even one. And so
so you would be in favor of abolishing the prison system, Otangelo? Because basically we're all equally criminals. So why would we send people to prison? That doesn't make sense, right?
The thing is that in God's perspective, we are all doomed on the highway to hell, because nobody
Shouldn't we strive? Shouldn't we strive to be as God-like as we possibly can?
Peter, can I finish my sentence, please?
Yes, but
I'm trying to.
I need to put that in.
But 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 I think it is more important that everyone has the opportunity to end the
I agree.
thought.
Go ahead.
You can,
Go ahead.
I mean, okay. So
Go ahead.
I am explaining what I believe, which is God's perspective. And God's perspective is that we all cannot live the standard which would be required, the holiness, perfectness, to be accepted by God by our own deeds. So we are all doomed. It doesn't matter if it is JL or if it is Jeffrey Dahmer or if it is Putin or Hitler or whoever. We are all doomed. And there is only one escape, which is Jesus Christ, which is the only.
That's not a system of justice. That's definitionally extortion. We're
but
punished for the mere
that is what I pointed out.
being born. We're punished for the mere sin of just being born. Right? Your Bible asserts that it is impossible for any of us to live a life devoid of sin, which would imply that we don't actually have free will in the matter, that we're all compelled by some extenuating circumstances to act in a way that's not righteous or holy. And therefore, no matter what you do, whether it be tell a single lie your entire life or murder 50 people, your destination is the same. That is not justice. That is not any sense of justice that anybody would adopt. You wouldn't want to live in a society that operated that way. As a matter of fact, you don't live in a society that operates that way. And I'm fairly certain I've heard you on multiple occasions rebuke societies that operate that way. Societies that chop off the hands of thieves or hang people from cranes for being homosexual. That is not a system of justice. That's not a system of morality. That is dictatorial extortion. That's all that is. God walking into your restaurant and threatening to burn it down if you don't do what he says. It has nothing to do with your moral character. It has nothing to do with the choices that you make in life. All it is, are you credulous enough to believe that 2,000 years ago a man died and rose again from the dead, based on the accounts of 4 anonymous supposed eyewitnesses, who all contradict each other on the matter? Are you credulous enough to believe that? If so, then you'll get this eternal reward. If not, then you're going to a place of incomprehensible anguish where you will be eternally tortured in fire. That's evil. That's not justice. That's not morality. And to defend a situation, a system like that, is just being blind to the reality of it. There's no consistency or coherency.
Yeah, first of all, I'm not a Muslim, so I don't adopt the Muslim system of punishment and so forth. And secondly,
why not? Why not?
Well, that would be another topic, but I would like to finish my.
Why is it not just to cut off the hands of a thief?
Well, I would like to finish my sentence rather to sidestep to another topic, if that would be possible.
I want you to answer the question. You're hearkening to the Bible because you think that it possesses some superior justice system. So I'm asking you now, how do you determine whether or not a particular system is just? How do you evaluate the justice of an action? Do you think that it would be just if a judge let a child rapist go and punish somebody else on their behalf? Would that be justice?
Not. That's precisely what I am saying. And that's precisely what we see in Islam and in the Bible. In the Bible, there is a consequence for sins. In Islam, it depends on an arbitrary decision of Allah where no one knows if they are accepted by Allah or not. So he can say, okay,
your God's just as equally arbitrary.
So Allah basically can say, okay, you be a nice person, but I don't like you, go to hell. And in the Bible, it is not so. Now, coming back to where you said that the system in the Bible is not just because you've not chosen to be born as a sinner. Okay, I see it like this. There is the first Adam and the second Adam. We are naturally born in the team of the first Adam, and his fault is attributed to us as a team. But the second Adam is Jesus, and
so we're being punished.
Can I finish, please? And once I move the camp from one camp to the other, then the justice of Christ is attributed to me. So now it depends on where I want to belong to. Either I belong to the first Adam, or I belong to the second Adam. Either the first Adam determines, and I am born and I will die as a natural man, being part of the team of Adam, and then I will be lost together with him in that team, or I move to the second team where the justice of Christ, of the second Adam, is attributed to me and I will be free because he paid for my sins, and I will go to heaven, and his justice is attributed to me. So there is a balance here, and I don't agree with you that this is...
There's no balance whatsoever. It's the antithesis of balance or fairness or justice. This is a system which is predicated exclusively on what a person is convinced of, and nobody has any choice over what they're convinced of. I don't choose to believe certain facts about reality, I just do. As a consequence of my level of information and my understanding of my environment, I cannot choose to believe tomorrow that I have the ability to fly like Superman. Even if I wanted to lie to myself and say that I do, I would never put it to the test, because within my subconscious, I would know I can't do that. And if I jump off a skyscraper, I'm going to die. Nobody has a choice over what they believe. So your God's system of punishment is predicated on something that we don't even have a choice in the matter over. You didn't choose to come to the conclusion that Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior. You were convinced of that either due to social conditioning or, likewise for me, your level of understanding, your level of information and your understanding of your environment. Obviously, you and I don't have similar dispositions to believing certain propositions, because if we did have the same dispositions to the same level of evidence, you and I would be at the same conclusion, but we're not. That's not a matter of choice.
Well, the evidence that we have is the same, which you have, which I have, and I completely disagree with you. I think...
And clearly your God has engineered you to accept that level of evidence, and he engineered me not to.
Can I finish, please? I think that the amount of scientific information that we have at hand today has never been as much as anywhere in human history. And the Bible is very clear also in regards of that. And it says, since what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. For although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God nor gave thanks to him, but their thinking became futile and their foolish hearts were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools.
Otangelo.
Yeah, so much like every other precept who's ever
question?
used that argument, no, hold on a second, much like every other preceptor who's used that passage to defend their nonsensical, ludicrous position, Paul of Tarsus is talking about Hellenistic Jews in that passage, not every person on earth. In fact, in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, or I think 2 Corinthians chapter 2, he says the exact opposite of that, wherein there are people who exist who are not spiritually discerned and therefore are incapable of understanding the evidence that a God exists. Because we have to be given the gift of the Holy Spirit before we can understand those things. So unless God makes the decision to give me that gift, I can never understand any of the evidence that he laid out for me to conclude that he exists. So it's all on him, not me. God has not revealed himself to me. I am unaware of any evidence or factors that would lead me to even believe in the possibility that this God exists, particularly the Christian one. And your Bible has now two contradicting propositions about whether or not God's existence is plain to see. In the particular passage that you're quoting, Paul is referring to people who are already of the position that God exists, Hellenistic Jews, who abandoned Judaism and went to paganism. That's who he's talking about. And it makes that abundantly clear if you read past just 18 to 20. That's like, for whatever reason, Christians always just love to read verses 18 through 20 of Romans chapter 1. If you read past that, it's abundantly clear that he's not just talking about everybody who exists, but a very small subset of people, which is the same case with every letter that Paul writes. He's talking to a particular version of people, which is why each of his letters are named after the people that he's talking to. It's not that difficult, but I shouldn't expect Christians to have a consistent or well thought out understanding of their Bible. They just pick and choose whatever they want to conform with whatever position they're attempting to argue for in the moment. But I've now given you another verse that contradicts the point that you just made. So your own Bible says explicitly that there are people who are incapable of understanding things of spiritual natures because we were not given the gift of spiritual discernment. And how am I supposed to operate and evaluate the world around me if your God refuses to enlighten me on how to do that?
It's three separate instances in his letters to Corinth alone where he says the polar opposite of what he says to the people he's addressing in Romans. It's just one of those conveniently left out contexts that the precepts like to throw around.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is not an argument from a precept perspective, but I mean, the contrast between Calvinists and Arminians lasts for over 500 years. I am in the middle of these two propositions. I think if you reject God, then it is your fault. But if you accept and surrender to Christ, then it is God's moving and God's calling and God's drawing you to Him. And that's because you also were selected.
So you made the conscious decision to not be a Buddhist?
Well, I mean, we reason, right? So we can also check.
That was a yes or no question. Did you make the conscious decision to not be a Buddhist? Or a Hindu? Or a Jain? Or a Wiccan? Or a Muslim? Or a Sikh? Or a Mormon? At what point did you go through all of these ideologies and make the conscious decision that you weren't going to follow those ideologies?
I don't need to. I mean, Christ has said...
Oh, you don't need to do that, but we do. We need to make the conscious decision not to follow Jesus, or else we would have your conclusion, right? That's the most ass-backwards thing I've ever heard in my life, right? Yeah, none of us made the conscious decision not to believe in your fairy tale any more than you made the conscious decision not to believe in Greek mythology, or in Islam, or in any of the other dominant religions in the world. It's actually a minority of people in comparison to the global population who accept Christianity, and that's if you bundle all Christians together, which you don't because you reject Catholicism. So the number is now cut in half. About maybe 1 billion people believe in some variation of your flavor of the Christian doctrine out of 7 billion.
It is probably
1 out of 7.
Otangelo, you're quite well... Sorry, Otangelo, you're quite well familiar with me as well, that I haven't made this decision even on your deities. So, it's almost like you're asking for some special treatment with your religion that everybody must stop and think about what is being offered and consider it. And I've always consistently rejected that.
Precisely to exercise our free will, but I think the Bible is also clear and says that Christ said that those which belong to me, they listen to my voice. And I've done that when I was a teenager. I started to read the Bible and I recognized Christ's voice as my shepherd. So that's what he is since I converted and surrendered to his love and grace. Now, you have...
Why should we accept that anything the Bible says is true?
Well, just read it and then you check for yourself. You use your reason.
I have read it. I have a degree in New Testament history. I have probably more information about the Bible than you've ever learned.
And
I've forgotten more about the Bible than you currently know.
Well, when we're talking about the Bible, I think it's important to specify which translation now, and this, of course, adds more complication to this whole thing.
Yeah, but
I'm free to use whatever translation Otangelo wants to use.
Okay, tell us which one, Otangelo.
In the end, we will see once we die who was right?
Which translation?
Or we won't, because we'll all be dead and unconscious of the fact that we're wrong or right.
Otangelo,
this is such a stupid juvenile argument. Otangelo, I want you to tell me which preferred version of the Bible you believe. Which
Thank you.
Of the 200 English translations do you adhere to? Or if you want to go to some of the Spanish variations, because I do speak Spanish and I can read and understand it. So if you want to talk about those variations, we can do that as well. Ball's in your court. Which version?
Otangelo speaks Portuguese, not Spanish.
Oh, he speaks Portuguese? Okay. Well, I don't speak Portuguese.
First of all, I grew up in Switzerland, in Zurich. We speak German there. And we had there mainly in the church 2 translations. One was the Elberfelder Bible, which was the most precisely translated Bible, but which had some difficult and antique words. And then we had a New World translation, which was more fluent, more easy spoken. And I was able to compare those two. And of course, there are differences, but the core message, you can fully understand it. It doesn't depend on the version of the Bible which you read. The differences, they are small. So I don't think this is a justification.
How do you know it was the most accurate translated version?
I don't think because there are some differences in these translations that we are unable to understand the core message of the Bible.
I think that was a good question. How did you determine that they were the most correct translation?
Well, because that's what the aim of either one or another translation is, and they clarified that in their introduction and explained it. So
how do you know that? How do you know they weren't just claiming that?
Now you're
you're
again reading something that a man wrote and said, "I'm correct. This is my correct translation," and you just leave it there. So you never checked whether or not it was the most correction.
You
Most correct
I can name 20 versions of the Bible off the top of my head that all claim to be the correct, most accurate version.
You can use the concordance where you have the direct translation of Greek to German or to English or to Portuguese, whatever. Then you can go and check what each word in Greek actually means.
Well, there's never going to be such a thing as a direct translation between Greek and any modern languages, because Greek has a different sentence structure than most modern languages, particularly English and German. English and German have similar sentence structures in where they placed the verbs and the nouns and the prepositions in their sentences, where in Greek they don't do that. Some words contain the prepositions in the word itself, whereas we have separate words for prepositions. So no, you're never going to have a direct translation. But what you can have is a consensus of Greek scholars who understand and can read and write Koine Greek, deciding which of these is most probably the correct interpretation of the language, because it's a dead language. Nobody speaks it anymore. Modern Greek is less similar to Koine Greek than English is. You know, there's no real similarity to it because it hasn't been spoken in 2,000 years. It was usurped by medieval Latin in the 5th century. So we honestly don't know what the correct translation of the Bible is. But out of the 200 English versions of the Bible that I've read, the one that most scholars prefer is the New Revised Standard Version or the English Standard Version Bible.
Yeah, I think the relevant thing to say here is that I think that independently of these variances, the core message of the New Testament is clear and every one of us can understand.
What's the core message?
Christ died on the cross for our sins. If we surrender to his love and for his substitutional punishment, we can find eternal life if we believe in him and follow him as Lord and Savior.
Great. So
justification by faith versus faith through works.
It's pretty
Those are two
clear
competing
that
soteriologies in the Bible.
Yeah,
Which is it?
It is pretty clear that works are not what saves us. What saves us is faith in Christ.
James,
and the works. Can I finish, please? And
James chapter 2, 14 through 16 says the exact opposite of what you just said.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? But
when you say something abundantly wrong, I'm going to correct you.
Yeah, but let me finish and then you can correct me. The works, they are proof that our conversion was genuine, that it was true. That means if I confess Christ, and if that doesn't follow with a change in my life, and if I continue to do certain things which are wrong, then it is doubtful that that conversion was genuine. So we are not saved through good works, but we are saved to do good works.
According to James
you can
chapter
lose
2,
salvation
14
if you don't do the works.
Peter, hold on a second. According to James chapter 2, 14 through 16, it explicitly says that faith without works is dead, it's meaningless, it's useless, and it will not get you into heaven. According to Romans chapter 4, verse 5, and another passage in Ephesians chapter 1, I believe, Paul explicitly states that even to those who do not work, yet believe in God and have faith, their faith is counted as righteousness. That's a contradiction. Either it is the case that faith alone is enough to get you into heaven, or it's not. According to James and the evangelists, it's not. According to Paul, it is. Which is it?
Okay. The thief on the left of Jesus, who confessed him, he didn't have the opportunity to do any good, and he, according to Jesus, he went to heaven. Now, if my dad
depends on which gospel you read.
I mean, I don't know if it is in all of the 4 gospels, but it is very clear.
No, it's only in one of them.
I would have to go and see in which one that it is.
Of course you would, because you haven't actually investigated this beyond your own myopic worldview that it's true.
You know,
this isn't really convincing at all.
Okay, there was a thief on the left of Jesus who confessed that Jesus didn't do any wrongdoing, and Jesus
depends on which gospel you read.
Otangelo, what he's bringing up is that there are contradictory stories there, or there's also stories that don't line up because there's different versions written by different people at different times, and it's suspect. We can't determine them to be true. Okay, everything that you're stating here, Otangelo, like every single bit of it, is all predicated on the Bible being true and you can't demonstrate that the Bible is true.
Yeah, I don't have
And if
to
the Bible is
demonstrate
so
it.
important, why couldn't an omniscient and omnipotent God make sure there was only one version, and that version would not have any contradictions or anything that comes even close to being a contradiction? If this God that you propose exists, then why did he leave such a mess that is called the Bible?
I don't think it is a mess, Peter. As I said right in the beginning when I came in, and I think it was you asking me, give me some reasons why the Bible is true. I said, Google non-designed coincidences. There is a book out there, and it explains that the Gospels, they are complementary. And there are things which you see in one Gospel, and then you say, well, but for example, why did Jesus wash the feet of the disciples? Strange. And then you go to
Otangelo, with all due respect,
finish, please?
with all due respect, what
Peter,
you're doing now is diminishing your God even further by pointing to a man-made book that we should read.
I would like to finish my sentence.
You can finish your sentence. I'm just pointing out to you.
Talk for a minute. Come on, man.
You do that all the time, Peter. As long as I know
I apologize. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So if you go to the other gospel, then you see that the apostles, they were competing with each other, asking themselves who would be the greatest in heaven. But in that gospel, you don't see the follow-up where Jesus washes their feet. So in the other gospel, you see the complementary explanation.
We're not talking about mere omissions, Otangelo. The Gospel of Matthew explicitly states that both of the thieves mocked Jesus. There was not a Pintian thief. The Gospel of Luke says there was a Pintian thief. Mark doesn't specify if either of the thieves were Pintian, and John doesn't mention them at all. We can go through more contradictions than that. You have the contradiction of the birth narratives between Matthew and Luke, all 4 different resurrection narratives. How did Judas die? When did the centurion arrive to get Jesus? Did Jesus heal the girl after she was dead or while she was still sick? Did Jesus heal 1 man or 2 on the road to Jericho? There's dozens of them.
First of all, you need to understand that we are talking about eyewitness accounts. And if the 4 Gospels would all 4 be 100% the same, then we would have to conclude that the same author authorized or authored the 4 Gospels. So of course, if you have
Otangelo, this is bankrupt. This is the most bankrupt thing you've said so far.
That you have
first of all,
small differences.
Otangelo, this is false. First of all, we know for a fact that Matthew and Luke both did copy word for word from Mark, and no Christian uses that as or considers that as a diminishment of the value of the Gospels. Matthew and Luke were not eyewitnesses. We know Matthew wasn't an eyewitness because even according to church tradition, Mark wasn't an eyewitness. He was a secretary of Simon Peter. And why would Matthew, who was apparently Matthew the tax collector, that is, why would he, an eyewitness, copy from somebody who clearly was not? Why would he refer to himself in the third person in the omniscient literary perspective where he somehow knows the thoughts, emotions, and goals and desires of every character involved in the story? How would Matthew, an eyewitness to some events, also detail events that he wasn't an eyewitness to, like the Garden of Gethsemane or the birth narrative of Jesus, which again contradicts Luke's version? Luke was a physician, a secretary of Paul. Paul didn't know Jesus, neither did Luke. The only one you might be able to make a case for being an eyewitness is John, and even that is dubious at best, considering that it is the latest of the 4 Gospels written, almost 60 years after Jesus died. So we know for a fact that Matthew and Luke did explicitly copy about 80 to 90% of what was in Mark. Then they add their own details in, and that is where the contradictions arise. Secondly, they're not eyewitnesses. You don't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, that's true. I give you that. They are not eyewitnesses. I think that the Gospels were written down like proto-Gospels, let's say, very early in the beginning, and also they were verbally transmitted, and then somewhere they were written down, and maybe there was some kind of evolution until having the end result, which is what we have. But as I said, I am satisfied to understand that these supposed contradictions are based on the fact that we are talking here about people which saw the same event and they just reported what they saw from their perspective. And since, nobody has a photographic memory. So there were these kind of contradictions. But I don't think this is an argument which can permit
But
to
why
conclude
would
that
an
they were
omniscient,
completely made
omnipotent
up.
God allow that in the Bible, Otangelo? Why would he do that?
Maybe I'll ask him once I am there.
Unless
Well,
there's malice
Otangelo, the bigger
intended.
problem here is that you've just conceded that, in fact, the Gospels do contradict each other, and we don't have any good evidence that they were written by eyewitnesses, and yet your entire faith predicates upon the veracity of the claims made in these Gospels, which we know are mutually exclusive with some of the other claims made in the Gospels. It is not possible for both Matthew and Luke to be correct when one says that both thieves mocked Jesus and the other one says that only one of them did. We know it's not possible for both Matthew and Luke to be correct when one says that Jesus was born during the reign of Herod the Great and the other says that he was born during a census under Quirinius as the governor of Syria. We know it's not possible for both Matthew and Luke to be correct on the death of Judas, wherein in one account he falls headlong into a field and in the other account he hangs himself.
Yeah, exactly. So you're gish galloping. I think each of these things which you are putting on the table right now.
Well, then pick one. We'll go over it.
Well, I am not. I have not photographic memory. I would have to Google each of these things to come up with an explanation.
I don't have photographic memory either. I've just actually studied the text.
Yeah, okay, you have, but I don't have done that very recently. So I maybe not.
You believe it, and you admit you haven't studied the text. That's an interesting ideological problem for you.
No! Don't put words in my mouth. I've read the Bible more than once, but I didn't study in specific these subjects and supposed contradictions which you are mentioning right now recently. So before I would give you an answer to how I see it, I would have to go and study it. I'm open to do that. I'm not afraid or something like that, but I would need time. So just
well, the way that you see it, any attempt, Otangelo, any attempt that you make to amalgamate the stories in the Gospels that are clearly contradicting each other, meaning that one of them has to be false, any attempt to harmonize that, what you're going to do is create an entirely new narrative that none of the Gospels are saying on their own. So you are inventing your own word of God. Much like in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 16, verse 8, the earliest copies we have of the Gospel of Mark end there. There's no further details about Jesus' resurrection or him meeting up with the disciples or the women seeing him. But later copies of the Gospel of Mark, much later, several hundred years later, they do detail various different endings. Some Bibles include both endings, some only include one, which is the longer ending of Mark, verses 9 through 20. And most Bibles, in fact, pretty much all modern translations of the Bible, will have a footnote at the bottom of the Gospel of Mark detailing the fact that this ending is not in the earliest copies. So we know for a fact that whoever was originally responsible for authoring the Gospel of Mark did not write down those latter 12 verses, which detail things that Jesus supposedly said to the Gospels. So whoever wrote those things was most certainly not privy to the events that they took place, because this was 150 to 300 years after all these people would have been dead. So this person wasn't an eyewitness. He didn't know anybody who was an eyewitness. He didn't know anybody who knew anybody who was an eyewitness. He is 4 generations separated, he or she is 4 generations separated from any of the events that would have taken place after the events of Mark chapter 16, verse 8. It's a complete fabrication. And we can find dozens of these examples throughout the gospel. These books have been altered repeatedly throughout history. They are copies upon copies of translations upon translations, and these copies and translations were made by hand, meaning that each individual scribe would copy the mistakes of their predecessor, make their own mistakes, and then all those mistakes would be compounded and copied by the next scribe in line. You don't have any reason or empirical evidence for trusting that anything that is said in these gospels is true. And I have mountains of evidence to doubt them.
Free to do so, Xerxes. I mean, I am not here to impose anything on anyone. I disagree with your conclusion. I think that, that the Gospels are trustworthy.
Why?
And,
why do you think that?
Well, one good reason, for example, we can bring up the resurrection of Christ. We have empirical evidence.
Yet another story that contradicts itself throughout all 4 copies. It's actually the only story in all 4 Gospels that contradicts itself. Funny enough.
So you think that the 4 Gospels, the New Testament, is entirely made up? Is that what you believe?
I believe that it's a legend, and that it evolved the way that legends do. It starts out with a story that's probably seated in some level of truth, and it metastasizes as it's laid down through oral tradition.
Okay, so why did so many people die for their belief?
We don't know necessarily that they did, but we know for a fact that the apostles, there's no evidence that they died for it, other than maybe Paul and Peter. What we have are several different competing accounts of how the disciples died. Matthew, Thaddeus, Matthias, and John all died of old age, according to most accounts. Matthias, there's also an account in the 14th century book, John Fox's Book of Martyrs, that he was beheaded. Thomas was speared in India after having sex with a royal woman. Matthew, there's another competing account with Matthew where he was killed by an Ethiopian king for attempting to disrupt his marriage to his own niece. Philip was apparently crucified, but in any of the accounts, such as with Philip or Andrew or Simon the Zealot, where they were actually killed, like, for example, Simon the Zealot was killed in a riot. He was beaten to death in a crowd, which doesn't indicate that he was ever given the opportunity to recant, that recanting would have saved him, or that he was killed for the purposes of eradicating the Christian faith. We have no reason to believe that any of those people died for what they believed.
Okay, so do you believe that there was no crucifixion of Christ, of Jesus?
I don't know. Maybe there was.
We can say
I don't have
honestly,
enough evidence to conclude that it happened.
We can say honestly by historical record, just by looking at what the Romans did, is that if he was crucified, he was one of tens of thousands that were crucified. And that crucifixion was not exactly a rare thing in the Roman Empire. It typically was what was done to anybody who royally screwed up. And heck, after the Third Servile War, 10,000 slaves were crucified along the Appian Way just to make a statement. So, was an itinerant rabbi crucified in Roman times? Probably, and I'm willing to bet he probably, if Christ was there as he's depicted, he probably wasn't the only person ever crucified. For being an itinerant rabbi. So,
yeah,
this could just comports with reality. It's the claims of divine. It's the claims of something extreme. It's claims of like things that break reality, like resurrection after 3 days. These things require a suspension of reality. So, like Xerxes was saying, this is most likely a legend that is metastasized over time and is probably rooted somewhere in the truth that the leader of a splinter faction who spoke out against the group that the religion that he splintered off from and made heretical claims and was stirring up shit, got crucified for it because the authority came along and appealed to the Romans and was like, look, he's doing this, and then they punished him for it. That's not beyond the realm of possibility. It just equates Christ to nothing more than the Iron Age David Koresh.
As far as the realm of possibility goes, let's be clear that just because something is possible doesn't mean that it's probable, and everything that we know about the crucifixion of Jesus runs contrary to everything that we know about Roman politics in that particular area and region.
Also true.
Especially with Pontius Pilate doing anything to capitulate to the Sanhedrin. Based on everything else we know about Pilate, he would have been more inclined to give Jesus a job because of how much he frustrated the Sanhedrin. The Romans were not at all fans of the Jewish synagogue, especially when you consider that the Jews had such a stranglehold on the region, religiously speaking, and it made any of their economic efforts somewhat futile. In fact, Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews details an event wherein the Sanhedrin complains about a Roman bridge damming up their aquifer and reducing the water supply. So to retaliate for that, Pontius Pilate gathers up all of the Jewish leaders of that particular ghetto, and then he opens the aquifer and drowns them all to death. Floods them right there in the town square. And then the ones who survived were beaten to death by his soldiers. This is clearly not a man who has any consideration for what the Jews wanted, or what they desired, or what upset them. His interests were clearly aligned to the antithesis of that.
Yeah, I understand from your perspective. If there is no God, then of course the miracles in the Bible,
I'm not even talking about, like, that was JL's point, Otangelo. I'm not talking about the miracles. I'm talking about what we know from history, the evidence that we have from history, and whether or not it corroborates the stories in the Bible. Obviously, I have to suspend belief in the miracles and the miraculous on the virtue that I don't accept that those things exist. But if we were to go based on whether or not the Gospels are historically reliable, I would at least think that we could find common ground on the historical events they detail, which we can't. They are completely at odds with everything else that we know about history. Effectively, we would have to throw out all of our understanding of Roman history, particularly within that time and region, in order for anything in the Bible to be true or accurate. And then at that point, once we throw it out, we have nothing to compare it to, so we still can't conclude that it's accurate or reliable. We just have to trust blindly that what it says is the truth, even when sometimes it says things that are in contradiction to its own wording. We know that Luke and Matthew, particularly those two Gospels, contradict each other at every given opportunity, because both of those Gospel authors were copying from Mark, and where Mark failed to input certain details, Matthew, Matthew and Luke added them. And where they added details, they contradict each other. Almost every given opportunity that they have to contradict each other when deviating from Mark, they do.
Otangelo, thank you for joining us. We do need to move on to...
Randolph, I have one more question, please.
Maybe just Peter's question first, and then we should try to wrap it up pretty quickly here.
I have one more question. Otangelo, so we go back a while. I have seen your blog, and I've gone over your blog. That is an extensive amount of work that you have put in regarding evolution, regarding abiogenesis, all those things. After your conversation just now with King Xerxes, don't you think that you should completely shift your goal, start a new blog, and put in the energy that you put into trying to disprove evolution and start over and start a blog on your research on the Bible? Wouldn't that be not only a much better way to spend your time, but also be more in line with the fact that if the Holy Spirit is in you, and if the Holy Spirit will make you change your ways and make you do good works, wouldn't those be the works that would be preferred?
Peter, I think that in regards of all these issues which have been raised by Xerxes and by all you guys, there are people which are much more qualified, which do that for life, to be theologians, so there is a lot of work out there, and I think I have already broadened very much my extents of research, let's say. But yeah, it is
but wouldn't the Bible be much more important to you to do your research on than some theory that an atheist, according to you, came up with in order to disprove God? Wouldn't the Bible be the one and only thing you should focus on and make sure that you have that 100% correct?
Charles Darwin belonged to the Church of England.
First of all, 100% correct is maybe something which nobody
okay, I'll grant you that.
Will reach that
as close as you can get to that.
But I think studying the Bible is something which every Christian should do, which I do. I agree with you that in the last 5, 6, 7 years, maybe I have spent more time in regards of science and philosophy, less in theology, and it is pretty possible that I will spend more time scrutinizing the Bible. But I am doing that, and as I said recently, I did read a book which I say again, Google Undesigned Coincidences, which address precisely these supposed discrepancies between the Gospels, and it is very interesting. So I recommend anyone to Google for that. And if you need a link to the book, you can just send me a message here on Politics, and you can download the book for free and make your own investigation.
Well, I hope you do put in the time and start investigating it. It has become pretty apparent that there's a lot of work you still need to do when it comes to the Bible.
Namely, it's acknowledging that God and evolution and abiogenesis are not mutually exclusive concepts.
Well, that would be an entirely new topic, but I think Randolph wants to move on, so that could be eventually something.
It's
not one that you're free to revisit in 2 weeks.
Just to clarify, Otangelo, it's just not me. It's just that we need to try to bring other people in.
Of course, yeah.
You'd be welcome to come back. You'd be welcome to come back in future episodes. We do this once a fortnight.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank
Have
you,
a good one,
Otangelo.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Everyone. All right,
Bye-bye.
Jason has been spamming my DMs with pictures of worms for the last hour and a half or so. So, Jason,
am ready with a
gift.
Before he comes up, I have to acknowledge. I have to take a moment after all my interactions with Otangelo and all the debates and everything. We actually accomplished something that I've never seen before, and that is to get Otangelo to a point where he acknowledges that he has to do more work. My mind is literally like blown right now.
That's good. I think
I agree.
I think
that's,
the reason was because of how we talked with him, and we let him have a lot to say. And then King Ulysses especially was talking Bible stuff with him, and I think that really helped him to kind of put things in perspective and realize, oh yeah, there's some things he needs to correct. So, but I think all of our effort together probably helped.
I think it's actually Otangelo seems a lot calmer than normal. I think Otangelo has done a lot of work on his personality in debates, and I think he's improved a great deal on his own in being able to have these conversations. So props to Otangelo.
And you thinking beta blockers? I'm thinking beta blockers.
No, I think what it is for a while there he got involved with Darth Dawkins, and that's where he started to really show a nasty streak. And since he's dissociated from there, he's gone back to being quite nice to converse with. And I think that's what TJump is noticing. Maybe you weren't aware that of him before his encounters with Darth Dawkins.
Oh, I was. I absolutely was.
Yeah. I mean, I was addressing TJump, but yeah.
I was impressed. I was impressed. I was like, I'm kind of like, wow. There's like new ground has been broken, and I'm just, wow. Okay, let's go, Jason.
Welcome, Jason. You're going to talk about broccoli and worms. Is that right?
No broccoli, but yeah, worms all the time, every time.
What have you got new for us today?
Well, it's more of a continuation of let's say it last time before somebody got triggered and kicked me off.
Oh, come on, man. Don't be dishonest like that.
No, speaking of. But anyway, you got no power here. I can have a chat. So, so everybody, 7 billion people have a parasite in their lower intestine that secretes chemicals into their bloodstream that controls their mind. This is only there because they are taught that animal products are okay to eat. Specific animal products are okay to eat when you follow this religious text. You with me so far? Do you have any of those pictures?
Jason, I'm starting to wonder if the reason you don't want to talk about broccoli is because it might be an antidote to everything you're suggesting here.
I can't.
Yeah, I don't want to bring it to that.
Wait.
Special
because
room.
of potential
I'm actually really.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that specifically. But
I'm really curious what TJump. I'm curious what TJump has to say about this because. Go ahead.
So, Jason, what is the argument? So, yes, we have bacteria and stuff, and some religious people don't have it because they don't eat pigs. So, what is the point?
But those religious people that are not allowed to eat pigs are allowed to eat chicken, goat, cow, which brings a different type of parasite. And there's your God. It has the ability to control you from the inside using your own brain.
No, it is not a god because it's younger than me. Those bacteria, they didn't exist before I existed. So they can't be God. They couldn't have created me. All those bacteria in your brain, they have a life cycle of about a few weeks to a few months, and then they die. So they reproduce. So all of the bacteria.
These things live with you up to 30 years and plus. You could have a parasite that you have gotten from when you as a child.
So if there's a 60-year-old guy, that parasite, the specific cell did not exist that long. The cell reproduced and its children.
I'm not here to argue about this. I'm not arguing about. I'm presenting you.
I'm answering.
I'm presenting you. It doesn't matter if you believe it's a god or not. What constitutes a god? It doesn't have to create you in order to be. Something has to be your god. It doesn't have to create you. All it has to do is manipulate your entire worldview, manipulate your entire life, determine whether you live or you die. And this is what this thing does.
I'm curious, Jason. What you're saying that these parasites that live in human beings' bodies and they secrete, they have I guess secretions, or in the lower intestine, and then they secrete chemicals that induce us to be more
sinful.
I guess
sinful. Sinful is the word that would exactly describe this.
Okay. What is the name of the chemical that they secrete that results in mental control?
It's a simple proton secreted in the right portion of the brain.
What's the name of it? What is a proton? What do you mean a protein?
Protein.
Okay, what is the name of the protein?
Oh, I'm not sure. It varies depending on what parasite you're dealing with.
Do you think we would not have identified this at this point?
We have.
No,
you're just not. There's no Disney movies about it, so that you don't know about it. There's no PBS. Yes, sir.
Gandhi. So it's
that's one. That's one, and that affects up to 85 to 95% of the world, depending on what source you're referencing. The lowest average I can find is 50% of the world.
He also thinks that Toxo can reproduce outside of cats. So
I wanted to correct you about this because you seem to have spaz out about this every single time. Toxoplasma gondii is supposed to be in a cat. The objective of this is to be in a feline, but it can live inside of a human body. It can reproduce inside of a human body. But often
it can only reproduce in cats.
Shut up! Tired of you interrupting me, man.
Calm down, dude.
Just shut up, man. Just shut your mouth. I'm not cussing. I'm being interrupted. Can you check that goof, please?
I'm saying one at a time. Don't attack each other. One at a time. Come on.
Yes, thank you. What was I saying? What was I saying? God,
you're going to say this. Found worldwide, Toxoplasma gondii is capable of infecting virtually all warm-blooded animals, but felids, such as domestic cats, are the only definitive hosts in which the parasite may undergo sexual reproduction.
I literally just said that. Dude, sexual reproduction in the intestines, guy. That's what you're missing. That's what you're missing. That's what you're missing.
The only known definitive hosts in which the parasite may undergo sexual reproduction are felids. That's it. It cannot sexually reproduce in anything other than cats.
Oh my god, dude. That's insanity. That's literally insanity considering 90% of the world
has literally the bacterium.
How do you think 90% of the world is getting... Okay, I'm going to argue with you. Since you're expert on this now that you Googled something. How did 95% of the world become infected with toxoplasma?
They're not infected. 95% of the world is not infected with toxoplasma.
I would rather not... Yeah, it's been fun, guys. Until you get this dork off this thing, I'm not coming back on here.
Oh, cats, man. Cats.
Boom.
Cats.
Wrecked. Oh, J.O. got pwned.
He came in hot and angry already. So
I want to say thank you to Alex Stein for the super chat. Alex Stein recently made it big because he was on Fox News with Tucker Carlson, his daddy. Now he has like 100,000 subs.
Oh, nice. So
what's going on,
Goldie?
atheists?
Was he brought on
you little traitors to the world? How you doing today?
He brought on for that ridiculous rap over out of Plano City Hall?
That guy who was in the voice chat before, ban him right now. That was the worst thing I ever heard in my life. So let me ask you guys a question.
If you need any emotional support, please feel free to DM me because that was vicious. I mean, I hope you can get past that, JL.
I'm never going to let it go that he keeps saying things about toxoplasmosis that are not true. I mean,
let me just say this, right? Okay, so I'm a Christian patriot of this country. I went to Catholic school. I was raised Catholic. However, I'm more so Protestant now. I'm not crazy religious. I usually only go to mass on holidays or anything like that. But the question I got to ask you guys first before you ask me a question is, what is your proof that a creator doesn't exist?
I don't.
All things start as imaginary until evidence is provided that they aren't imaginary. No evidence has been provided, therefore God is imaginary.
I don't hold that position, Goldie.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just who all here is a little traitor to the world, a little atheist.
For me, it would depend on the claim that is made about a specific God, and then we would investigate the claim made about the specific God, and 9 out of 10 times we can determine whether or not that God is contradictory, illogical, and cannot exist.
So the problem with your stance is, unless proven, or anything imaginary unless proven is fake. Well, the thing is we as the human race, we find out things that are evolutionary and changing on a daily basis. There's probably a million things we don't know about the what's under our Earth, outer space, etc. And just because we don't know about it yet, just because we haven't fully discovered and proof hasn't been displayed in front of us,
Are you
doesn't
really trying to convince
false.
us with a hasty generalization right now?
So listen, you little beta male. Don't interrupt me. I'm very polite. I won't interrupt you. Let me finish my point. So hold on.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this beta crap.
I won't
The reality of it is, just because it exists in the possibility.
The reality of it is because. Okay, go ahead.
The reality is, just because it exists, it potentially exists in the area of stuff that we don't know, does not increase the odds that it is true. Okay. The reality.
I'd like to point out, JL, I'd like to point out that Goldie did acquiesce and let you speak like a true beta would.
Okay, so you're probably a 45-year-old male finishing his WAP.
Can I suggest that if we're going down that line, that there are more people with their hands up, and probably more people that would be able to have a decent conversation.
That's fair.
And not come here to troll or insult people.
I want to answer his question.
I don't think we should spend any time on that.
To be fair, though, I stated my belief in question, and then you guys interrupted me.
I have a troll question for you.
I wanted to answer his question because
go ahead. Hold on. Let him ask his question to me. Let him ask his question to me.
I'm wondering what you think of Miriam Adelson wanting to add a book of Trump to the Bible.
I don't know anything about that, but if that's true, that's ridiculous.
What kind of MAGA general are you then?
I'm a MAGA general that's an actual patriot, not a stone cold red coat loser, not an atheist traitor to our country, not a beta male liberal such as many of you, not somebody that has
Miriam Adelson
pronouns in their roles. And back
she got an award from Trump for that.
The topic at hand, beta. Okay, so here's the point. Just because we don't
can we move on to a more serious interlocutor?
I'm gonna answer his question. So his question was,
can I make my statement, you little redcoats?
You already did make it. Your question
I didn't
was
make my
that
statement.
Stop it. Your question was that why should we think that everything is imaginary because there's lots of things we don't know about yet. Well, it's unreasonable to believe anything is true until it has evidence that it's true. So if you believe in God without evidence, you're irrational. So it's rational to conclude it's imaginary until evidence is provided. It's irrational.
Okay, but the same stance can be taken as if you don't believe that there's a creator, that's irrational because there's also no proof that there isn't a creator. It goes both ways. The point is that everybody is
burden of proof fallacy. It does not go both ways.
Hold on a second. It does go both ways. The point is that it doesn't matter if you don't believe that there's a creator, and it doesn't matter that I believe that there is a creator. I could simply state that there's no proof that there isn't one, so opinion rejected, lack of respected. But the same thing can be applied to my statement. So at the end of the day, I don't understand why you want to see the problem with atheists. Is they want to
I've already answered that. It's a burden of proof fallacy.
The real question is, why do atheists have to impose on everybody else's beliefs? Why can't you guys just go eat your vegan meals, go be liberals by yourselves, and leave us alone?
Because your irrational beliefs lead to irrational behaviors, and those affect society at large.
What irrational behaviors? Explain that to me. That's a good topic. Let's go ahead and explain that to me.
Like the first sign of irrational behavior would be why you were kicked out of the Catholic Church.
You see these stone-cold radical
we all know what scandal we're talking about.
They're atheists.
I just moved them out.
Political buzzword. Political buzzword. Political buzzword.
Thank you.
I know all the political buzzwords.
So
my quick response to him is that one of the problems with a self-proclaimed MAGA general is he's not very well informed on people like Miriam Adelson, who got an award from Trump, personally delivered on stage. So he's not convincing me. He's not even convinced about his own stuff.
He didn't sound educated at all either. He's just spouting talking points.
He's just an edgelord.
He didn't even have a position. He was just calling us names and shit. Anyways, I'm gonna pull up.
Wait, that is presupposing that there are educated Trump followers.
There are.
Hey, Obama dog.
Yo, what's up, Taco? How's everyone doing? I always enjoy hearing you guys talk. So my argument is, if deity exists, say what?
Potato.
What?
I said potato.
Oh, damn it. You guys didn't fall for it. All right. Well, I'm done.
Thank you.
Oh, come on. I was so hopeful. We've moved from a MAGA general to an Obama dog. I thought we were really moving along here.
All right. I'll go. You guys didn't fall for it.
All right, thanks,
Perfect.
bud.
Try again next time.
Victory is mine.
All right, I'm gonna go
just
ahead and pull up
happened
Ty. They're the next in queue here.
Victory is mine. Say it, the TJump.
Hey, Ty, you've been in queue
Hi
for a while.
everyone. I think Austin was before me. I don't know if that matters, but mine is really going to be quick. I was just going to answer TJump's question about the guy that thought that it's more probable that consciousness is fundamental as opposed to physical matter. And I would say the reason to believe that would be that the hard problem of consciousness, the way it was put out by David Chalmers.
What about it?
Just it's a reason to believe that consciousness can't emerge from physical matter and therefore fundamental.
Even the 30% of philosophers don't cite a hard problem of consciousness, and I'm sure it's even lower if you were to look at scientists. And like,
well, he just said it's a reason, so it doesn't need to be a good reason. But thank you for the super chat, Cosmic. Appreciate it. Try to send you a question. So the hard problem of consciousness is, you're right, it's an argument against physicalism, but it isn't an argument for anything else. So it doesn't mean that there is idealism is true. It just means that there would be something in addition to physicalism, which could be a different kind of thing that we don't know about yet, an unknown physical thing, for example. The hard problem simply states that we can't conceive of a way to describe how experiences can be arisen from physical matter. That's all it says, but it doesn't say anything about idealism.
Well, if idealism supplies a better answer to why it is, then it is a reason to believe in idealism.
True, but it doesn't. It doesn't say that at all. The hard problem just says we don't know how to explain conscious experience with physical stuff. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about idealism. It doesn't support idealism.
Well, by idealism, you don't have the dichotomy. If physical matter is part of consciousness, then you don't have the hard problem of consciousness.
You still have the problem of what is consciousness. So the problem is still there. It doesn't actually solve anything.
It's fundamental as opposed to physical matter.
Right, and you can just say it's emergent. It doesn't actually explain anything. So just calling it fundamental isn't a solution.
Yeah,
solve anything.
but exactly that's what I'm saying. The emergent theory gives you the hard problem of consciousness that I haven't heard any good explanation for it. Idealism, or some form of idealism, doesn't create the hard problem of consciousness.
Right, it creates
Therefore,
exactly the same problem. It says instead of it being why is it emergent, it's why is it fundamental. So simply asserting that it's fundamental or asserting that it's emergent with no explanation either way just gives you no explanation.
Sure, that's fair, but physicalism has the same problem of you have to explain why is physical fundamental. So posing the question why is consciousness fundamental is not any different problem that any other theory of fundamentalism would have to tackle.
Right. So I agree. The hard problem of consciousness doesn't add either to either theory. It's just a problem. So there's problems in both. The difference is that the physical models have been able to make progress in science. The idealists haven't. That's why physicalism is preferred, not because it can answer all of the questions.
Yeah, well, I think my main point is it creates another problem that idealism doesn't have to tackle.
Well, that's not an issue. So like saying magical leprechaun sky daddy did it or something, like that could solve lots of problems, like every unknown. You could say, what is dark matter? Well, it's just what the magical leprechaun wanted or something. But the fact that it can solve lots of those problems doesn't mean it's a good explanation. So just
so let me try
asserting it's a solution doesn't mean it actually is a solution. In order to make it count as a solution, you would need to demonstrate it with novel testable predictions. So the fact that you can imagine it solves problems isn't evidence.
Yeah, so let me try another possible proposition to why consciousness, you might think it's fundamental. Because even those physical measurements you're talking about and the novel predictions, everything passes through consciousness. Eventually, everything has to be evaluated through consciousness. That's another reason to think that's fundamental.
No, that's confusing epistemology and ontology. So if I said the only way I can see other galaxies is through a telescope, therefore the other galaxies must be made of a telescope. Well, clearly that's false. The fact that everything passes through your consciousness isn't evidence that it's made of consciousness. It's just confusing the epistemic means of getting the information with the ontology of what it is describing.
Okay, sure. That's really all I had. Cool. Thanks for your time.
Yep.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you very much.
And I think he was correct. Looks like Austin's been in queue for a while. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Austin now. Hello, Austin. Pulling you up.
I have a quick question from the chat. Xerxes, do you have a channel?
YouTube channel, I think it's being asked.
Yes.
King Xerxes is going to get me the information I'll be adding to the YouTube video description. I guess
I do.
Xerxes must be away from the computer right now.
I believe it is Pornhub/King Xerxes.
Austin,
I do have a YouTube channel.
Make sure to link it in chat too, so I can pin that.
Please get
I'll
that.
link it.
Send it to me in a private chat, and I'll blast it around. Austin, the San-Antonian, welcome. What have you got for us today? Hello, Austin. We can't hear you.
I have a distinct feeling I know this guy. Oh no! Wait, no. Sorry.
Okay, so I think what we should do, Taco, is maybe put Austin back to the audience for now until they get their audio problems sorted out, and maybe move on to the next person.
Pulling up Indolic.
Hello, Mr. Batman. Where's Mr. Batman at again?
Hello, Indolic. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Hello. What you got for us today?
Real quick, if everybody can help us summon Mr. Batman, we need a Mr. Batman ping with a bat signal.
I thought you had to say his name 3 times into a mirror when the lights are off.
Should I hide first, because I doubt he's going to come in here as long as I'm here.
I think I wasn't very pleased with. I was actually pretty disgusted with Mr. Batman last time expressing bigotry against LGBT people. Yeah. I won't be sad if he doesn't come back.
Sir, can I have a second chance?
All right, sorry about that. Go ahead, Indolic.
You're not making any noises.
Indolic, hello. What have you got for us today?
Sounds like your mic might not be working.
Try refreshing the page.
Maybe we'll put Indolic back into the audience too and try to bring up the next person.
Cool. Pulling up Eren.
Hello, Eren.
Hello. Yeah, I just had a question. You probably hear this all the time, but I was wondering how atheists think the universe started.
We don't know.
Quantum fluctuations in the original quantum field. So space and time are emergent from a more fundamental quantum field. And the current hypothesis is that it's the multiverse.
So to add to TJump's answer, there are a lot of atheists who take an interest in science and do take that view. And that's a very common and well-accepted view in science, as I understand it. And there's a lot of evidence that seems to support it. There is nothing in atheism that says we must be scientific in our views, though. And there are some atheists who do have different views. There are some atheists with some whacked-out views that I don't agree with. And there are a number of us who just say we don't know.
All right. And have you guys I don't know, what are your thoughts towards Islam? I know Christianity, I listened to that whole conversation and it was I sided with King Xerxes. He had really good points, but
as I host a show for Anra that is going through the Quran, yeah, that's not a book that I would believe or even adhere to, according to what it's saying, what it's claiming, the rules that are being laid down.
Why is that?
Cannot be a god.
Why?
Because he gets a lot of things fundamentally wrong. Things about the universe, for instance, which could be one of the easiest things to go to.
Why are you asking about Islam? I've done tons of debate against Muslims and Christians. What?
I wasn't here. I wasn't here for those. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I honestly think you can just lump it into the grab bag of all religions, whether it's extreme or it's not extreme or it's it doesn't really matter. It's a religion based upon people trying to draw conclusions about reality and making this stuff up where they were ignorant. So,
all right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you for coming on. It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. All right, we've got quite a few more people in queue. Obama Dog looks like he's
what
going
about
to try to break his
Indolic, see if his mic is working.
Figured Obama would be quick. Let's pull up Indolic.
Hey.
We got you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I don't know what's the issue. Is it my mic, or do you have problems with other people?
It happens.
It's a Discord thing. It happens on Discord all the time.
Okay. So I just want to point people to a resource. There was a debate a week ago between Jimmy Akin and Bart Ehrman on the reliability of the Gospels. And Jimmy made a blog where he responds to all of the questions Bart raises. And it's pretty good. It has a lot of citations from new archaeological findings, historians, scholars. It's called "Why Bart's Wrong," Jimmy Akin. So Xerxes can check that. Yeah, and others can check the debate.
When he convinces the consensus of experts to agree with him, then that'll be great. Until then, I'm going to go with the experts.
So, just out of curiosity, why should I accept Jimmy Akin, who is a Catholic apologist? Why should I accept anything he has to say about New Testament history? He's not a historian. He doesn't have any credentials in Koine Greek. He's not familiar with the conglomeration of the Gospels or early church history. He's an apologist. He has no credentials on the subject whatsoever. So why should I give a flying fuck what he has to say on the matter? No comment? Didn't think so.
Well, thank you for joining us, Indolic.
Oh, is it there? Misunderstood. I'm pulling you up.
Just really quickly, I wanted to say in response to that other guy, Bart Ehrman, while he is the most celebrity of all the New Testament scholars, he's not alone in his particular school of thought when it comes to New Testament history. I would say that he's at least if you mitigate all the people who are already believers in that category of New Testament scholars, and you focus just on the people who are agnostics or atheists, right? He would be part of the overwhelming majority. Now, as far as it goes with like contradictions of the Bible and stuff, even believing scholars admit that, right? Like Sherwin White, Luke Beatty, Craig Evans, Sean McDowell, they admit that there are those issues in the Bible. So some Catholic apologists saying why Bart Ehrman is wrong. Well, I mean, he would have to be contending with the consensus of modern scholarship on the historicity of the Gospels. It's not just Bart. So the fact that Jimmy Akin named his blog "Why Bart is Wrong" demonstrates that he has no desire to actually investigate the historical evidence behind this religion.
Did you say Sean McDowell admits that there's Bible contradictions? Do you have a clip of that I can have?
Sure. I mean, he does it on Apologia's channel quite frequently.
Ah.
Of course, I mean, he uses the same sort of like watered down admission that most other apologists do, is just like, well, it looks like a contradiction, and we're not aware of any evidence or information that makes it not a contradiction, but we can have faith that the authors knew that there was some information that made it not a contradiction.
Apparent contradictions.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then he doesn't offer any refutation, and he says that based on all available information that we have now, this is a contradiction. But we can have faith as Christians that there's some information we just don't have access to that made this not a contradiction. Like, for example, what J. Warner Wallace does with the contradictions between Matthew and Luke on the birth narrative of Jesus, right? Like, that's probably the biggest obstacle when it comes to the historical reliability of Christianity, or at least the gospel specifically, that Christians are going to have to overcome, because that is a blatant inaccuracy. It would be like saying that Jesus Christ was born at both when George W. Bush was president and when George Washington was president. Obviously, that can't be the case. So that's a
hello, Misunderstood. I really like your name.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say I grew up Catholic. My mom was a CCD teacher. And I moved to Maine, and then I went out with several Christian boyfriends from different denominations and different Christian things in the past. And I did convert to Islam for 10 years, and I've been in several different churches and been brought into several religions because of men I've hung out with. And I came up with something simple, that I ran into the Baha'i faith, and now I think I am a Muslim, and I follow the Baha'i faith also. And I believe all religions is one, all races is one, and I'm obsessed with peace. And I think all religions are like instruments, and different instruments, and they are played differently, but they, look to the same God. And I do believe that all the Bibles and stuff like that, and Qurans and everything, I believe that they're just messages from God, no matter which version it is, and just to take in all the good and do the best you can for people and love God and do the best in the world.
Yeah, so these are well-known characteristics of the Baha'i faith primarily. So I guess did you have some question for us, or some way you wanted to convince us that a God exists?
Yeah, because I'm curious as to I'm curious as to how you concluded that the God, like what convinced you that the God exists?
Because of how everything exists. Something made us all, and I believe that God is the source of everything.
How do you know that?
We don't know yet who he is, or what he is, and what shape and form, and what he looks like.
So why are you convinced that it's just one God and it's not multiple goddesses or gods working together to create all of existence?
Because we believe in one God.
But why?
Why?
Because
Jane, she owe me a Coke.
Have you ever read the Kitabi Akdas?
no.
Was that a yes?
No, I haven't.
Oh. Well, that was the book written by Mirza Ali Muhammad, the person that's responsible for creating the Baha'i faith in the 19th century, middle 19th century, around 1840 to 1850, right?
In Persia, yeah.
So, yeah. So that individual was not convinced of a monotheistic deity.
Okay,
he believed in the pantheon.
Because I've only been given a couple of, books that were small when I visited the center
The
here.
Kitabi Akdas is the Bible of the Baha'i faith.
Yeah, I know.
So maybe if you want to, subscribe to that faith, you should probably read their holy book, which denounces the notion of a monotheistic God. Seems you have some conflicting interests when it comes to these sorts of religious ideologies.
Think there might be a little bit more work you need to do, misunderstood?
No, actually, I was given a couple of basic books when I entered the Baha'i faith. And I've been down to the center a few times and have been accepted. And they showed me a room that I can come and pray in all the time. And a place where I could stay all the time. And the guy was really nice to me, and I told him everything.
Sure he was. Most people peddling religions are usually pretty nice when they're trying to gain a convert, but the Baha'i faith accepts everybody. That's like their whole crux, is that everybody actually belongs to the Baha'i faith. They just belong to different sects of it. So Mirza Ali believed that all of the gods exist, and they're just fighting with each other.
I've even been to quite a few dinners there.
Okay. I'm glad you've had a positive experience with that religion. That's nice. Is there any
evidence? And they have plenty of art shows and stuff like that.
Cool.
Fascinating.
So do concerts. I don't worship Foo Fighters. So evidence.
So for me, I can tell you that a book is not enough to convince me, because there are a lot of books that are written on a lot of these kinds of subjects. I want more than just a book that tells me stories. And good for you if you want to go with that. I would suggest.
Like I said, like I read from all the books.
Yeah. I would just maybe think about why is it that these books are convincing to you, and maybe try to put take doubt as your ally, and consider other possibilities. One of the possibilities being no deities, another one being multiple deities, and try to figure out if you're being coaxed into having a bias toward just one of those views.
Actually, I've been people have tried to make me stay with their church and their church only, and I never really followed any of them.
Yeah,
trying to get me to stay with their church and their church only.
That is a common thing. Now, do you have something that you think would be convincing to us that the deity of the Baha'i faith or the Islamic God Allah exists?
Just a feeling I get when I pray and stuff like that, and I've turned my life around religion.
Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of people who've managed to improve the quality of their own lives by joining a community or becoming part of something like a meditation practice or religion or other things. So, we're very happy for you that you found something that works well for you.
Yeah. I mean, I sit at home alone and I'm praying and I'm reading for these books, and I also do a lot of meditation. It all works very well, and it's better than, sitting back in a corner, with a joint or alcohol or pills or something,
Misunderstood. Can I ask you a quick question? Because I think we're getting to a good point where we can move to the next person. But I want to ask you something real quick, just to throw something at you.
Okay.
So, do what?
Talking to my chat. Forgot to mute.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. So just throwing it out there, because you were mentioning prayer, meditation, and these things, and that you found it very, very helpful. So I'm just going to throw this at you, just something for you to think about. Hypothetically, say that I was a Christian, or I was a Christian, and I believe in God, and I pray every day, and so on and so forth. And say one day I'm in a car accident, right, and I'm trapped in my vehicle. And the firefighters are working to get me out, but I'm stuck in there. And so in this perilous situation, I begin to pray because I believe in God. I pray to God, and it lowers my blood pressure. It calms my breathing. I use up less oxygen. My chances of survival are increased. And then the firefighters get me out of the car successfully, and my life is saved. Okay. So recognizing that prayer, much like or meditation, similar thing, you focus on one thing, you calm yourself, you speak to this thing, or you think about it. Recognizing that prayer and meditation have a physiological utility to them. It calmed me down. I used less oxygen. I lowered my blood pressure. I didn't panic. And therefore my survival odds were increased. Does the physiological utility mean that what I was focusing on or what I was praying to exist?
Well, it can, yes.
No, but does it?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I have a good feeling about it.
Asked and answered. Great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Misunderstood, and for coming up with a clever name.
I love this name. I've been misunderstood in more areas than one in my life. So.
Well, you weren't today.
Can I ask a final question?
You were very well understood in that last exchange, so appreciate that.
Yes.
So, Misunderstood. Yeah, I have one question. So, from what I got, you're a believer in the Baha'i faith, and so you believe that Baha'u'llah is actually Jesus who came back to Earth, according to what he claimed. I have personally spoken with two different Jesuses. One of which wasn't really convincing. The other one at least took the time to write an entire new Bible, explaining more about the universe and how we got here, which I still don't think is convincing because he came up with the idea that we're built out of spaceships and that we're all pretty much aliens, which is kind of weird. But he's Dutch, so drugs may have been involved in all of that. What made you think that Baha'u'llah was actually correct when he stated that he was the second coming of Jesus?
I believe that there is one God, but I believe anybody who represents a figure of a human or a person or whatever, they're all messengers, actually, from God.
But he claimed to be God, as in Jesus being God, being fully man and fully God. He claimed that he was the second coming of Jesus. So, by definition, he claimed to be God. So, what convinced you that that was the case?
I believe in one God, like I told you.
So he wasn't God?
He came from God. Yes.
Okay. So you're
But
not.
I do not believe. I believe he's a messenger, and he came from God. But I don't believe anybody who resembles physical being of a human being. I don't think is a God.
What I'm asking is that the founder of the Baha'i faith claimed to be God, and you disagree with that, yet you are a follower of the Baha'i faith. How does that work?
It works. And I told the guy that it runs the place too.
Can you say that again? I didn't catch that.
I told the guy how I believe in the Baha'i faith, and he said that was fine. That I take good from all the readings and stuff like that.
So there is a guy that can answer for God that you can go to and ask questions?
She just had she has a different interpretation. I think it's fine. It's a
yes, I have a different interpretation.
I'm just curious how that works. That if the main figure of if you reject the main figure of your own religion and still then hold to the religion, that it's fascinating. But
they believe all religions is one, all races is one.
Seems fine.
But do you reject the main figure of your religion?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I think he's a messenger.
That's fine. That's fine. I think we've talked about it enough.
So you reject his claim that he's God.
So
she's got her own interpretation. I mean, I think that's as far as we can go on that one. So.
Yeah, I think probably we should try to move on to our next caller. But thank you very much, Misunderstood. Really appreciate you coming on, and Peter, for what you said about the two Jesuses. Some lyrics from a song called "Industrial Disease" by Dire Straits comes to mind for me. Two men claim to be Jesus. One of them must be wrong.
Well, so here's the thing: the Dutch Jesus, he's on Twitter. You can find him if you type in Harry Jesus. That's with IE at the end. He does fantastic drawings. I mean, every 5-year-old would be jealous about his drawings. And there is a website where you can read the entire Bible, both in Dutch and in English, and I think even in German. So I'm still trying to mirror the whole thing on my own website because I promised him to do that, just because I think he's a nice guy and I found it funny, the whole thing. But the way it's set up, it's going to take me a lifetime to make it working anywhere other than on his website, because every single link leads to his own website. So I have to go through every single page and alter every single link.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if I've done that, if I'm then also kind of Jesus. I have to get back to him.
Yeah, Taco, who's next?
So we've got a few people in queue. I see that Austin, who was in queue like the entire time, is back in queue, so I'll pull him back up. Hopefully he's not AFK now. Hey, Austin. You were waiting a long time there. What's up?
Wow. Yeah, probably nearing 4 hours. Maybe over.
You
Yeah.
are patient. Convince us that God or whatever concept you believe in exists.
All right, cool. So, should I start off with giving a basic rundown of my theology?
Sure, like
given my
Christian, if you're not denominational, or where do you sit?
All right. My views seem to be very idiosyncratic. When it comes to God, so I just wanted to clarify them so that we're on even ground there. So essentially, I believe in a very non-interventionist God, same as some other people that have come on. I believe that God has interfered with the universe in merely two ways. The first being with its creation, and the second being giving consciousness to humanity, which will be a part of my argument for his supposed existence. It's a very, I suppose, libertarian interpretation. I don't believe that Christ was divine, so very much from mainstream Christianity there. I hold quite a lot of views in tension with theism, especially
what is a libertarian? What is a libertarian interpretation?
Great
What does
question.
that mean?
All right, so what I mean by that, and maybe using this term wrong, since I did get this interpretation of the word libertarian may have been completely incorrect, but essentially it's relating to the question of free will in contrast with some
Oh,
compatibilism,
gotcha.
all that
Libertarian
jazz.
free will.
So,
Gotcha. I was thinking like libertarian,
right.
like Walter Block, like
Politically, yes.
Politically, it's like libertarian interpretation of religion. That's interesting.
It's a very odd way to phrase it. I'm well aware. So essentially, there's free will and there's no and for existence. So how that would relate to my philosophy on God, for example, is I don't believe that God is all knowing. I believe that He is experiencing our reality at the same time that we are. I don't believe that. So I don't believe that He's aware of the future. I don't believe that He's aware of our decisions, our choices, but before we make them. So He's very much alongside the ride with us, if that makes sense. All
Cool.
right.
So what is your argument for him?
All right. So it's very basic, and it's very easy to break apart, of course, since of course the burden of proof issue that comes with making any argument for a deity's supposed existence. So pretty sure that at least one other person made this argument, and or at least one similar to this, having to do with consciousness. Right. So this actually is my personal. Actually, personally, it was one of my main uh, uh, justifications for God's existence that I'll come back to. Don't worry, I am just making sure that I'm bringing enough context here. All right, cool. So essentially, the physical universe, anything that is created, initiated, and developed, has has the mechanism that developed it, or entity that developed a system, whatever term that you want to use, shares the same fundamental properties with it in a sense. There's a very clear connection between those two. So when you take that rule and apply it to consciousness,
you said everything that exists shares fundamental properties. Is that what you said?
That's actually, no. So let me get an example here. For example, let's use photosynthesis here. What both the sun and plants on the ground have in common inevitably will include that one is using energy energy from the other. Both utilize solar energy, heat, light, etc. If we apply that to consciousness, we come into a bit of an issue. If we want to use science, physics, maybe we want to use physics, biology, the chemistry in order to explain it. Since, as far as we know, and yes, I'm well aware that this very much is as far as we know, it is not determined that humanity is one grouping in the universe that has consciousness. We don't even know if other animals don't have it. But from my perspective, it's very hard, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to justify the existence of consciousness through any natural process that we know of. Again, yes, as we know of, well aware, we don't. Our current knowledge of science is limited. I get that argument there, but
do we know of any supernatural processes that can explain consciousness?
No, we do not. And this is the issue with discussing God that's completely inherent to every conversation that we have about it. We're dealing with opposed properties that are separate from physical ones. We can't use science to prove it nor disprove it. So I'm not going to claim otherwise. To claim otherwise would be to preemptively dismantle my entire argument.
Okay, so why should we believe that consciousness leads to God?
It's not so. Hold on.
Austin, just to ask a clarifying question. When you're considering consciousness and look at the things that we have to work with, just look what's in the toolkit. Don't step outside to anything that is outside or supernatural, whatever. Just look at what do we have to work with. We have consciousness itself, the measurable attributes of it. What we interpret to be consciousness when we are one agent looking at another agent. We have human brains. We have brains, right? And then we know that the brain needs to be formed or basically kind of like developed to a specific point when the consciousness becomes detectable. And that if the brain is damaged or destroyed completely to a degree that the measurable consciousness or observable consciousness, whatever you say, disappears, right? That's pretty much what we have to work with.
All right.
Correct?
That's one way to put it.
That's without assuming anything else. We just look at what we have in hand. So we, as far as we can tell, the scope of neurology, neurophysiology, everything that we've got, we can tell you that brains are somehow connected to consciousness. We know that without a brain, this is what we know so far. It's not saying that anything else, just what we have. We know that brains are somehow connected to consciousness, and that without a brain, there's no consciousness to detect. So there's no reason to think that consciousness is there without a brain. It could be, but we don't know. But there's no reason to think that it would be, because all of the prevailing circumstances we have would say, okay, so it seems that we need a brain for a consciousness, and that if we destroy the brain, we can affect the consciousness in predictable ways. Depending upon how I mess with the brain, I can screw with the consciousness, and I can predict the effects in the consciousness by where I stab the brain. And that the brain develops over time, as does consciousness, in tandem with the brain itself. And then once the brain is destroyed or it dies, the consciousness seemingly disappears.
Correct.
And can no longer be observed or measured. So why this? Okay, so why are we jumping to anything beyond what we have to work with?
Very good question and very good explanation of that, of all those examples there. Great job. Well, bit of an assumption there implicitly, and don't worry, maybe wrong. Well aware of that. That brain is our primary acting force on consciousness. There. Well, yes, you're completely right that by affecting the brain in a multitude of ways, neurochemistry, all that jazz, it heavily affects the detectable traits that we consider as consciousness. Well, have the clear definitions here with consciousness a bit. Well, by consciousness, although yes, I am somewhat referring to that measurable state that is very much in tangent with the brain, with neurology, with psychology, referring to in a sense a more so higher entity that even though it can, even though the broader higher entity that has that aspect of it that can be affected by physical processes, such as poking and prodding with, say, the frontal lobe, or through genetic mental disorders.
I'm lost in the. I'm lost in the.
Sorry,
flow of
man.
the conversation.
Austin, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Well, let me see if I can provide some. Let me see if I can provide a machete to your intellectual thicket. So, take what we have in the box, everything I described, and that's what we have to work with. Okay. Now we can take what we have and we can hypothesize about things outside of the box. All right. So we've got our toolkit, and then we can hypothesize about things outside of the toolkit. What would justify us in claiming that anything outside of the toolkit is true?
Since what we have with the toolkit, it in itself does not share that similar property of that defines consciousness. That being, I suppose, in this case, for lack of a better term, self-awareness. Yes. Again, all of these neurological processes that we are able to affect on the ground every day, yeah, you do have an effect on that, but the issue, for me at least, is that those processes on themselves, the very tissue, how do you explain how that leads to something such as, for example, metacognition? I mean,
well, even if we can't, that wouldn't be evidence of a god. So say there's
correct,
something we can't explain.
Yes, both sides have, again, burden of proof. Again, all of the. Actually why
ultimately we can
ultimately
we can hypothesize a lot of things outside of the box.
Yes,
we can say, are we tapping into something? Does the consciousness exist without does consciousness exist without the brain? Does it just continue on after the brain has died? But these are hypotheticals. We're just assuming it's like, hey, well, what if this? What if this? What if this? But we can ask. We can ask these
technically hypothesizing that the brain has that much of an impact on consciousness.
But we know that without the brain, well, we know we can determine with what we have to work with that without the brain, there is no measurable consciousness. And that if we affect the brain, we can affect the consciousness in very predictable ways. Whether we go after the occipital lobe, we go after the temporal lobe, we go after the hippocampus, we go after the brainstem, that we can actually cause predictable outcomes in consciousness. If I do this to your brain, you will no longer be able to do this consciously. Or if I do this to your brain, this will occur and this will suddenly happen. And we can predict these things. So we can conclude from the evidence at hand that the two go hand in hand. Whereas where my conclusion is essentially I'm in the school of thought that a mind or consciousness is literally the property of a functioning brain. That's why a brain can function in a variety of states, but you can have consciousness in a variety of states as well. So functioning neurology results in a detectable consciousness, just like it's an emergent property of the system, just like a heartbeat is an emergent property of all of the cardiac cells put together to form a heart. Then it receives neural transmission so that the heart beats, and it's a completely autonomic process. So the brain itself, by virtue of the system, because the level of consciousness that we have when we're like 40 years old is obviously not the same level of consciousness we have when we are in gestation. So there's a progression there, and then a decline as we get older, and those cells begin to die off, just by virtue of old age. So all of this is understood. We can hypothesize outside of this. And sure, that's great. We can do it. It's all thought experiment. It's all fantastic. What justification do we have to accept that any of those hypotheticals are true beyond personal
Objectively,
desire?
None. It's all subjective. This merely is my interpretation. It's yes, both of us agree on all of the facts. And hold on, I have another question here first. Does everybody else in the call who's contributing to this discussion share the same school of thought that JL does on this issue?
For the most part.
As far as the mind being dependent upon a physical brain, yeah.
Much. All right, cool.
Yeah, me too.
I agree with you on all of the facts, all the fundamentals, all of these specifics. I just personally can't convince myself that something as complicated with as many near infinite possibilities as consciousness, as self-awareness has, can be explained by any process that we're going to find by delving deeper into the physical properties of our neurology, of the brain. It just seems to be too much of an evolutionary jump.
At one point, the sunrise was equally as complex and unexplainable by the natural world.
Have you heard of
I will. Let me just point out that our intuitions have an incredibly poor track record when it comes to explaining complex issues in our reality.
Well,
and I don't think that we should be relying.
I think we are going to find something more fundamental, but I think it's going to be a physical thing that we're going to find that's more fundamental in the brain. I don't think we're definitely going to make progress. We definitely don't know everything about the brain, so I agree. We will definitely find things that are more complex and more fundamental than what we currently know about the brain. There's no reason to think it's a soul, though.
Sure, but his incredulity is on the issue that the brain is responsible for producing the consciousness. That consciousness is an emergent property of physical interactions. But I will say this much to you that consciousness, whether or not you agree that it's explicable naturally, the alternative is that it's not explicable at all. Because if you're going to posit that a God exists and that he's consciousness, he is conscious, and he created everything, well, then all you're doing is just positing that consciousness is the default state of the universe. This is the default state of existence. And it's equally as inexplicable as it was 10 minutes ago when we assumed that it was some part of some unknown natural process.
Well, then we're assuming a more interfering God than I initially set up with my explanation of my theology there.
Does your God have a consciousness?
Is
it a thinking agent?
Much of the
well, because the answer is either yes or
my
the
God.
answer. Also, the answer is either yes or no. Either it's a conscious thinking agent or it's not. If it's not, then it's indistinguishable from just blind natural process.
Correct. All right. Yeah, I understand. I mean, there. Yes. That's my answer. Yes.
All right. In order for consciousness can't be explained by like some creator deity, regardless of what you believe, because this deity also possesses consciousness. Because a deity can't choose to have consciousness, and you have to have consciousness to make choices. So the mere fact of the matter that this thing is conscious is just a random fact of reality. It's a brute fact. There's no account for why it's conscious. There's no account for why it has an effective will over an ineffective will. It just randomly is that way. It's just randomly aware of itself. And therefore you haven't explained consciousness. If anything, you've added more questions.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, completely correct.
So
very
the
good
mystery of
way
consciousness
putting
can't
that,
be solved by a god.
Well, a history of human consciousness can be solved by a god, but the entire
Really? It can?
landscape of it, of course, cannot. So, yeah, you're right on that.
How can the
how is it explained by God?
I'm pretty sure that we already covered that there. Well,
I didn't hear you cover it.
all right, cool. Or maybe I didn't clarify it well enough. No,
You might be able to explain how we, in particular, possess consciousness, that God created us in such a way that we could possess that. But consciousness as a separate entity to our physical reality, which is what you're positing, that is not explained. That's just a brute fact of reality. And so you have really no way of determining whether or not God is responsible for facilitating our access to consciousness, or whether or not that's a natural phenomenon that he doesn't have any control over, any more than he has control over his own consciousness.
My belief that our consciousness is of consequence to the actions of God. Now we're getting into pure faith, and now I no longer can argue here in any objective manner.
But my point, Austin, is
at
that
this point,
even
we're
if I
on
had
pretty
faith in
much
the
going
God
for
that you
discussion.
believe in, he still wouldn't be a viable explanation for the existence of consciousness. Consciousness would be something that transcends even him.
Yeah.
So why would I bother contemplating the existence of this being if he's not even a useful explanation for this mystery that I've encountered?
Well, he's a useful explanation for the mystery on your level, but he's not. But he's not a useful explanation for the mystery on your level. Which
There is no mystery on my level.
On his level,
the mystery on my level is I have a brain and it has the capacity to produce consciousness through the chemical and electrical interactions within that organ. No different than my stomach emerges the
that's
process
a whole
of
other
digestion.
proposition, as we've already clarified.
No, I mean we've
Directly
substantiated pretty
contrary
thoroughly
to
that
my proposition that
Austin,
human
we've
consciousness
substantiated
is a
pretty
result of
thoroughly
God's
that human consciousness has some relationship to the physical brain.
Of course.
Right? So we don't need to like really.
Disagreeing on what that relationship is.
So the mystery there is going to be in the particulars of that relationship. But as far as like where consciousness comes from, God doesn't answer that question. And we already have an answer to the question of how we have consciousness, the brain. The exact mechanisms that facilitate that, or maybe a present mystery, but history shows us that we should be a lot more optimistic in our scientific ability to explore, investigate, and come to conclusions about the natural world. You know, we put a man on the moon 50 years ago. It's not exactly a stretch to think that we're going to figure out how consciousness functions in the future. I fail to see any place where you can put your God that he answers questions.
I fail to see how this doesn't account, how my interpretation doesn't count for the existence of human consciousness. I completely
doesn't articulate that for
even
me.
agree that it doesn't account for the existence of consciousness overall.
Articulate how your God
entities.
accounts for
That's completely
human
right.
consciousness.
Actually, is a very good counter. But as for human consciousness, how does that not work?
Why is there a distinction between human consciousness and other consciousness? Consciousness is just the mere ability to be
Human
self-aware.
consciousness is displayed in physical reality. It's constrained by the physical reality, according to me, to clarify.
As of right now, I don't have any reason to believe there's anything but the physical reality. So this is just more assumptions being piled on top of one another. Right? Like your initial assertion here was that your God has the capacity to explain the mystery of consciousness. We've now gone through that and have determined that that's not the case. And then you've now moved the goalpost and said that he has the capacity to explain human consciousness. And I don't accept that distinction.
You've disproven my original claim, and now
self-aware.
I'm modulating it since I'm
shifting the goalpost.
If you want to put it that way, then I guess
That's what you're doing.
You convinced me otherwise. Do you want me the whole same supposed dogmatic position throughout the entire discussion?
That's perfectly fair.
You've changed my mind on that. No, just calling it consciousness overall and saying that explains the entire mystery doesn't work. Going by your alternative definition, that consciousness also includes God's realm.
Okay, can you explain how does God explain human consciousness?
Mechanistically, please.
All right. Cool.
Because just mechanistically, because just saying God did it is not an explanation.
All right, mechanistic.
Let's be mindful of the time too, because there are other people who want to get on stage as well.
Correct. If we start getting first of all, what do you mean by mechanistically? Specifically, I'm not going into
what are the mechanisms that God uses specifically to facilitate human consciousness?
Yes,
I'm happy. You can explain it any way you want to explain it. Just explain it however you think it's best to explain. Just go for it.
All right. So, of course, I'm not going to know exactly what these mechanisms are by my own philosophy. But essentially, my belief is that whenever conception occurs in the human reproductive process, there is a system outside of the physical universe that mandates that what you may call a soul ends up with a direct connection to that entity. All right, so and then once once that organism has fully developed a brain, that soul then has what we would call consciousness in a neurological sense, but it's limited since we're working with the very narrow physics, chemistry, biology of our physical universe. So it's not so. Although although consciousness is going to be heavily affected by neurology, all those natural systems in the physical universe, its origin is outside of it. All right.
Okay, so the first thing that comes to mind for me is that for something to count as that's good. So for me, for something to count as an explanation, it has to not just be a thing you imagine to do the phenomenons. Like I can imagine a leprechaun knocked a cup over, but that isn't an explanation of the cup falling over. It's just something I made up. So there's a difference between
it is an explanation, but it's not empirical. Of course
no.
not.
So like there's infinitely many things we can make up to explain everything. Leprechaun did it. The winds did it.
This really is my individual interpretation.
Right. But so the fact that you can make up infinitely many different ways to explain the data means that none of those are actually supported more than the other. So we can make up an explanation that consciousness is caused just by physical processes emerging from the brain, and that would also be an explanation. But the difference here is that one of those has a lot of evidence and the other one doesn't.
I can conduct several experiments off the top of my head to determine whether or not my brain plays a role in my consciousness. Like JL said earlier, you can manipulate the brain using any variation of physical trauma or pharmaceuticals.
Again,
and
I've already
result in
established
different
that I agree
variations
with
of
you on
consciousness.
all of that.
But here's another thing that I haven't heard anybody bring up yet, is that humans are not exclusively the only conscious organisms on Earth. In fact, there are several other animals which are close to, if not rivaling, our own self-awareness. The only difference is they don't possess the anatomical features to be able to experiment with their environment in the way that we do. So if I were to assume or to predict that, that consciousness was a product of biological evolution, as it was an emergent property predicated upon a series of chemical and electrical interactions in the brain, I should be able to find animals at various stages of that conscious evolution, which I do. I can find different birds, elephants, dolphins, different species of primate, who are all at different various levels of consciousness. Obviously, humans are at the highest level that we've been able to observe so far. And there's even, I would argue, various levels of self-awareness between humans. Not every human is as conscientious as every other human. Some lack that necessary self-awareness, which I'm sure we've all encountered those types of people. They're usually called presuppositional apologists. But there is a gradient here, right? This does appear to be an evolutionary process. It's something that starts out simple and becomes complex over time, over a great many changes. It's not something that's given to anybody. It's not something that's just granted or anybody just intrinsically has. It's developed. Even within humans, it's developed. Your capacity for self-awareness is fundamentally different than it was 20 years ago, probably, depending on how old you are. I know it is for me. So if the information,
very good point, yeah.
if my presumptions about where consciousness comes from, I can make predictions based off those presumptions, and those predictions then come true. That would lead credibility to my hypothesis about the development of consciousness and where it comes from.
It's perfectly fair, but also has a ton of scientific backing of a hypothesis there. And there's no real reason not to believe in that, aside from personal subjective caution. And I will admit that the entire predication for my broader point here is based on my own personal caution that is far more than what you appear to have. It's very much philosophical. There's not that much basis for it, and you're completely right on that. And from a scientific viewpoint, it makes far more sense to just assume that there's some process or series of processes that leads to what we see as consciousness, as self-awareness, as metacognition, as all of these supposedly unexplainable processes. We're just going to find it there, and I have complete respect for anyone and everyone who believes in that, even though I am a staunch, well, not entirely staunch, sometimes pretty agnostic theist. I have complete respect for that, and even though I clearly am not going to be convincing you of whether or not a deity exists, which is perfectly fine, I am glad that we've gotten to have this very informative and enlightening, at least for me, discussion on what's usually very down and dogmatic topic.
Thanks.
Now, considering how many people also have been spending a whole bunch of time with their hands up, so from the looks of it, not as much time as me, which is no issue.
Austin.
I'm going to be leaving now.
Austin, thank you so much for joining us. It was a good conversation.
We appreciate the honesty.
Likewise.
Yeah,
All right.
We've got two more in queue. We were trying to finish at 4 hours today, but it looks like it's going to be 5 hours. I have pizza. Yeah, it's totally fine. I have pizza. Come on up.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Well, I think you know what the subject of this program is. What have you got for us?
All right. First of all, I need to put this on speaker. I don't know how to do that. Or do I have to kind of hold it up to my ear now?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay. So here's the thing. So there is one theory that I kind of have been playing with in my head. And I'm not sure if you heard of the single-electron theory.
Yep,
I've heard of it. every single thing in the world and every single thing in the universe is all trapped in a single electron. What?
Pardon me.
I thought about this when I was a kid. So, yeah, these are kind of fun ideas. What are you thinking of this? Does this somehow lead to proof of a goddess or a god?
Well, the big thing is that if we are in an electron, that would have to mean that we are in an atom. And if we are in an atom, that would mean that we'd have to be in an object of mass. Of course, we can't really say that. Okay, of course, we can't really say that whether that piece of mass is a living thing or like a cube or whatever. But something had to create that mass, which is how I believe that would be a proof of God existing.
Why? Why couldn't it have just existed forever or been created by a natural force that isn't a god?
Because Alright, hold on. Okay. Because the second law of thermodynamics indicates that something cannot just poof into existence.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Wait, not the
says
second
that-
law. Oh my god. No, that's the law of entropy. Oh my god.
That's the second law. Yeah.
I think
Second
you're
law of
referring to the first
thermodynamics-
law?
Yeah, the first law.
Who sent you notes that you're reading off of, or did you write this down while you were in queue?
Oh, I was just no, I just kind of had it off my brain. It sounded a lot smarter than I thought. It sounded a lot smarter than it, in my head.
I just heard you read the note.
The first law of thermodynamics is energy cannot be created or destroyed, but nobody thinks that happens. So you can have displacements where there's a large group of energy that's a positive set and a large group that's a negative set, and then when you add together, they equate to zero. And so nothing's been created or destroyed, it's just been moved. That's what the Big Bang is essentially. So no one thinks it was ever created in physics. It just had a state change.
Transformational.
Okay.
So it is
diving into topics such as these is really important to it's really important that you have a grasp of the finer points of like the laws of thermodynamics and
it's an interesting idea, and it's one that I considered when I was really young. I never thought of it as the electrons being created by God or anything, and I wondered if our universe might be different if we were in a proton instead of an electron or a neutron or something. I guess we can accept this idea. It's fine. I mean, the problem is how you get from us being an electron. Let's say we accept that to a deity creating this electron. I think that's the connecting point that we're looking for.
So here's the thing. I think that this might be a little bit crazy. Maybe we might be God.
How do we create electrons?
Okay. By heating. Okay, I'm so sorry. This is kind of a...
Oh, no, you don't have to apologize. This is the whole point of this, to have these conversations. And what you've brought is a unique idea that nobody else has brought in this show so far. So you're doing great.
So it's not necessarily that we were creating electrons. It's just that we kind of exist within... Like, it's like the thing... When I started describing the thing about mass and amongst other things, it might either have to be created by God or can be that we are a part of God.
What evidence leads you to that conclusion?
So like, we have... I don't really think that... The thing is that it hasn't really been explored a lot, so...
Let me try this. Is this from your perspective? Is this really more of a faith-based position?
Well, there has been effort. I mean, there has been evidence in psychology and whatnot. Like, for example, you are how you think, and your world is based on how you think is going to happen. And basically, and basically, which, I mean, there was a study where people, okay, there was a study where people, like, were tested for heart disease, like, when they were in their 20s, and then, one of them, like, got told that they were, like, at risk for heart disease, and,
You're getting toward the psychosomatic effects, and yeah, the way we think about ourselves can definitely influence the quality of our lives, but the environment around us also influences how we think. There's somebody in the YouTube chat named Eren Yeager who has just suggested to me that someone should refer you to pantheism because that's where you're heading, but perhaps you're not aware of that. I'm not so sure if that's the case for you, but I just thought I would share that with you. I think you are right that this is an area that people probably don't discuss very often. Again, the connecting point that seems to be missing here, and your idea is very interesting, is that between a God creating this whole universe as an electron or whatever form it's in, and the electron itself. So the electron and God creating it. That the creating part is where we're stuck. This is the part that's missing from this. The rest of the idea, I think you explained it just fine.
okay. I think another way that I can see some evidence that universe might have been created is there was like a lot of we have okay, have you ever noticed that our lungs, our brain, trees, amongst okay, calm down, Alona. This is not okay, sorry.
No, take a breath. Formulate your thought.
Here's what I suggest. Just imagine we're all just kind of sitting around in a park enjoying a barbecue.
Okay.
I am actually eating some barbecue brisket right now.
All right, so it's more than just an imagination here at this point.
Right.
Welcome to our barbecue.
It's very tasty.
Thank you. I would love to have some brisket.
No, it's mine. You can't have it.
Ooh.
So, the main idea is that we kind of have a lot of patterns that are rather similar in our environment and in ourselves, as well as in our DNA, and as well as like the DNA of every other living thing ever.
So you're talking about like the similarity, the somewhat similar structures in living organisms on Earth.
Yes.
Okay. So we understand that evolutionary pressures result and natural selection result in certain traits being optimal for survival and other traits being non-optimal for survival. This is what we call selective pressures: positive selective pressures and negative selective pressures. If one particular set of pressures, it was essentially, let's start at the beginning. So if all species on the planet derive, which the models say that we all derive from the same organ, from pretty much the same thing, follow the same path, and the circumstances of the planet, the evolutionary pressures pretty much apply all over the place. And one particular structure that proves the most optimal for survival amongst species, if that turns out to be the same, would that not be a result confirming that these were the things that were selected to survive, and that things that operate differently depending upon their environment did not? Which is why respiratory systems in mammals look very similar. Respiratory systems in fish are all pretty much similar. It's because those are the systems that were optimal for surviving in those particular environments.
Right. And I was about to say that we all kind of have the same, I mean, even though we do have environmental selective pressures and even like epigenetics, for example, we all have like the same codons, basically. But it's actually kind of, I mean, but even then, I feel like that's kind of a little bit debatable. Well, it's not debatable, it's actually
Well, we're carbon-based, and we're products of chemistry, and everything living possesses DNA, or everything that every organism on this planet possesses DNA. So it all derives back to what you call the Luca or whatever you say, but the phylogenetic tree all brings out. So if we're all composed of DNA, and that DNA is subject to selective pressures, and then one particular, or depending upon where you're at, those selective pressures select for a particular structure that is optimal for survival, then the members of that family, or the members of that species, or however you want to delineate it, would kind of operate the same, because that's the system that works. Which is why we have mammals that breathe air and have lungs, and then we have amphibians that do as well, but are semi-aquatic, and then we have fish that need gills.
So are we going to wrap up soon?
Yeah, I was trying to tell him that I was trying to tell him this. I was going to say that I was thinking that our DNA, that basically we are literally created as a program with things like our DNA as a code. And
DNA is a result of abiogenesis. It's a natural process. We weren't created.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I guess I should probably go.
Okay, well, it was a pleasure. If you'd like to come on and expand on this idea again in the future, you'd certainly be welcome.
All right.
Appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thanks.
It was an interesting idea.
Keep asking questions.
All right. Yeah, appreciate it. I kind of screwed up. I should be more prepared for these.
It's okay. Fine. These are casual. It's okay.
Well, thank you for coming up. We do appreciate you coming up. We're going to start closing down here. We're going to pull up Hacker. Hacker's been in queue for a while. After Hacker, we'll go ahead and call it. We'll put a hard stop at like 10 minutes from now. So if we're still going like 10 minutes, we'll go ahead and stop it there. But Hacker, come on up. We're kind of beat. It's been 5 hours, But thanks for listening, everybody, and welcome, Hacker.
Welcome. We can't hear you. Okay, on to the next one, I guess.
I guess we can bring up Boonie. Boonie was actually in queue a lot earlier for a while. What's going on, Boonie?
Hello, Boonie.
No.
Hacker's saying that he's fixing his mic in the chat.
Oh.
No problem.
And Boonie's mic is also not working.
All right, I guess
I think that's a problem with cell phones and Discord. It makes you reload it.
There's similar issues with like StreamYard and cell phones. So
seems like it's Discord and cell phones from what I've seen. I'm sure StreamYard does too. But
who's next? Shall we bring up Polar?
Sure, Polar, come on.
Try Hacker again.
Did Hacker fix his mic?
Hello, Polar. Welcome.
Oh, no, yes.
Well,
can you hear me?
How's it going? What you got for us today?
You can speak up a little bit. That way.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, my mic was on before. So my argument that God exists is, first of all, what does it mean to actually exist? Because this is going to get a little bit philosophical. To exist means to have a place in somebody's mind. Like, I think that there might be life on Mars, and there exists life on Mars in my head. Can this not be a plausible argument?
Exists means it's a part of reality.
Well, part of reality is... I'm sorry, my English is not that good. Shit. Okay, gotta go.
Sounds fine. You're swearing like a native person, a native English speaker.
Нет, я могу говорить по-русски очень хорошо. Sorry. Пока.
Have a good one. I don't know what that meant.
Okay. So they insulted their own ability to speak English, and we can try Boonie. Hello, welcome back.
Okay, Boonie. It's still not working. Hacker. All right.
All right. So, can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. So this will be short, and I'd like to get TJump's take on this because I know he's one of the
debate bro, philosopher kings of the internet.
Debate me, bro.
But no, yeah, sure. But I basically believe in a deistic God. And looking at what we've seen from the cosmic microwave background radiation that manifested, I think 400,000 years after the initial expanse of subatomic particles and their respective wave functions of the Big Bang, I just think there had to be a mover to move those first elementary things into existence. And, you know, like, there had to be something.
So are you thinking there was only one Big Bang?
One big to produce this universe.
Okay, so Penrose and Hawking did update the theory to support multiple Big Bangs happening simultaneously so that it could be consistent with quantum physics. Does your idea need to be adapted to consider this?
Well, I still want to know, why do you think you need a first mover? Like, what is it in the CMB that indicates first mover?
Like, something had to manifest that into existence, right?
Sure.
Because
So I think it was a quantum field. I don't think it was a god. Why would you think it was a god?
well, when I define God, especially in this context, I just mean a creator of the universe. Like, are you saying the quantum field manifested itself and its own particles into existence?
Well, the quantum field created all the particles, the space, and the time. So space, time, and matter were all created things that came about from fluctuations in the quantum field. Now, there's no mind in the quantum field. There's no consciousness.
Yeah, I don't think it really necessitates a consciousness or a mind. I'm not really like an adherent of that Unitarian philosophy, but you're saying that, well, like, as if this God is a mind. But are you saying that the quantum field, I guess, created all particles, but, you know, what gave way to the quantum field, you know?
It's always existed.
Would be
It
my
never
question.
didn't exist. The quantum field has always been there. It never didn't. Beginningless.
Are you saying the quantum field is eternal?
Yes. Or it could be outside of space-time is a better way to phrase it.
Well, you know, in response, I could say to that, like, if the quantum field was in and of itself eternal, did it take an eternal amount of time before we had this conversation? Like, did it exist eternally before this point?
No, because just like, even though there's an infinite amount of ways a particle can decay, like a uranium particle, the quantum field picks a specific time to cause the decay. So even though there's infinite amounts of times it could decay, it picks a specific time through the quantum fluctuations. Similarly, the way the Big Bang was created at one particular time, rather than any of the infinite past particular times, is simply because the quantum field fluctuated in such a way that it caused it to happen then and not at a different time, even though there's infinitely many times. So it's like, if I pick the number 47, there's infinitely many numbers before 47, but I picked 47. So it's the fact that there's infinitely many things before it doesn't mean you can't pick 47.
You should have picked 42. I'm just kidding.
And I think using the word pick might be confusing. Like if you were to say, like, 47 was the number, 47 was the number where it occurs. So it doesn't, like, say, I think I'm going to do 47 today, and then we've got everything. Just that's where it occurred.
Yeah, so I guess TJump is saying that we're experiencing this specific point in time, even though time is eternal and forever continuous. I just haven't heard this one before.
Well, I mean, I think time had a beginning at the Big Bang. It's a time, space-time is a field, and that field was created at the beginning of the Big Bang, and the quantum field exists outside of space and time.
Okay. Like I think you think yeah. I think you think I think God is a mind. And we don't necessarily know that yet. Like I don't know if he's omnipotent or omniscient or whatever properties theists commonly associate with a creator. But I think there had to be some sort of mover to necessitate where we exist in space-time. Is that reasonable?
Sort of. I mean, if you think that the two options are there's an infinite past, and the second one is that there's a thing that has existed either necessarily or as a brute fact. So you can pick any of those you want. None of those indicate a conscious mind, and that's as long as you don't think it's a conscious mind, that's fine. I just wouldn't call it God.
Are you defining God in this instance as just any creator or something more than that?
A non-physical mind that created the universe, everything other than itself.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a mind involved, because knowing the way planets and life are created, it seems like a much more chaotic hodgepodge of things existing at once, rather than something organized and succinct. But
Right. So what you're saying is just there was a thing in nature, and it started the chain of nature stuff, and that's fine.
Yeah. Like there was a thing to first manifest what we would come to know as the universe, essentially.
Yes, that is one of the hypotheses.
Do you agree with that?
I go with the consensus in physics that an infinite regress is the best explanation.
Well, okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? When you say there had to have been a creator to make sure that we exist in this point in time, that would entail that that creator had an end goal, which is us being created in this point in space and time. That would entail that that God needs to have a mind, because otherwise he couldn't have formed an end goal, let alone coming up with something to get there.
I don't think so. I don't think his definition of creator has any intent or desires.
No, but I got that from the conversation, but he also said in order for us to be here at this moment in time, there had to be a creator.
I think that's the
if we are supposed to be here in this moment in time.
No, Peter, that's the infinite regress argument. So the infinite regress argument is that if there's an infinite number of things, of points in time before us, if you started those and started to count, like from negative infinity and just started to count up, you'd never get to 100 because there's infinitely many numbers.
That's not at all what I meant.
That's what he meant. That's his argument. His argument is that if there's an infinitely number of past points and you start time at somewhere in the past negative infinity, it will never reach the current time.
Maybe Haka can answer my question, because I'd be very curious what you think of my question.
I don't really know where you're getting the idea of an end goal from. My general thought on this is that
maybe I misunderstood then. So you're not saying that the creator made sure that we existed at this point in time, not at any other point in time.
I don't think we have any way of knowing as to whether a creator intended for us to exist in this specific time frame, but there had to be something. Things exist, obviously, so there had to be something, not necessarily a mind, but something to necessitate that. And, if you think that it was the quantum field in and of itself to manifest that, then yeah, I guess that would be what I mean by God, quote unquote, in this instance. But yeah.
So you just defined it.
Like, are we in agreement with this?
If you just want to call the fundamental thing God, sure.
A creator. We don't know if it has a mind or not, but like a first move.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a creator. So I'd just say the quantum field is what was the original foundational thing in reality, but I don't think it is the creator, because creator, the word creator has a connotation of a mind. So when I use the word creator, I use it exclusively to refer to a mind with intentions.
Yeah. Okay. I think
I can't get further than just a first cause. There's nothing we know about this cause, whether or not it created something or it caused something to come out of something else. We're still at the first cause thing.
Yeah. Like, I think it's just a semantical disagreement because TJump says that the creator implies a mind, but yeah, I don't think there's any way of knowing that, and that's just my opinion. So
I think overall, since everything I do and have done to sustain my life was creating things, I think creator has some kind of meaning. It also means that you have an end goal when you start creating, even though the goal may end up differently while you're creating, but you have to start out with something, knowing that you're going to create something.
Yeah, we have
to have
no
an
way,
idea.
Yeah, I agree. We have no way of knowing what the creator's intention is, if there is a creator. But
Exactly. So that's why I think that the thing you came up with is more along the lines of a first cause, not necessarily a creator.
Yeah, I just believe in a first cause.
Okay.
Something to necessitate the universe.
Cool.
That's it.
Well, thank you for coming up. Everybody, thank you for hanging out and enjoying the stage. Everybody's links is in Heathen Hangout. The people who aren't yet will be posted in there. I think I forgot to Peter. What's up, Randolph?
Oh, sorry. No, never mind. They just put their hand down. I thought that would be a quick one. That's no problem. Carry on.
Oh, no problem. And I know I forgot to put Peter's on there, so I'll get Peter's updated and pinned. Heathen Hanger channel will be around for a little while, so make sure you guys click all their links. Xerxes, if you put a link in there, I'll pin it as well. And then Randolph and TJump, you guys want to close out for your viewers?
Go ahead, TJump, because I'm going to close my stream after everybody else has finished talking.
Sure. Check out my YouTube channel, youtube.com/TJump. I do lots of things.
Yeah, he does. And Jalen Warren, did you have some final thoughts?
Yeah. So appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you so much. This has been a really, really good one. More positive experience than some other things, but this overall was a fantastic stage. Thank you to everybody that came up and everybody in my live chat as well. I appreciate y'all coming out and hanging out with me. And we do this every 2 weeks. So if you like what you heard and you want to see content that's along these same lines, check out my channel, Bridge the Divide. And you'll find the link there, and you can subscribe there if you dig it. And I'll see you in the live chats. Thank you so much.
You mentioned 2 weeks, which is correct, and that we've been mostly marketing this as a fortnightly program, so every fortnight or every 2 weeks. And we've had a number of people comment that they've learned the new word, fortnight, just because of this show. So I'm glad that people find this interesting. Peter, did you have some final thoughts?
One mainly, and that is that ever since I've joined, and I can't tell whether or not that has happened for the other people as well. During the show, we have people on, and then they will contact me in DM with just complimenting on the show and having had a nice conversation, which I think speaks to the show and speaks to the goal that we have, why we do this. So I want to thank everyone who came on, whether or not they got back to me in DM or not. I really appreciate the people who come on and want to have a good, cordial conversation about it. It's not about winning something. It is about bouncing ideas off each other and see whether or not they hold water. And I truly enjoy coming on these. If people want to check me out, you can find me on youtube.com/gonna go for it, or as a producer on several other channels.
Thank you, Peter. And yes, I've received some as well. I know Taco has. I'm sure everybody's received some messages, people giving us feedback on the show. Most of it's positive. Jack Burton.
My paradigm is still blown because we got Otangelo to admit he needs to do more work. I'm just...
that was great. I thought that was very good, actually. I liked that. Jack Burton, did you have some final thoughts from the Pork Chop Express?
Oh yeah, I want to thank all the trolls and the precepts, but I repeat myself for being so manageable, and thanks for all the keyboard warriors out there for helping me hone my typing skills.
Yeah, you were busy today in the live chat on Discord there. I saw you going back and forth with people quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the important question, have you finished your drink? I know Randall spends a lot of time creating a new one for every single show, so I think someone should
Bottomless glass.
It's a different color each time.
Is the drink ever really finished?
I got to figure out something else to change. Some people have noticed, but they weren't quite sure if it was intentional. It was. Thank you, everybody. King Xerxes, maybe you can teach us how to pronounce your name properly and give us some final thoughts.
Xerxes.
Xerxes, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an oxymoron because King Xerxes is the name of a Persian king who was featured in the Book of Esther in the Bible. A little bit of an inside joke between me and another user, but well, final thoughts were this was actually one of the first full-length stages I was able to participate in, and it will probably be the last for quite a while. However, I am pretty frequently active in the Discord servers, so if you guys ever want to chat with me or engage with me about a subject, then you'll probably find me 2-3 times a week in TJump's room here on politics or in any of the other major debate servers. I also have a YouTube channel, which I'm fairly certain Taco is going to link to you guys. So subscribe to me if you want to hear some more.
You have to link that to me, by the way.
And I put it in the chat on Randolph's stream as well.
Yeah, by the way, these links will all be in the YouTube video description, and as we always include, and we'll be adding King Xerxes in there as well, because I didn't have this ahead of time. So thank you. Taco, you're the one who's organized this. Before I say some final words, because I'm live streaming this, I'd just like you to give us some final thoughts.
Holy crap, you guys made some progress today. Well, I mean, I'd talk more about y'all are amazing, but y'all made some progress today with a couple of people, Otangelo for one, and then the other gentleman who you got to acknowledge that you changed his position some, which was huge. So good job there. That's the first time I've heard that in a few weeks. But that's everything I've got. Thank you, everybody, for watching. This was fun as always.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you to everybody, and thank you for everyone in the audiences for tuning in on the live YouTube stream and the live Discord chat. My website is at www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's spelled RANDOLF, no matter what autocorrect tells you. We also have a Discord here. This is hosted in the Politics Discord, which you can get to at discord.gg/politics. We're grateful for them hosting this. And providing a platform for us with a large audience. It's been fantastic. They've been great hosts. So thank you very, very much to Politics Discord for this. I also have a Discord for the Canadian atheists. You can just type into your web browser discord.canadianatheists.ca and it will take you there. It'll set up the invite. And if people would like to see us again, we'll be here in a fortnight from now, 2 weeks from now. Thank you once again to everybody, and I hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. Take care.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, everyone. We're closing out the stage now.
Bye, everyone.